Xiejio rubbed her temples and once again had to face the truth. She had traveled back to the 1970s in China. Looking down at the bloodstains on her clothes and the mud on her pants, she sighed and rubbed her temples again. At that moment, the little green fairy couldn't stand it anymore. With a leap, it landed right on Xiejio's head. Boss, since we're here, let's just make the best of it. Heaven didn't have anything tasty anyway. Life on Earth was much better. The fairy had followed her since the apocalypse, so it knew well that the boss had long grown tired of that world. Back then, she had been a top special forces soldier. When the apocalypse suddenly came, she risked her life to save a child who was about to be bitten by zombies. But that child, instead of being grateful, pushed her straight into the zombie horde. She was bitten and turned into a zombie herself. No one could tell whether that was good luck or bad. After being bitten, she fought her way through countless dangers and eventually became the leader of all zombies, the Zombie King. Even as a zombie, she sometimes regained her human awareness. In the end, with the last bit of her consciousness, she destroyed her own crystal core and ended the apocalypse completely. At the moment of her self-destruction, a flash of white light appeared, and both she and the fairy were brought to this new world. The fairy whimpered. It had been the only one of its kind in that world, and now it had become her little companion, unable to leave her side by more than 3 steps. It hadn't meant to follow her here. It was just curious. The fairy's home had always been full of mountains, rivers, and flowers, so beautiful. But here there was nothing. It wanted to go back. Xiejio reached out, pinched the little creature, who was actually the fairy, and warned calmly, "Be quiet. If you keep talking, I'll snap your neck." The fairy shrank back in fear and quickly wrapped itself around her little finger in a flattering way. "Boss, I'll be good. I can talk to plants, animals, and even fish. I'm really useful." It promised it would never cause trouble. And what about the original owner? Xiejio asked. The original person was the reincarnation of a great benefactor who had lived 10 virtuous lives. This was supposed to be her final life, but when the Lady of Forgetfulness gave her the reincarnation soup, she made a mistake and sent her to the wrong place. As a result, her life was full of hardship, and she eventually died. This incident alarmed the king of the underworld, which led to the arrival of a powerful soul. The original person was taken away by the king and sent to a peaceful, beautiful place, the upper realm. Because of her 10 lifetimes of good deeds, she became a little attendant to an immortal and now lives a blessed life. And the mess she left behind? That's now your problem. How nice. Others get to enjoy peace, while she's left to deal with chaos. Could she say that she didn't want to do this either, that she just wanted to rest? "Don't even think about it," came the voice in her mind. "We can't rest. Listen," the voice continued. "You have a mother who passed away, a father who loves to gamble, a lazy younger brother, and a broken life. Oh, and now you're about to be used to pay off your father's debt." In the previous life, on this very day, the original person had been given away by her father to settle his gambling debt, which led to her short and painful life. Where is that father of hers? If he dared to use her as payment, he was going to regret it. In the neighboring mountain village, the voice replied. Xiejio rolled her neck and joints, making a series of sharp cracking sounds. This body was really weak, thin, and frail. Fortunately, her special abilities and storage space had come with her. With proper food and care, she could recover. But first, she needed to deal with that irresponsible father. Did he even ask her opinion before doing such a thing? Let's go collect some debts. Xiejio pulled a large knife from her storage space and marched toward Mountain Village with determination. On the small path, a few villagers heading to the field saw her rushing by and called out, "Xiaojiu, where are you going?" Without turning her head, she replied, "To Mountain Village. My father wants to use me to pay his gambling debt. I need to have a serious talk with him." A talk? Not likely. She preferred to solve problems in her own way. If one round of reasoning didn't work, she'd try again and again, until it did. She wasn't afraid. She had plenty of ways to make things right. Sometimes a little madness was all it took to win. The villagers were startled when they saw the large knife in Xie Jiu's hand. One of them tried to calm her down kindly, saying, "Xiao Jiu, don't be impulsive. No matter what, he's still your father. Otherwise, people will say you're unfilial." Xie Jiu, who had already walked some distance away, suddenly stopped and turned back. Step by step, she walked up to the woman and gave a cold smile. "Do you want this kind of good fortune? Your husband likes to gamble too. Should I let him use you to pay his debts?" Aunt Tian, who was feeding her crickets, was furious. "What nonsense are you talking about? My husband is a good man. Xie Jiu rolled her eyes impatiently and raised the knife slightly. "Say one more word, and I'll make you regret it." Aunt Tian gasped and stumbled backward. Without another glance, Xie Jiu turned and headed toward the mountain village, leaving the other villagers staring at each other in shock. They all felt that Xie Jiu had changed. The woman who used to be as quiet and hardworking as an old ox was now fighting back. Her father, was deep in a gambling game, his eyes bloodshot. If he lost again, he might really have to give up his daughter to pay his debts. Before he could play his next card, Xie Jiu, guided by a mysterious voice in her mind, stormed into Zhao Mozi's house. With a loud crash, she kicked open the courtyard gate and stepped inside, knife in hand. The gamblers inside jumped in fright. Zhao Mozi shouted angrily, "Who's that? Don't you know how to knock? You break my door, you pay for it." Xie Jiu tilted her head, a cold smile spreading across her face. She kicked the door again, this time knocking it completely off its hinges with a heavy thud. Everyone turned to stare at her. She smiled brightly. "Busy, are we?" When Xie saw her, his eyes flickered with irritation. "What are you doing here?" Holding the knife, Xie Jiu tapped the flat side against her palm. "My so-called father wants to trade me away to pay his debts. Shouldn't I come? Did you ever ask if I agreed to that?" With a sharp swing, Xie Jiu brought the knife down on the table in front of him. The table shattered instantly. Xie fell backward in fright, shouting, "I'm your father. Is this how you talk to your father?" The knife flashed past his head, cutting off a chunk of his hair. He froze, now half bald. "Say one more word," Xie Jiu said coldly, "and next time, it won't just be your hair." Zhao Mozi's pupils shrank sharply, and a drop of cold sweat slid down his forehead. "Little niece, this is a misunderstanding." Xie Jiu slowly picked up the knife from the ground and raised her eyes lazily. The tip of the blade stopped just an inch away from Zhao Mozi. "A misunderstanding? What kind of misunderstanding? You went through all this trouble to cheat, just to make him lose, didn't you? What misunderstanding could there be?" With a knife tip, Xie Jiu carefully found the card Zhao Mozi had secretly switched. Smiling, she asked, "Isn't this the one you hid?" Zhao Mozi stumbled and fell to the ground. He couldn't believe that even after the table was smashed and the cards were scattered, Xie Jiu could still find that one card. At that moment, he realized that Xie Jiu was nothing like the quiet, easy-to-bully person others had described. Trying to take advantage of her would be nearly impossible. "Little niece, your Uncle Zhao just got greedy for a moment. I was only joking with your father. How could I really ask your cousin to pay off a debt?" Xie Jiu tilted her head slightly and gave a faint smile. It was a habit she had developed long ago, back when she was slow to react and often tilted her head out of instinct. Now it had become second nature. She smiled lightly, knowing that whenever she did this, someone was about to be in trouble. In her previous life, the original Xie Jiu had been handed over to Zhao Mozi by Xie on this very day. It was no joke then. "A joke, huh?" Xie Jiu stepped forward, grabbed Zhao Mozi's arm, and with a sudden twist, there was a sharp "ah." Zhao Mozi screamed in pain, tears and sweat streaming down his face. Xie Jiu smiled. "Zhao Mozi, you're too sensitive. I was just joking with you." As soon as she finished speaking, she pulled his arm again. Another sounded, and his arm was back in place. The pain quickly faded. Zhao Mozi stared at her smiling face in horror, scrambling backward. This wasn't someone easy to bully. This was someone terrifying. Xie Jiu pulled over a small stool and sat down boldly, tapping the tip of her knife on the ground. Alright, someone tell me what this gambling game is about. The players were Zhao Motzi and Chen Lizi from Shandy Village, and Xia Aimin and Fu Aizi from Honghe Village. Except for Xia Aimin, the other three lowered their heads after seeing how strong Xia Jiu was. This gambling game was set up especially to target Xia Aimin, and the prize was Xia Jiu herself. If Xia Aimin lost, Xia Jiu would belong to Zhao Motzi. Xia Jiu's sharp eyes swept coldly over Fu Aizi. This man had once tried to harm her, but she had escaped because she was alert. And now he dared to join this game again? His time had come. Exposed and embarrassed, Xia Aimin shouted angrily, "What right do you have to speak, you useless girl?" He loved gambling and saving face. If people found out he had gambled away his own daughter, how could he ever show his face again? Xia Jiu didn't care about his pride. She kicked him hard, then punched him again and again. A father who uses his own daughter as a bet. What right do you have to talk? The pain made Xia Aimin cry out. Stop. It hurts. Don't hit me. He was weak from years of idleness and could only take the beating helplessly. The others trembled in fear. Chen Lizi glanced around nervously and quickly said, "Miss, this has nothing to do with me. Zhao Motzi told me to come just to make up the numbers. I swear it's true. If he had known this would happen, he would never have come. No amount of money was worth his life." Zhao Motzi had given him 1 yuan to join the game. Chen Lizi shakily pulled a coin from his pocket and handed it to Xia Jiu. "Miss, here's the money. Can I go now?" Xia Jiu tapped her foot on the ground. "No. If you want to leave, have your family come to redeem you. Otherwise." She didn't finish the sentence, but Chen Lizi understood perfectly. If no one came for him, what happened next would be out of his control. All right, I'll call my family right away to come get me." Chen Lizi had no objections. At this moment, staying alive was the most important thing. He moved his foot slightly, wanting to call for help, but just as he did, a dagger shot straight into the ground in front of him. He was so frightened that he trembled and almost lost control of himself. After forcing himself to calm down, he nearly burst into tears. "Miss, I'll go get someone." "No need. They'll come on their own," she said. Chen Lizi opened his mouth to argue. How could they come if no one told them? His family was still working in the fields. Before he could speak, voices came from outside. Leading the group was the village chief of Honghe Village, Xia Weimin, the girl's uncle. Behind him was Zhang Baozhen, the chief of Shandy Village, followed by several curious villagers. As soon as Xia Weimin arrived, he heard people say that Xia Jiu had gone to Shandy Village with a large knife because her father wanted to use her to pay off his debt. Hearing this, Xia Weimin rushed over immediately. He couldn't let anything terrible happen. Losing Xia Jiu's life because of that useless brother, Xia Aimin, would be far too great a price. Since childhood, Xia Aimin had always been trouble, stealing and lying, yet he was the youngest and most spoiled. As the eldest, Xia Weimin had always been told to take care of his little brother. He had cleaned up after him countless times, even after getting married. Now, he was truly tired of this brother. If not for worrying about Xia Jiu, he wouldn't have come at all. "Xiao Jiu, are you all right?" Xia Weimin asked with concern. Xia Jiu shook her head and quietly studied her uncle. From her memories, this uncle had treated her fairly well. When she had nothing to eat, he and his wife would secretly give her food so she could survive. Otherwise, she might not have lived long enough for her to be here now. "Brother, why don't you ask about me?" Xia Aimin straightened his back when he saw Xia Weimin, thinking his support had arrived. All his life, no matter what trouble he caused, his big brother always helped him fix it. He had grown used to that. Xia Weimin looked at his balding brother in surprise. "I mean, what happened to you? When did you start losing your hair?" "It's all because of that troublemaker. She actually cut my hair with a knife. When we get home, I'm going to teach her a lesson." Xia Jiu stood up, looked at Xia Aimin and smiled. Before anyone could react, she kicked him hard, sending him flying. "A father who wanted to use me to pay off his debt. What right do you have to complain here? If I'm worthless, then what does that make you?" If you want a beating, I can help you with that. When Xia Weimin heard again that his younger brother had tried to use his niece to pay a debt, his brows furrowed. His sharp gaze fell on Xia Weimin. It seemed that unless he was taught a lesson, he would never change. When Chen Lizi saw the village chief and the family arrive, he no longer dared to act tough. He quickly spilled everything, explaining how Zhao Motzi had asked him to join the game just to set up Xia Weimin to lose money. The wager had been Xie Jiu herself. Everyone turned to look at Zhao Motzi. Feeling their stares, Zhao Motzi forced a laugh. I was just joking with Weimin. How could I really use his niece as a bet? Haha. Chen Lizi, afraid of being blamed, quickly argued, Zhao Motzi, that's not what you said when you came to me. You clearly said that no matter what, Weimin had to lose today. Only if he lost would you give me 1 coin. Isn't that what you said? If Zhao Motzi had planned for Weimin to lose, then he must have had a trick ready. Now that he was denying it, it only made him look guiltier. Zhao Motzi's face darkened. Chen Lizi, we're from the same village. Don't forget that. If you turn against me, I won't be easy to deal with. I'm not afraid of you, Xie Jiu shouted, kicking Zhao Motzi straight out into the yard. Threaten people? In front of her? He really dared to try that? Zhao Motzi hit the ground so hard that the dirt formed a person-shaped dent. Everyone gasped. That strength was unbelievable. Even Xia Weimin's mouth twitched. His niece's strength was far from ordinary. Chen Lizi, terrified, rushed to stand beside his family and whispered, Father, Mother, Wife, please help me. I don't want to get hit. That woman's strength was terrifying. Getting hit by her really hurt. He could tell that Xie Jiu had a fierce temper. If her demands weren't met, she really would start a fight. Chen Lizi's wife was a bold woman. She grabbed her husband by the ear and dragged him over, saying to Xie Jiu, Xie girl, what my husband did was wrong. We admit it. Whatever you decide, we'll accept it without complaint. Helping someone deceive others and still getting off lightly was already a mercy. If it had been her, she wouldn't have let those people go either. Xie Jiu swung a large knife onto her shoulder, blinked, and asked, You're going to protect him? Although Chen Lizi's wife was tough and never afraid of a fight, this was the first time she had faced someone holding a knife. She was nervous, but still answered firmly, yes. They say that when trouble comes, even a couple may go their separate ways. But she couldn't abandon her husband. Xie Jiu looked at her with some respect, then glanced at Chen Lizi. If you hadn't married such a woman, I'd have taught you a lesson today. If you want to get him back, you can. 50 yuan. Pay first, then take him. Everyone was stunned when they heard the amount. 50 yuan. Not 5, not 50 cents. Even Chen Lizi froze. That much? Only Zhao Motzi and Fu Aizi's eyes flickered when they heard the number. What? You don't agree? Chen Lizi quickly shook his head. No, it's just. Isn't that too much? His mother also spoke anxiously. Yes, that's too much. We're just farmers. Where can we get that kind of money? Too much? Xie Jiu kicked a stone at her feet, her eyes turning cold. That's the price Zhao Motzi and Fu Aizi agreed on when they planned to sell me. Too much, you say? If they had succeeded today, what would that make you? An accomplice in human trafficking. That's a crime punishable by death. Her calm but cutting words left everyone frozen in shock. They had planned to sell Xie Jiu? They had tricked Xie Weimin into gambling just to sell his daughter? And that fool Xie Weimin had agreed to it? Most people in the countryside are honest and kind. Although there are always a few bad ones, most are good. So, when people suddenly heard that someone was planning to sell their own daughter, everyone's expression changed. That's too heartless. Exactly. Is Xie Weimin out of her mind? Her daughter isn't unattractive, and she's hardworking. Why not marry her off properly? Why would she sell her? If she got married, she might even help her family later. But if she sold, would she still recognize them as family? Chen Lizi suddenly realized how serious this was. When Xie Weimin heard the talk, she rushed out of the main room. But before she could speak, Xie Jiu kicked her hard. Fool! You owed someone 5 yuan and gave away your own daughter to pay the debt. Then they turned around and sold her for 50. Even a piece of meat would be worth more than your cents. Xie Weiman's mouth twitched. The words were harsh, but they made sense.
He thought the same.
Their parents had always spoiled the youngest son, yet when they were dying, that son didn't even take care of them for a single day.
Ha!
What were they thinking? Zhao Matsi and Fu Aizi felt a chill in their hearts. Since the deal hadn't gone through, they would never admit to it. If they admitted it, they'd be finished. If it had been done quietly, no one would know. But if people found out, selling a person was a serious crime. Even though they lived in the countryside, they knew that much. Last time they went to town, they had seen human traffickers publicly punished. Xie, don't talk nonsense. We were just joking with your father. We never meant to sell you. You need proof before making such claims. Really? Xie turned around, carrying a large knife, and slowly walked up to Zhao Matsi. She leaned down and whispered a name. Zhao Matsi's eyes widened in shock. She knew? How could she know? He stumbled backward, panic flashing in his eyes. No, we didn't plan to sell you. It was just a joke between me and your father. I'm willing to make it up to you. Xie looked at him with a faint, meaningful smile. All right then. How much are you planning to pay me? It didn't matter if they denied it. She would make them pay the price. Don't think I'll let it go if it's too little. Zhao Matsi was just about to speak when Xie words stopped him again. His heart ached. He felt like a hunter who had been pecked in the eye by his own eagle. Xie girl, this time it's really my fault. Your cousin is too thin and weak. She should take better care of her health. I'll make it up to you with 20 yuan. How about that? Hearing Zhao Matsi's offer, Fu the Short tried to make himself as small and unnoticed as possible. Xie glanced at them with a faint smile. Sure, why not?
She said lightly.
Catching wrongdoers should be done properly, she continued. I should have waited until you made your deal, then caught you both in the act. I could have handed you over to the police myself. Maybe they'd even give me a banner of honor or a small reward for helping out. Unlike you two, always sneaky and stingy. What a mischance. Tell you what, if there's someone here you've taken a liking to, just say the word. I'll go with you. You do your business and I'll do mine. Everyone around couldn't help twitching their lips. Was this girl scared silly? Why was she talking nonsense? There were so many people here, no matter what Zhao Matsi was planning, he wouldn't dare do anything now. That would be asking to get caught by the police. This was serious trouble. No one would be that foolish. Zhao Matsi finally understood. Xie thought his 20 yuan offer was too little and was mocking him. He might still need to keep doing this kind of work in the future, and if this woman kept watching him like a hawk, she could easily ruin everything. He had already seen how strong she was. He didn't want to get beaten up again, or have his plans ruined. For safety's sake, he decided to just take the loss and move on. A dark look flashed in Zhao Matsi's eyes. If he could beat her, he would have liked to teach Xie a lesson, but that was just a thought. After all, he still hadn't recovered from the kick she gave him earlier.
Ha!
My dear niece, Zhao Matsi forced a laugh. I was only joking. You're right, 20 yuan is too little. It wouldn't even buy a few tins of malted milk or powdered milk. Everyone around twitched their lips again. Somehow, they didn't believe a word he said. Zhao Matsi, why don't you go ahead and buy a few tins for us to see? Someone muttered. Zhao Matsi pretended not to notice everyone's doubtful looks and kept smiling as he said, My niece is so thin and small. She really needs to eat better. Buy some meat, eggs, and pastries. Uncle thinks 50 yuan is just right. Zhao Matsi's heart ached. He only earned 20 yuan from a trip, and now he had to give away 50. Snowflakes kept falling. His heart felt cold and heavy. No matter what, he had to make up for today's loss tonight. But when he thought about his weak body, a dark look flashed in his eyes. Xie smiled faintly and replied, Yes, I think that's just right too. Zhao Matsi, you're pretty good at chess, aren't you? You're great at sneaky moves. Zhao Matsi pretended not to understand, painfully pulling 5 10-yuan bills from his pocket and handing them to Xie. He had lost money, been scolded, and even beaten. No one had it worse than him. Xie took the money and put it away. Chun Lizi's family had wanted to bargain, but after hearing Feng Ji's words, they knew they were in the wrong. To save their son and husband, they had no choice but to hand over all their savings. "Xie girl, here's 50 yuan. Xie Jiu glanced at the money before putting it away. Seeing her accept it, they finally felt a bit relieved. Taking the money meant she wouldn't pursue the matter further. Xie Aimin looked at the money in Xie Jiu's hand, already imagining it ending up in his own pocket. Xie Jiu turned and looked at Fu Aizi, who was hiding in the corner, smiling as she said, "Now it's your turn." Fu Aizi's eyes flickered, and he said stubbornly, "I don't have any money. Even if you beat me, I still don't have any." They were from the same village, so he knew what kind of person Xie Jiu was. She might seem strong now, but once they returned to the village, he would tell his mother, and she would deal with Xie Jiu. His mother was famous in the nearby villages for her sharp tongue. He didn't believe she couldn't handle Xie Jiu. Thinking about all the money Xie Jiu had, he sneered to himself. He was determined to find a way to take advantage of her later. But the malice in Fu Aizi's eyes was too obvious, and Xie Jiu could easily see through what he was thinking. The little elf looked at the short man and couldn't help but curl its lips. How can someone be so ugly? Elves were all beautiful. None of them looked bad. Oh no, what an eyesore. Ugly and still so full of himself. "Boss, teach him a lesson." Xie Jiu glanced at the man with a faint smile.
No money?
"That's fine. When I get back to the village, I'll ask Aunt Tian for some. I'm sure she'll be happy to give it to me." The short man didn't understand what she meant at first, but when he saw what Xie Jiu did later, he wished he could slap himself. Was she crazy? Why did he have to mess with a crazy person? "Uncle, let's go." Xie Jiu called to Xie Weimin, who was still in a daze. Then she turned to the silent village chief of Shandy Village. "Chief Zhang, as the head of a village, you can't let one bad person ruin everyone's reputation, right? If there really was a human trafficker in the village, it would be hard for the young men and women here to find partners in the future." The village chief, Zhang Baozhen, was small and lean, but the sharp glint in his eyes showed that he was far from simple. He was a clever man. "Xie girl, don't hold this against our Shandy village. Most of our people are good." "Same to you," Xie Jiu replied. Xie Weimin glanced at Zhang Baozhen, nodded, and quickly followed after Xie Jiu. They seemed to have forgotten about Xie Aimin. When he realized they had left, his face darkened, and he hurried after them. He had never been so embarrassed. When they got home, he was determined to teach that girl a lesson. She was getting too bold and disrespectful. Zhao Motzi watched Xie Aimin's back as he left, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He finally understood Xie Jiu. She was unpredictable. After what happened today, her relationship with her father had clearly turned cold. Otherwise, she wouldn't have left without calling him father. If she no longer cared about him, then maybe she wouldn't interfere if something happened to him. Under Zhang Baogen's orders, the villagers slowly dispersed. Zhang Baogen took one last look at Zhao Motzi, then turned to leave, one hand behind his back and the other holding his pipe, puffing quietly. A sharp light flickered in his eyes before fading away. Xie Jiu still carried her big knife on her shoulder, humming a cheerful tune as she walked along, looking completely pleased with herself. "I have horns on my head, horns. And a tail behind me, a tail." Xie Weimin looked at his niece, who seemed livelier than before, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. "Xiao Jiu, that knife. Could you please put it away?" Xie Jiu patted his shoulder. "Uncle, I still need to collect a debt. Without my knife, I won't have the right tool for the job." "That won't do. You're still collecting debts?" Hearing that, Xie Weimin shivered. The scene he had just witnessed replayed in his mind. Xie Jiu nodded naturally. "Uncle, what are you thinking? Someone tried to trick me and sell me off. Do you think I can just pretend nothing happened? I may not have the 72 transformations of the Monkey King, but I'm not made of clay either. Even a rabbit will fight back when cornered. How could a person not? Uncle, think about it. If they really sold me, what kind of fate would I face?" Without giving him time to answer, she continued, "And think again. If people like that stay in our village, who will be the next one to be sold? As he listened, Xie Weimin couldn't help imagining himself in that situation. If his own daughter were sold, what would he do? What would happen to her? By the time he finished that thought, his face had turned dark. He couldn't stand it. If that ever happened to his family, he would be furious. There was no way to talk him out of it. Through her words, Xie had completely won him over. Honghe Village was a small place under Nanhe Commune in He Province. At the entrance stood an old banyan tree where the elderly and children liked to sit, chat, and cool off. Xie, carrying a large knife, walked past the tree with Xie Weimin following close behind. The villagers, seeing this strange pair, couldn't help but ask, "Xiaojio, what are you up to?" Without stopping, Xie called back, collecting a debt. "There are people in our village trying to sell others. How can I not go collect what's owed?" Her words shocked the women chatting under the tree, who didn't have children of their own. Even though families had many kids in those days, every child was precious. If there were really human traffickers around, that would be a disaster. When Xie Weimin came from behind, several older women hurried over and asked, "Village chief, what's going on? Is what Xiaojio said true?" They all had children at home and were clearly worried. Xie Weimin felt bitter inside. He hadn't wanted things to get out of hand, but seeing Xiaojio's determination and remembering his own earlier persuasion, he decided to stop holding back. Even if he stayed silent, people from Shandy Village would spread the news sooner or later. If he tried to cover it up, it would only disappoint the villagers. Xie Weimin had long been disliked in the village. He was lazy at work and often angered others. If not for Xie Weimin's position, the villagers would have caused trouble long ago. It was time to deal with this problem properly. And as for Fu the Short, who was always idle, today he would also get a lesson. With a heavy sigh, Xie Weimin nodded. Everything Xiaojio said is true. The villagers were sharp. Seeing the chief's expression, they immediately thought of Xie Weimin and began to guess what might have happened. They just needed confirmation. One by one, they stood up and followed behind Xie. But when they saw the direction she was heading, they were puzzled. That wasn't the road to the Xie family's house. Where was she going? Aunt Tian hadn't gone to work that day. She was sitting in the yard, cracking sunflower seeds and enjoying the sunshine, feeling quite pleased. Yesterday, her younger son had told her that a large sum of money would come in today. He told her to rest at home instead of working hard for a few work points. After all, her eldest son and daughter-in-law were already doing enough. She felt proud. Her younger son was truly capable. If only her eldest were half as successful, she would be grateful. Carrying a large knife, Xie followed the little spirit's guidance and arrived at Fu the Short's house. His real name was Tian Xiaofu, Aunt Tian's younger son. His older brother, Tian Dafu, was already married. Xie kicked open the courtyard gate. Aunt Tian, who had been relaxing in the sun, jumped in fright. Seeing Xie, she shouted angrily, "Xie, are you out of your mind? Why did you kick my gate? Can you afford to fix it if it breaks?" Xie gave her a cold glance. The large knife spun smoothly in her hand before she struck the gate with it. With a loud thud, the wooden gate split cleanly in two. Xie gave a cold laugh. "Of course I'm angry. Your son teamed up with others to trick Xie Weimin and planned to sell me. Tell me, shouldn't I be furious?" As she spoke, the machete in her hand didn't stop for a moment. With one swing, the large water jar full of water shattered in half with a loud crash, and water poured out all over the ground. Madame Tian was heartbroken.
"Stop.
Stop right now. What proof do you have?" Water jars were hard to buy these days, and since the village didn't have running water, everyone kept jars at home to store it. "Proof? I'm the proof. Zhao Matzi and Chen Lizi from Shandy Village are witnesses. They've already paid compensation. You can either pay me, or I'll keep breaking things. You choose." Xie said she was being reasonable. She wanted both the money and to teach someone a lesson. She had to make it big enough so that Fu the Short would remember that not everyone could be bullied. And of course, there was also the mastermind, Zhao Matzi. The villagers of Honghe Village were shocked. What? Fu the Short worked with people from Shandy Village to sell Xiaojio? Are they even human? If they sell Xiaojie today, who will they sell tomorrow? Those who thought quickly began to worry about their own safety. These heartless people, don't they have families? Madame Tian, is what Xiaojie said true? Didn't you tell me your son was giving you some money? Was that the money from selling Xiaojie? Madame Huang, who loved gossip as much as Madame Tian, couldn't help asking when she saw Tian's uneasy face. If it was true, she didn't dare stay close to them. What if Fu the Short set his sights on her own child next? Don't talk nonsense. My son is capable and does honest work, not what you're saying. But Madame Tian's heart was pounding. That foolish boy hadn't told her anything. What if it was true? She might be talkative, but she never wanted to do anything against the law. Honest work? You mean selling people? Xiaojie swung her machete again, scattering the chili peppers drying under the eaves.
Ah!
You troublemaker. I'll fight you for this. Madame Tian cried out in distress. Those peppers were the result of her hard work. Tian Dazue froze in place, just as Xiaojie's knife sliced through the air. That was close. If she had run a little faster, her head might not still be on her shoulders. Madame Tian fell to the ground and began to cry. Oh no. How can I go on living like this? In truth, her legs had gone weak from fear, and she couldn't get up. But when it came to the matter of human trafficking, no one in the village felt sorry for her. Besides, the large knife in Xiaojie's hand frightened everyone. Wasn't this girl completely shocked into madness? She used to be such a quiet child, but now she dared to hold a knife. Still, if they were in her place, they might have lost control too. Tian Dafu, who was working in the fields, heard that something had happened at home. He ran as fast as he could and happened to meet his brother, Fu Aizi, returning from outside. Fu Aizi grabbed his arm. Brother, why are you running so fast? Tian Dafu shook him off and said in a deep voice, Something's happened at home. I need to check. Fu Aizi's heart sank.
Could it be?
His face changed completely, and he sprinted toward home. When he arrived, he saw a crowd gathered around the yard, and his mother was crying inside. He shouted, Who dares to cause trouble at my house? Xiaojie had just smashed the chicken coop. Hearing his voice, she turned around with a faint smile and pointed her knife straight at him. So, we meet again so soon. I told you if you don't want to pay me back, I'll have a talk with Madame Tian. And if that doesn't work, I'll go to the police and report how you tried to sell me. Fu Aizi trembled and forced a smile. Xiaojie, let's talk calmly. There's no need for a knife. In her previous life, the original Xiaojie had been sold on this very day to a remote mountain village. The family there couldn't find a wife, so they bought one. They treated her cruelly, and before long, she lost her life. Xiaojie slowly lifted her gaze, a faint smile on her lips. Talk calmly? When you tried to sell me, did you talk calmly then? I remember at Zhao Mozi's house, I asked you nicely to pay me back. Didn't you say you had no money? They say a father's debts should be repaid by his children. Since you don't have a father, I'll go to your mother instead, right? As soon as the words left his mouth, Xiaojie swung his large knife, cutting through the vegetable seedlings on the ground until only the roots were left. If that doesn't work, maybe I'll go find your older brother and his wife. Look at you and your mother, well-fed and comfortable, while your brother and sister-in-law work like oxen. They not only have to take care of your mother, but also support someone as useless as you. If you get caught by the police for selling people, your family's record will be ruined. Your little nephew won't even be able to go to school or find a decent job. They work day and night, what for? If it were me, I wouldn't do it. We all came into this world the same way, all living our first lives. Why should anyone owe anyone else? What a ridiculous dream. Tian Dazue, who had been sitting on the ground crying, saw her eldest son standing at the door, lost in thought. She rushed over and slapped Tian Dafu hard across the face. You fool! Can't you see your mother and brother are being bullied? And you just stand there watching? I'll teach you a lesson. She was afraid her son might actually listen to Xiaojie's words and stop helping her and his younger brother. That couldn't happen. She was still counting on her eldest son's family to earn work points, so her younger son could get married someday. Xiejio had done it on purpose. The Tian family relied completely on Tian Dafu's hard work. His family barely had enough to eat, yet they still had to support his mother and brother. It was foolish beyond words. Seeing the look on Tian Dafu's face, Xiejio knew his plan had worked. No one could ignore their own family's needs forever. Fight, Pikachu. Never underestimate a quiet person. When they finally get angry, they can be terrifyingly decisive. Xiejio weighed the knife in his hand, then flicked his wrist. The blade sliced past Tian Dazue's ear, cutting off a lock of her hair before stabbing deep into the courtyard wall. Is my problem solved yet? If you want to hit your son, wait until we're done here. But if you don't give me an answer, then I'll. Xiejio picked up a piece of firewood, stepped onto the wood pile, and the stick through the roof. With a loud crash, part of it collapsed. Everyone jumped back in shock. Tian Dazue turned around and shouted, Xia Weiman, aren't you going to do something about this? Xia Weiman rolled his eyes. How should I handle this? Your son started it first. Or should I go report it to the police? The whole matter had already gone too far. If his niece couldn't vent her anger, he was afraid she might fall ill from holding it in. Tian Big Mouth fell silent after hearing that. Seeing the situation getting worse, Fu Shorty quickly shouted, All right, I'll pay.
Please stop.
Xiejio turned her head slightly, raised an eyebrow, and tapped the firewood in her hand. Her meaning was clear. If he paid quickly, fine.
If not, she would continue.
Fu Shorty looked at Xiejio's stubborn face and ground his teeth in frustration. Just wait, he thought. I'll make her pay for this later. For now, he would hand over the money, but he planned to get it back double someday. After wandering around for a while, Xia Aimin returned to the village and overheard people whispering. He slapped his thigh. That troublesome girl must have gone to the Tian family. That meant he might get some money again. Excited, he hurried toward the Tian house. Just as he arrived, he saw Fu Shorty taking out the money. A sly smile appeared on his face. That troublesome girl was still useful after all. From just 3 families, she had collected a total of 150 yuan. That was enough for him to spend freely for a while. He stepped forward, reaching to take the money from Fu Shorty, but Xiejio gave him a cold look and kicked him away. Xia, I mean, have some shame. From now on, we go our separate ways. I don't have a father who would sell his own daughter. Uncle, you're the village head. I'll say it clearly today. I want to cut ties with Xia, I mean. I don't want to wake up one day and find myself sold somewhere else. If he could sell me once, he could do it again. I don't want to live in fear every day. The onlookers frowned at her words. Some thought she was being too harsh. After all, parents are supposed to be respected. But others knew the truth. Not everyone deserves to be called a parent. Just as some were about to speak, Xiejio's calm voice rang out. If anyone wants to lecture me or thinks I'm wrong, keep your mouth shut. I don't want to hear it. You haven't lived my pain, so don't tell me to be kind. Even if you had, you might not be as kind as I am. Aunt Huang spoke seriously. I support Xiaojiu. She was sold to the Huang family in Honghe village by her father without knowing it. Her family was poor, and her father had a gambling problem. To pay off his debts, he sold her. Her early days in the Huang family were full of hardship. Her mother-in-law was mean and unreasonable, and her husband would become violent after drinking. She often had bruises on her body, yet she still had to work hard both inside and outside the house. When her mother-in-law finally passed away, she could finally breathe a little easier. 2 years ago, her husband also died, and for the first time, she felt the sky was blue and the air was fresh. She hated her husband and mother-in-law, but she hated her father even more for selling her. Back then, she didn't dare to fight back. Now, seeing Xiejio stand up for herself, she saw her own helpless past reflected in her. She couldn't help but wonder, if she had resisted back then, would her life have been different? The villagers who knew Madame Huang's story understood why she, who usually stayed out of village matters, spoke up to support Xiejio. When Xia Aimin heard Madame Huang's words, he jumped up from the ground and shouted, "What's it to you, Huang? Mind your own business, or I'll teach you a lesson." He had never believed in showing mercy to women. Madame Huang's daughter-in-law was also among the crowd. She had heard her husband talk about her mother-in-law's past and felt sorry for her. Since marrying into the Huang family, her mother-in-law had never made things hard for her, and they got along quite well. Suddenly, Su Danny rushed out from the crowd, looked around, picked up a stick from the Tian family's yard, and shouted angrily, "Who are you threatening? Try it if you dare." Xie Xiongdong, who was wandering idly around the village, noticed the strange looks people were giving him and asked, "Why are you all staring at me like that?" He wasn't some monkey from the mountain. Being stared at like that made him uncomfortable. Aunt Zhang from next door glanced at him, then gave in to her curiosity and asked, "Xiongdong, did you know your father is planning to sell your sister?" Xie Xiongdong was stunned. His father wanted to sell his sister? His sister was so capable. She handled everything at home and in the fields. Why would his father sell her? If she were gone, who would wash his clothes, cook, and earn work points for the family? Was his father out of his mind? Her older sister could still earn work points and do chores at home. When she got married, she would even receive a dowry. Wasn't that better than selling her off? Who knew what was going on in his father's head? How could he be so foolish? Aunt Zhang saw Xie Xiongdong's eyes darting around and immediately knew he was up to no good. She lived next door to the Xie family, and she often heard the two men shouting at Xie Jiu. Now, seeing Xiongdong's expression, she couldn't help but sneer. He was probably calculating which option would benefit him more. Poor Xiao Jiu, having such a father and brother. What bad luck. If the village chief's family hadn't helped her from time to time, she might not have survived until now. On the other side, Aunt Xiao curled her lips. "Didn't you hear? Your sister is planning to cut ties with your father. Aren't you going to check on that? If she leaves, you and your father will have nothing to eat." Aunt Zhang frowned at Aunt Xiao's words. This woman just couldn't stand to see others doing well and always liked to meddle in other people's business. She stepped back a few paces to stay away from her. She had heard that Xie Jiu wasn't the same as before, and she didn't want to get into trouble. "Don't talk nonsense." She wouldn't dare. "I don't agree," Xie Xiongdong shouted and ran toward the Tian family's house. Just as he arrived, he heard Xie Jiu speaking. He yelled, "I don't agree. Who said you could cut ties with us? If you leave, what will father and I eat? Who will wash our clothes and cook? Who will work in the fields? You ungrateful girl. I'll teach you a lesson." Xie Xiongdong raised his fist and rushed forward. His father had always told him that girls were a burden, born only to work, and that if they disobeyed, they should be punished until they listened. He believed that too. He thought his sister should work hard for him and their father, and later, when she got married, they could get a dowry to help him afford a wife. Xie Jiu gave a cold smile. She moved quickly, and when she was 3 steps away, she kicked him hard in the stomach. With a cry, Xie Xiongdong flew out of the doorway. Only then did the villagers realize what he had just said. "Oh my, Xiongdong and Xie are really the same, always calling girls a burden." Who wouldn't be angry hearing that? If women are considered worthless, then where did these men come from? They couldn't have just popped out of rocks, could they? Hearing this, Xie Weimin frowned. The youngest and Xiongdong had both turned out completely spoiled, all because their parents had indulged them too much, raising 2 selfish and heartless people. Xie Jiu works hard both at her job and at home, yet no one ever shows her any care. Instead, she gets blamed. Anyone would feel hurt by that. Xiongdong is already grown up, but he doesn't work at all. How can he still criticize others? Xie was furious. He was still alive, and he refused to agree to this. "I don't agree. As long as I'm alive, I won't allow it." Xie Jiu pulled a large knife from the wall and walked slowly toward Xie. The blade gleamed coldly. She struck down hard, hitting his thigh with the back of the knife. A sharp sounded, and as Xie cried out in pain, Xie Jiu calmly dropped the knife and quickly set his leg bone back in place. Everyone was terrified by her ruthless actions. They swallowed nervously, too shocked to speak. Xie Jiu said nothing more, only asked coldly, "Do you agree now?" "I don't agree," Xie stubbornly replied. Siejio's smile widened, dark and chilling, like a demon rising from the shadows. Another echoed as his thigh dislocated again. After another scream, Shiri set it once more. By the third time, Sia finally gave in. Fine, I agree to cut family ties. Better that than losing his life. Even so, he still thought she wouldn't really abandon him. He didn't yet understand that cutting ties meant a complete end. From that moment on, they would have nothing to do with each other. Hearing his answer, Siejio smiled with satisfaction. Uncle, you heard him. My father agreed. Please write a formal document in triplicate. Otherwise, I'm afraid these two shameless people might go back on their word. The villagers nodded. That was exactly the kind of thing Sia might do. Sia Weimin looked at Siejio, then at the pale-faced Sia and sighed. He took a small notebook from his pocket, tore out a few pages, and began to write, his heart aching as he did so. He had spent 20 cents on that notebook, and he usually couldn't bear to use it. Seeing Sia Weimin's expression, Siejio patted his shoulder and said, Uncle, go ahead and write. Don't worry about it, I'll buy you a new one later. Really? Sia Weimin's face lit up. But then he lowered his voice and said, Xiaojio, I know you're doing better now, but don't spend too freely. You should save for the future, understand? I know, Siejio replied casually. Now that she had money, why would she need to be frugal? She had her own abilities in space. If she ran out of money, she could always earn more. She wanted to eat good food and buy new clothes. After finally escaping the end of the world and starting a new life, she wanted to live it to the fullest. Money could always be earned again. With her skills, making money wouldn't be hard. But she didn't say any of that out loud. Sia Weimin took a pen from his chest pocket and wrote 3 copies of the separation document as Siejio requested, signing each one. When they returned to the brigade office, they would stamp them officially. 1 copy for Siejio, 1 for Sia Weimin, and 1 to be kept on record. With that matter settled, Siejio picked up the large knife from the ground and tapped it lightly against her hand. She needed to go back and sort through her old belongings. She wouldn't live there anymore, but she wasn't about to let Sia Weimin and his son take her food supplies for free. Those were things the original owner had earned through hard work. Why should they get them? Using her special ability, Siejio quickly returned to her old home. When she pushed open the gate, the yard was spotless, without any unpleasant smell. Even the firewood stacked in the corner was neatly arranged. It was clear that the original owner had liked to keep things clean. Inside the main room, there was only a table and a few chairs, nothing else. The original owner had barely been noticed in this household and didn't even have a proper room. The Xie family had only 2 rooms, one for Xie Weimin and one for Xie Xiongdong. The original owner had lived in the firewood shed. That small room was dark and damp, with no sunlight all year round. She didn't even have a real bed, just a pile of straw covered with a worn blanket. No wonder her health had been so poor. Living in such a damp place for so long, how could anyone stay healthy? Siejio searched through the original host's memories and found that her mother's death had been very strange. At that time, the original host was still a child. Her mother had been fine the night before, but by the next morning, she had suddenly passed away. That night, she had clearly heard her parents arguing, but her father claimed that her mother had always been in poor health, so her death was not surprising. Back then, every family was poor, and her father buried her mother hastily. The original host didn't understand what had really happened, but Siejio, who had lived through the end of the world, did. Her father had asked her mother for money, and when she refused, he lost his temper and hurt her badly. Such things were sadly common in the countryside, and the villagers rarely interfered in others' family matters. That was why no one questioned her mother's death. Before she passed away, her mother had already told the original host about her background and where she had hidden some things. She had often mentioned a place called Tongha County, a county-level city that a rural person like her would not normally know much about. But her mother kept repeating it, wanting her to remember where she came from. As for the hidden items, her mother would never have left them out in the open. The safest place was often the one that seemed most dangerous. Neither Xia Weimin nor Xia Xiongdong ever entered the woodshed, so that was where her mother had buried the items, under the corner of the wall. The little spirit wrapped around Xia Jiu's finger twitched, and a green light flashed. A large box of treasures appeared in her storage space. She wondered how her mother had managed to bring these things here. Xia Jiu opened the box and took a quick look. It had 3 layers, one filled with bundles of cash, one covered with gold bars, and one containing jade jewelry. These were enough to ensure a comfortable life for the original host, though Xia Jiu still didn't fully understand the meaning behind her mother's last words. In her heart, she said, "You can rest easy now. I'll live well for both of us." "Boss, do you know if there's anything else hidden somewhere? It should be up in the mountains." When the original host was little, her mother often took her to the mountains to gather wild vegetables. Over time, the child had come to believe that her mother did it only because she had no other choice. According to Xia Jiu's guess, her mother probably did more than just dig up wild vegetables. She must have buried things on the mountain in several batches. "Should we go check the mountain now?" The little spirit was eager to go. It loved treasure hunting more than anything. Spirits not only liked beautiful things but also shiny jewels. "Sure, let's go to the back mountain. Maybe we can find something tasty, and we also need to find a place to stay. Otherwise, we'll have nowhere to sleep tonight." "Yes, boss, Xia Aimin and his son are almost home." Hearing that those two were coming back, Xia Jiu jumped over the wall and headed toward the back mountain. The Xia family's house wasn't far from the mountain. It was a straight path. Xia Jiu took a large machete from her storage space, humming a tune as she walked, and pulled out a piece of dark chocolate. Since she had arrived in this body, she had been fighting and arguing non-stop and hadn't eaten anything yet. She quickly unwrapped the chocolate to fill her stomach. When Xia Weimin returned home, he happened to meet his wife, Chen Hongxia, coming back from the fields. Seeing him, she quickly pulled him into the yard, closed the gate, and asked, "Dear, I heard in the fields that Xiao Jiu and the youngest brother have cut ties. Is that true?" Xia Weimin sighed and told her everything that had happened. Their second daughter-in-law, who was 8 months pregnant, wasn't allowed to work anymore and stayed home to cook. Hearing her father-in-law's words, she came out of the kitchen and said, "Father, mother, I think Xiao Jiu did the right thing." The youngest uncle tried to sell her. If she didn't fight back, it would only happen again. It's like bullying. Once it starts, it never stops. Chen Hongxia agreed with her daughter-in-law. The second daughter-in-law is right. Aimin has gone too far. How could he do something like that? Since Xiao Jiu has decided to stand on her own with her skills, she'll be fine. By the way, where is she staying now? Hearing that, Xia Weimin slapped his thigh in regret. I completely forgot. She's cut ties with them, so she really has nowhere to stay tonight. Chen Hongxia rolled her eyes and tapped his head. You really are careless. Your parents' old house is still empty, isn't it? Let Xiao Jiu stay there for now. It's better than leaving it unused. The house was originally meant for the third son's wedding, but since he still didn't have a fiancé, it was fine to let Xiao Jiu live there first. They could also help each other out. The grandparents' house was right next to Xia Weimin's home, with a separate courtyard gate. It had been prepared for the third cousin's marriage. This way, the eldest uncle's 3 children each had their own room. All right, we'll do as you say. At that moment, Xia Jiu was still in the mountains, unaware that her uncle's family had already arranged a place for her to stay. Looking at the pile of money and gold, she couldn't help but smile happily. Boss, we're rich now. Using the original host's memories, Xia Jiu found the place where her mother had hidden a treasure, a box buried underground filled with cash and gold bars. It seems the original host's mother came from a wealthy family. She must have faced some hardship that forced her to marry a man from the countryside. That sounds right. Boss, look, a wild boar, the little spirit shouted excitedly. A wild boar. Something you could only see in this era. In the post-apocalyptic world, even poultry had mutated, becoming huge and ugly. Seeing a normal wild boar now felt oddly comforting. And it was all meat. Sniff, sniff. Xia Jiu gave the little spirit a disapproving look. Did you forget your spirit? You can't even eat human food. What are you sniffing for? Boss, what if I say I can eat it? Would you believe me? It looked so eager. Xiejio watched the little spirit's tiny grass blades swaying in the air and sighed. Do you even have any limits? You're a spirit, and you still want to eat human food? Aren't you afraid of getting sick? If you do, don't come crying to me. I don't have any medicine for that. The little spirit shook its grass-like head and pleaded, Boss, I've never tasted human food before. I really want to try. Please, don't worry, boss. I'm a spirit. I'm super strong. Xiejio felt dizzy from all the shaking and quickly gave in. All right, you can have some. Happy now? Goodness, she almost got dizzy from a piece of grass. After all, she was once the zombie queen of the apocalypse. How could she keep her dignity if people heard about this? I knew you were the best, boss. So, what about this wild boar? It really wanted to taste wild boar meat. And there were so many delicious things to eat. Xiejio tapped her toes lightly, moving forward instead of back. When she was just a few steps away from the wild boar, she waved her hand, and the boar disappeared into her storage space. The wild boar, which had been full of fighting spirit and ready to battle this fearless woman, suddenly found itself in a completely new place. Feeling lost and confused, it sniffed the air curiously. The air was surprisingly fresh. Could it be that the woman was scared and had sent it to such a nice place? Since she seemed to know her place, it decided not to hold a grudge. Once inside Xiejio's space, the wild boar was automatically placed in the empty livestock area. It was given a clean, spacious pen surrounded by a fence. From now on, this would be its home. The wild boar happily ran around its new pen, making cheerful snorting sounds as it looked at the clean feeding trough nearby. It seemed it had found a comfortable life, food and shelter all provided. The little spirit pouted when the wild boar suddenly disappeared, looking heartbroken. Boss, my boar meat. Oh no, my delicious meat. It had finally seen a wild boar and wanted to know what it tasted like, but now it was gone. Xiejio twitched her lips, poked the little spirit's cheek, and said, Don't worry, the boar's still here. It's in the space. Don't you want even more boar meat? Hearing that, the little spirit's eyes lit up, and it hiccuped from crying too hard. Boss, how can we get more boar meat? Of course, by letting them have babies. The more they have, the more meat we'll have to eat. But one boar can't have babies, right? Even though it was a spirit, it wasn't foolish. It knew that making babies required a pair. One boar alone couldn't do that. Look over there. Xiejio pointed in a direction where a pink little wild boar was running around, sniffing the ground as if searching for something. The little spirit's eyes lit up again. Boss, a wild boar. I see it. This one must be the partner of the boar from before. Can't you tell it's worried and looking for it? Looks like our dinner just came to us. Xiejio used the same trick again. With a light push of her toes, she darted forward, waved her hand, and the wild boar was sent into the pen. Before it could even grunt, it caught a familiar scent. The female boar saw her mate eating happily, kicked him lightly, and snorted as if scolding him. You're here eating so happily, while I've been looking everywhere for you. Do you know how worried I was? The male boar, feeling the kick and seeing his mate, wasn't angry. He grunted softly, inviting her to eat together. After eating their fill, the two wild boars rubbed against each other affectionately, enjoying a peaceful moment together. They seemed to be dreaming of having many little piglets and living a full, happy life. Boss, what about us? The little spirit asked pitifully. All the meat is gone, and there are no piglets yet. What will we eat? The little spirit looked at Xiejio with teary eyes, its tiny grass-like body brushing gently against her cheek, full of sadness. Xiejio patted it gently. Don't worry. If there are no wild boars, there are still wild chickens and rabbits. No need to rush. Boss, you can do it. I'll cheer for you. The little spirit curled itself around Xiejio's finger again. Seeing that it was getting late, Xiejio decided it was time to find a place to stay. Naturally, she would go to her uncle's house. Her uncle and aunt had often given food to the original owner in secret. It was time to return the kindness. In less than half an hour, Xiejio's hands were full of spoils: 3 wild rabbits, 2 wild chickens, and a nest of 10 eggs. She gathered some vines from the grass to tie up the chickens and rabbits, then store the eggs in her space, where they would eventually hatch. Remembering that her second cousin's wife was pregnant, Siejio took out 4 eggs from her space, perfect for making egg soup for her. Thinking of the steaming food, Siejio couldn't help but swallow. After so many years in the apocalypse without a single warm meal, she missed that feeling deeply. As Siejio walked down the mountain, she met some villagers finishing their work. Their eyes showed both fear and curiosity when they looked at her. The young people from the educated youth station were also returning from work. When Fong Qingqing saw what Siejio was carrying, her eyes turned red with envy. Thinking of the rumors she had heard about Siejio that day, she stopped and looked at her with her chin slightly raised, showing the pride of someone from the city. Siejio, I heard you cut ties with your father? How could you do that? He's still your father. Doing that makes you unfilial. Siejio paused for a moment, turned her head toward Fong Qingqing, and smiled faintly. You like Xia, I mean? You want to be his daughter? You want to be the one he uses to pay off his debts? Holding the game in her hand, Siejio stepped closer to Fong Qingqing. Her dark eyes were cold and sharp. She slapped Fong Qingqing across the face and sneered. Who do you think you are? If you're so filial, didn't you run away to the countryside to avoid being married off for a bride price? Doesn't that make you unfilial too?
Don't provoke me.
You can't afford the price. Siejio leaned forward slightly. Do you think your father is looking for you? She gave Fong Qingqing a cold glance. Someone with her own problems still dared to stand on moral high ground and judge others? What a foolish dream. Those who are bound by others' judgment often end up suffering the most. Why should she make herself suffer? Losing her temper once in a while and scaring others a bit. Wasn't that more satisfying? The people left behind whispered among themselves. That Fong girl doesn't seem like a good one. She's lazy and still dares to talk about Siejio. Siejio is capable and never slacks off. Can Fong Qingqing say the same? She's just idle. Works a little, complains a lot. Even if she wanted to marry into my family, I wouldn't agree. Although the villagers of Honghe village usually got along with the educated youths, they didn't like people like Fong Qingqing. Honghe village was close to the mountains, and their farmland was limited. As long as people worked hard, no one would complain. But when someone didn't work properly, talked too much, and acted spoiled, it naturally made others dislike them.
You
all. Fong Qingqing stomped her foot in anger, then turned and ran back to the youth station. The other educated youths looked at each other in silence. There were 7 people at their youth workstation, 4 men and 3 women. They usually cooked and ate together, but Fong Qingqing was different. She always showed off that she was from the city, how good her family was, and how much they spoiled her. She often avoided work, and now... Really? That's all? When you're away from home, your identity depends on how you act, doesn't it? Zhang Fengming was one of the older members at the station. She usually took turns on duty with Fong Qingqing, but most of the time, she ended up doing all the work herself. For the sake of peace, she had always put up with it. But today, she didn't want it anymore. Next time it's my turn, I don't want to be on duty with Fong Qingqing. If you all agree, I'll keep working with you. If not, I'll cook for myself. It wasn't like she didn't have money. She had just been pretending to be poor for the sake of the group. But after seeing Siejio today, she finally understood. Living well for herself was what really mattered. Other people's opinions? Who cared? Zhang Jiwei frowned. He was the leader of the station, and he had been the one to assign everyone's duties. Hearing Zhang Fengming's words felt like a slap in the face, as if she was questioning his leadership.
Comrade Zhang Fengming.
Before he could finish, Zhang Fengming interrupted him. If you want to play the nice guy and show off your leadership, I'll give you the chance. I'm sure you'll do a great job working with Fong Qingqing. Zhang Jiwei's words stuck in his throat. His face darkened for a moment, but for the sake of his position, he pressed his lips together and agreed. Zhang Fengming gave him a calm glance. So stubborn, caring more about pride than comfort. Siejio knew nothing about what was happening at the station. At that moment, she was carrying a wild chicken and a rabbit to Xia Weiman's house. Uncle, Auntie. Hearing her voice, Chun Hongxia came out from the main room. Xiao, Jiu, you're here? Come in quickly. Auntie, these are for you. When Chun Hongxia saw the wild game in Xie hands, her eyes widened in surprise. A wild chicken and a rabbit. What a treat. You caught these yourself? Yes, Xie nodded. I thought you could have something nice for dinner. Where's Uncle? Xie Weiman heard the noise and came out from the inner room. When he saw the wild pheasant and rabbit in Xie hands, he said disapprovingly, Xiao Jiu, our family has enough food. You should take these back and enjoy them slowly. Just then, Xie saw her third cousin, Xie Xiangbei, returning from outside. She quickly handed the game to him and said, Third brother, please take care of these. I want to eat cold rabbit and chicken stew with mushrooms. Then she took 4 wild eggs from her pocket and handed them to Zhu Hong. Second sister-in-law, please make some egg drop soup to nourish my little nephew. Their whole family had always treated the original Xie kindly. Without their help, she wouldn't have survived long enough for her to arrive here. Xie Aimin and Xie Xiongdong had both been beaten by Xie. Xie Aimin was hurt more seriously. Lying in bed, he cursed loudly at Xie and even insulted the late mother of the original Xie. He scolded her for giving birth to a useless daughter and complained that she hadn't taken her along when she passed away. Xie Xiongdong, being young and strong, wasn't badly hurt after being kicked. While playing around the village, he overheard some villagers talking about Xie catching wild game. Xie is really capable now. She even caught wild animals. Did you see the pheasants and rabbits she was carrying? That's quite a few real meat. The village head's family is lucky. Xie must be out of his mind. How could he think of selling such a capable daughter? Now they've cut ties, and all that meat went to someone else's table. Exactly. That father and son are both lazy. Xiao Jiu had such a hard life with them. Now that she's free, her days will surely be better. Xie Xiongdong's eyes rolled with anger. That useless girl caught wild game but didn't bring it home? She gave it to someone else instead? He quickly ran up to ask, Is it true that my sister caught a lot of wild animals? The women blocking his way looked at him mockingly. What sister? She's cut ties with your family. You have nothing to do with her anymore. Stop trying to claim her. Ignoring their sarcasm, Xie Xiongdong turned and ran home. He had to tell his father so they could demand the meat back. It was theirs after all. Why should the uncle's family get it?
Dad.
Where are you? As soon as Xie Xiongdong entered the yard, he started shouting loudly. Lying on the bed, Xie Weiman heard his son's call and responded, Son, Dad's here. Pour a glass of water for Dad. Too lazy even to lift the soy sauce bottle, which he wouldn't bother to help, Xie Min's throat was almost on fire from thirst. He waited until his son returned before asking Xie Xiongdong to pour the water. He simply didn't want to move. He had held his for a long time and was too lazy to move until he couldn't hold it anymore. Then he would use the chamber pot. Xie Xiongdong, who was already coming to Xie Min, had to go to the kitchen to pour a bowl of water for his father, and then entered the room with it. Dad, here's the water you wanted. Xie Weiman moved slightly, took the bowl from Xiongdong, and drank it all in one gulp. Only after finishing the water did he feel his dry throat slightly better. He placed the bowl aside and said to Xiongdong, I'm hungry. Hurry up and cook. Dad, what are you cooking? Hurry up and go to Uncle's house to get some meat. If you're late, the meat will be cooked already. Hearing about meat, Xie Min's eyes lit up, and he asked suspiciously, What meat? Did brother buy some meat? Even if he bought meat, it didn't concern him. Could he possibly go and it? His sister-in-law wasn't as simple as she looked. She was really capable of hitting people. She only liked Xiongdong and Xiao Jiu. For others to get anything from her was harder than climbing to the sky. He didn't want to get beaten. He had been beaten by his sister-in-law before, painful beyond words. Thinking of that, he could still feel the pain from that moment. Xie Min shook his head. He was afraid. Xie Xiongdong excitedly told him about the news he heard from the villagers. Dad, that meat was my sister's. Why should it go to Uncle's house? Now every household lacked meat. These meats clearly belonged to their family, so how did they end up in someone else's stomach? No matter what, he wanted to get it back. Xia Aimin's mouth watered with greed. Thinking about all that meat, his craving took over, and he forgot the terrifying experience Xiao Jiao had given him. He threw off the quilt, put on his shoes, and headed outside. Xiangdong, let's go to Uncle's house to get the meat. It was that scoundrel who stole it, it's ours. Why should it go to Uncle's family? Yes, let's go. Xiangdong swallowed hard, as if he could already see endless meat, his eyes sparkling with tiny stars. Sighing softly, she followed behind Xia Aimin as they headed towards Xia Weimin's house. Xia Xiangbei followed Xia Jiao's instructions and prepared the wild rabbit and wild chicken. Second sister-in-law Zhu Hong was very skilled in cooking and made several hearty dishes. They included cold spiced rabbit, spicy diced rabbit, chicken stewed with mushrooms, shredded chicken, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and egg drop soup. When the eldest brother Xia Xiangqian and second brother Xia Xiangnan arrived in the yard, they immediately smelled the delicious aroma. Mom and Dad, what tasty food are you making? Just smelling this, they felt they could eat 3 big bowls of rice. Seeing Xia Jiu sitting in the yard, they greeted her with smiles. Little Jiu, you're here. Xia Jiu, with her eyes slightly narrowed, looked up when she heard the voices. The eldest brother, Xia Xiangqian, was muscular with a bronze skin tone and clear eyes. He looked honest and capable. The second brother looked similar to the eldest, but he smiled more often and had a few more lines on his face. Jiu, I heard you made all these dishes yourself. You're so amazing. When he went to wash his hands in the kitchen, his wife had already told him. If it weren't for Jiu, their meal wouldn't be so rich today. His wife also said that Jiu specially gave them a wild chicken egg to help the baby inside her belly grow strong. He felt incredibly happy inside. In the past, this sister didn't talk much, but she was very efficient at work. If her father and brother hadn't been holding her back, she could have had a better life. He understood that Jiu was doing this because of the kindness they had shown her before. She was giving back. Actually, they hadn't done much. These days, every family was struggling a bit. They just helped her a little, and she remembered it all. A girl who is both capable and grateful. Who wouldn't like her? Although they didn't ask her to repay them, at this moment, they felt very content. No one wanted their efforts to be met with indifference or ingratitude. Xia Jiu lazily stretched and yawned. SOSO. Third in the world. Xia Xiangnan chuckled and patted her head. Jiu, you should smile more. Look how pretty you look when you smile. Xia Jiu, who was patted on the head, gritted her teeth. She was the zombie king. How could anyone just randomly touch her head? In the end times, where is there any humanity? People are either killing or on the way to kill. The powerful have barely survived, so they should enjoy these peaceful days. Xia Jiu nods thoughtfully. Second sister-in-law calls out. Dinner's ready. Xia Jiu and Xia Xiangqian finish their conversation and stand up to go to the main hall. At this moment, a hurried voice comes from outside. You can't eat. This is my family's meat. Why should you get to eat it? Xia Aimin's voice sounds from outside. Immediately after, the door to the yard is slammed open with a loud bang. Just as Xia Jiu was about to step into the main hall, he pulls back his foot and walks toward the yard. Seeing Xia Aimin, he smirks, his fair fingers clenched into a fist, making a creaking sound. Did I give you face? This is my stuff, I make the decisions. Why are you bothering me? Remember, we are no longer related. If you keep bothering me, a large machete is placed right next to Xia Aimin's foot, almost piercing his heel. Xia Aimin is so scared he stumbles and falls to the ground. He clumsily gets up and loudly shouts, Xia Jiu, do you want to hit me? I am your father. He is met with repeated punches from Xia Jiu until he is beaten to the ground and no longer dares to bother him. Xia Jiu sneers, Xia Aimin, do you really think that breaking off our relationship is just talk? You're wrong. The documents prove it. This lifetime, we are no longer connected. From now on, stay away from me. If I see you, I will hit you every time. His cold gaze flicks to Xia Xiangdong hiding nearby, and he scoffs, Coward. How can Xia Aimin accept being beaten like this? He shouts loudly, Big brother, won't you do something? Aunt Chen Hongxia spits and scolds. Do something? Did we tell you to sell Xiaojiu? Did we tell you to mistreat Xiaojiu? Heaven has said, you reap what you sow. You deserve it. Get lost and stay away from my family. Chen Hongxia had wanted to do this for a long time. When her parents-in-law were still around, they protected Xia Aimin. As the eldest, she couldn't go against her in-law's wishes, so she endured silently. But after all these years, she had enough. A grown man who does nothing but gamble. Such a person is like a stubborn cowhide, impossible to shake off. Now that little Nine has finally escaped from them, she absolutely cannot let her be involved with them again. Men, what do you have to do with this? I happily call you sister-in-law, but if I'm not happy, you're just my old ox in the old Xia family. As soon as she finished speaking, Xia Aimin, who was stubborn, was kicked out by little Nine. Little Nine walked over step by step, grabbed Xia Aimin's body, and dragged him to the big water jar in the yard. Surprised, everyone watched as she pressed Xia Aimin's head into the water. Since you're not awake, I'll wake you up. When you're awake, apologize properly to the eldest aunt. Without the constant support of the eldest uncle's family, and without him helping you out, Xia Aimin, you're nothing in the village. Eat your food with a bowl, then curse when you put it down. You really are something. Originally sad, Chen Hongxia suddenly smiled through her tears when she saw little Nine's actions. She worked hard for the old Xia family. When her in-laws were around, they often made things difficult for her. If she hadn't been naturally fiery and had her husband's protection, her life might have been much harder. Now hearing these words, how could she not feel sad? Back then, they were struggling themselves, yet under the pressure of her in-laws, she still had to give food to Xia Aimin. She didn't say anything, thinking he would at least be grateful. But what did she hear? Even if those grains were for feeding dogs, the dogs still wagged their tails at her. Xia Weimin originally thought everyone was like brothers. Little Nine had caught so much wild game, so it was fine for their father and son to share a meal here. Before he could speak, he heard Xia Aimin say that his wife was like an old ox. All his hopes were completely gone. This younger brother really is useless. He didn't want to argue with him anymore. Little Nine had cut ties cleanly. Without her father and brother dragging her down, she would surely have a better life in the future. Xia Aimin, you don't need to come to my house anymore. You know how your sister-in-law has treated you all these years. In the end, you call her an old ox. You really are ingrate. Xia Xiangnan looked at Xia Xiangdong hiding aside, gritted his teeth, and finally couldn't hold back. He ran up and kicked him twice. You good for nothing, all you do is eat, drink, and play. Next time you try to stir up trouble, I'll beat you to death. Xia Xiangdong was beaten and cried out loudly. He no longer cared about his father pressed into the water jar and ran outside in a flash. Xia Jiu looked at Xia Xiangdong, who was frantically running away like a rabbit. She sneered, Xia Aimin, you're just wasting air by being alive. Look at your beloved son. When you're in trouble, he leaves you behind and walks away alone. If danger comes, aren't you afraid he'll be the one to block the attack for others? TSK. It's really sad. You're so bossy at home, and this is the result. Xia Jiu grabbed the half-dead Xia Aimin and threw him out of the yard. Then she went to get water to wash her hands. Xia Aimin hadn't bathed in a long time. He smelled bad. Xia Jiu felt that just holding him for a while had made her hands smell too. Just then, sister-in-law Zhang Lily brought the last bowl of egg drop soup to the table. She seemed to understand the worry on Xia Jiu's forehead and smiled as she took a bar of soap from the kitchen. Xiao Jiu, wash your hands quickly and come eat. When Xia Jiu saw the soap Lily gave her, her eyes suddenly brightened. Thank you, sister-in-law. Zhang Lily saw the look on Xia Jiu's face and sighed inwardly. She had guessed right. No need to be polite. We're family. Come on, wash your hands and eat. Okay. Xia Jiu quickly rubbed her hands on the soap and washed them with well water. Then she remembered that the water in the bucket had already soaked Xia Aimin, the dirty troublemaker. That water probably couldn't be used anymore. Old lady, this water might not be usable. I'll fetch a new bucket later. As the deputy captain of the militia team, Xia Xiangbei was always busy. The safety of the village was entrusted to their militia. so they patrolled every day. He had just finished his shift when he suddenly heard this and quickly said, "No need for you. Third brother will go later. It's just fetching water. There's no way a girl should go." Xie Xiangbei and Xie Jiu had the best relationship. Since they were close in age and cousins, Xiangbei always took extra care of his poor little sister. Over time, their bond grew very strong. "Third brother, you're back.
Come eat."
Today, there are meat dishes," Xie Jiu couldn't help but happily call out. In the original owner's memory, since her mother passed away, the first time she ate meat was a piece secretly hidden by her third brother. At that time, in her heart, that piece of meat was enough to warm her through her sad and difficult days. Many times, it is the warmth of that moment that supports her through difficult years. That cold home, where her father and brother didn't like her, often scolded or hit her, and she had endless chores every day. Sometimes, she was really afraid she couldn't hold on anymore. Each time, her third brother would notice her feelings and comfort her. "I heard that our little nine can go hunting now." Xie Xiangbei reached out and patted Xie Jiu's head with a loving smile and a hint of pride in his eyes. Xie Jiu lifted her head proudly. "Of course, don't forget who my sister is." For the zombie king Xie Jiu, those who are kind to the original owner, she would patiently get along with them, so they could feel that their efforts were not in vain.
Ha ha ha.
"Look at our little Jiu, her tail is almost wagging to the sky," Chen Hongxia joked happily, calling everyone to come to the table for dinner. Outside, Go Dan, who was playing wildly, smelled the delicious aroma and came back. Mom, what's for dinner?" "It smells so good." When he saw Xie Jiu, it was like he hit the brakes and stopped immediately. He had heard from his friends in the village that his aunt was now very powerful, making the old man cry out loud, and even the lazy uncle didn't dare to challenge her. Go Dan felt very nervous. Would his aunt think he was too noisy and get angry? He really didn't want to get hit. Although Go Dan was small, he was clever. He covered his bottom and said in a pleading tone, "Aunt, I'm very obedient. I don't slack off or be lazy." Yes, that's right. Grandma always scolded the old man and the uncle for being lazy, but he wasn't. He even went to gather pig feed every day. He could earn a couple of work points, so he was very useful. Xie Jiu also bent down to cooperate, reaching out and tapping his little face. Such a good little one. Decades in the apocalypse, but not a single child was born. Children symbolize new life. How wonderful. Wow, Godan is so amazing. Then, Xie Jiu flipped her hand, and a piece of candy appeared in her palm. This candy is a reward for the obedient Godan. Godan saw the candy, and his big, round eyes immediately lit up. But he still looked at his grandma wisely. After getting her nod, he reached out his small hand and took the candy. "Thank you, Aunt. Wash your hands before eating." "Yes," Dog Egg nodded. He could already smell the meat. It seemed what those people said was true. His aunt really caught some wild game. Wow, his aunt is so amazing. Everyone ate until their mouths were greasy. Such a lot of meat, usually only during the new year would there be such a feast. Now, even without the holiday, they could enjoy meat. They were really lucky thanks to Xie Jiu. Xiao Jiu, in the future, when you hunt something, you can eat it yourself. Eat slowly, don't eat it all at once, understand? Chen Hongxia said while eating and reminding him. That naughty kid, Xiang Nan, had already finished 3 pieces of meat in no time. Chen Hongxia quickly took a piece and put it in her mouth. Although Xie Jiu ate quickly, she was not rude. After decades in the end of the world, she hadn't had hot meals in a long time. She ate without raising her head and quietly replied, "Got it." As for how it was, Xie Jiu felt that days without meat were hard to bear. After dinner, everyone gathered around the table talking about family matters. Just as Xie Jiu was about to speak, her great-aunt spoke first. "Xiao Jiu, from now on, you can live next door. That house used to be for the grandparents. Now they're gone, and Xiang Bei hasn't found a partner yet. The house is empty, so you can live there peacefully. We'll talk about other things later. Xie Jiu, living there isn't permanent." The house was originally for her third brother's wedding. She still wants to build her own house, or buy one in the village for convenience. Great uncle, I'll stay in the grandparents' house for a few days. Xiejio agreed with Chen Hongxia's suggestion. At least she needed a place to stay tonight. Although she came from the end of the world, she didn't want to suffer without shelter. If necessary, she could exchange some supplies with her great-uncle's family. Chen Hongxia clapped her thigh. That's right. Leaving the grandparents' house unused is a waste. Aunt has already cleaned it for you before you arrived. You can go over and stay later. Thank you, Aunt, Xiejio said, pulling Chen Hongxia's arm. She turned her palm and handed her a piece of candy, peeling the wrapper and placing it in Chen Hongxia's mouth. Sweet for you. Feeling the sweetness in her mouth, Chen Hongxia's smile widened, as if the sweetness reached her heart. Haha, the little girl is so thoughtful, unlike these few bratty boys. The mischievous kids, number 1, 2, and 3, looked happily at their mother and little sister cuddled together. Their faces showed only joy. Xia, Xiangnan teased, Little 9, where's my candy? Why does only mom have some? Brother will be sad. Before Xia Xiangnan could speak, Chen Hongxia stood up to scold him. You little brat. Little 9 finally got away from those two things. Life hasn't even started yet. Candy is precious and little 9 should keep it for himself. Second brother, Auntie likes me more. What should I do? Little 9 stood up, made a funny face at Xia Xiangnan, and took out some candies from her pocket, sharing one with each of them. Everyone watched Little 9 and Xia Xiangnan play around, and a relaxed smile appeared on their faces. Xia Xiangnan nodded confidently and said generously, It's okay. I'll share half of my candy with my mom. Auntie is also like a mother to me. Finally, this kid said something right. Little 9 is just like my daughter. Chen Hongxia couldn't help but think of Little 9 when she was still alive. Back then, the original owner's mother had a difficult pregnancy. It took a whole day and night to give birth to the original owner, thanks to Auntie. Otherwise, both mother and child might not have survived. Since childhood, Auntie loved the original owner very much, treating her like her own daughter. Meanwhile, at the other side of the lively scene at the youth station, Fong Qingqing, who had been upset today, lay in bed refusing to move after returning home. Today was her turn to work with Zhang Fengying, meaning after work, they had to go back to wash pots and cook. Tasks like fetching water and gathering firewood were shared among the youth station members. Fong Qingqing and Zhang Fengying often slacked off during their shifts. Although there were 7 people at the youth station, most didn't want to risk their own interests, so no one wanted to be the one to step forward. Even Zhang Jiwei, the leader of the youth station, wouldn't do it unless conflicts arose, and he would just try to smooth things over. This was called not getting involved, not feeling pain. But today was different. After Zhang Fengying made a request, Zhang Jiwei had to team up with Fong Qingqing. So, tonight's dinner was prepared by just the two of them. After a tiring day, Zhang Jiwei saw that the kitchen was still cold and empty, while Fong Qingqing was sleeping inside. Usually, Zhang Jiwei acted gentle and polite, but at this moment, a surge of anger rose in his heart. He stood in front of the young woman's door and knocked loudly. Fong Jiqing, come out quickly. Today is our turn on duty, and everyone is waiting to eat. Fong Qingqing, lying on the bed feeling upset, turned over and ignored the noise outside. She didn't want to pay attention to Zhang Jiwei. What does it mean that they're on duty together? It's just a lie. Today, she was supposed to be on duty with Zhang Fengying. Usually, Zhang Fengying could handle everything alone. Why can't she do it today? Is it because they didn't help her when Xiejio scolded her? She refused to do it, but what could they do about it? Zhang Fengying, washing her hands, listened to the commotion and couldn't help but sneer. Look, it's not her turn now. Everyone is ignoring it, acting as if it's not their problem. Now, what about them? Are they not just as angry? Zhang Jiwei's face was as dark as the black clouds at dusk, heavy and oppressive. He knocked on the door again, his voice warning. Fong Jiqing, I'm telling you one last time. Tonight, it's our turn on duty. Come out quickly. Fong Qingqing, fed up with the noise, jumped out of bed and flung the door open, shouting at him. Zhang Jiwei, are you crazy? Today, it's me and Zhang Fengying on duty. Whether I cook or not is none of your business. Mind your own affairs. Zhang Fengying didn't say anything, so why are you bothering?
Oh.
Are you two having a secret relationship? That's why you're defending her. While washing her hands, Zhang Fengming suddenly threw a big pot at her head. Fang Qingqing quickly stood up and rushed over, slapping Fang Fengming. Dog mouth, no ivory coming out. If you can't speak properly, don't talk. You're just spouting nonsense. Fang Jiqing clearly said it's your turn on duty. That's what it means. If you don't understand, don't drag me into it. If you dare to keep talking, I'll hit you again. These days, reputation is everything. She was fierce, but that didn't mean she didn't care about her reputation. Fang Qingqing was stunned after being slapped, clutching her burning face. Only then did she realize she had been hit. She shouted loudly, "Zhang Fengming, you dare to hit me? I'll fight you." The two of them started fighting fiercely. Zhang Fengming grabbed Fang Qingqing's hair and hit her in places that hurt but couldn't be exposed. Fang Qingqing yelled loudly in pain. Zhang Zhiwei didn't expect the two of them to start fighting like that. He quickly shouted, "Stop fighting! Stop fighting!" Hearing Zhang Zhiwei's voice, Zhang Fengming's eyes flicked, and while people were trying to break up the fight, she subtly moved to confront him. Why does he always act so selfish? Zhang Zhiwei, who had been hit in the eye, now had a black eye. He rubbed his sore eye and shouted to Qin Hongmei nearby, "Why don't you pull them apart?" Qin Hongmei stepped forward calmly. She had long disliked Fang Qingqing. She was lazy and greedy. Whenever they had something good, as long as it wasn't locked up, it would mysteriously disappear. They knew Fang Qingqing took it, but she only took a little each time. They had no proof, so they let it go. During the fight, Qin Hongmei pinched Fang Qingqing's thigh a few times. Fang Qingqing cried even harder, tears falling down her face. "You're bullying me. You're all bullying me." She ran out desperately, shouting, "I want to see the village chief and tell him. You're all bullying me." At first, pinching her felt good, but when she heard Fang Qingqing wanted to see the village chief, she couldn't help but worry. Could something happen? Fang Fengming rolled her eyes. What could happen? She was just being lazy and careless. She deserves to be scolded. After chatting for a while, Xieju stood up to leave. In rural areas, families go to bed early to save candle or oil lamp fuel. Although Honghe village now has electricity, most families still use kerosene lamps or candles because the power supply is unstable and often cuts out. Plus, money is hard to earn and electricity is expensive. Everyone tries to save where they can, so families go to bed early. As Xieju stepped out of the main room and into the yard, he felt a gust of wind in from outside. Soon after, he heard a crying voice. "Village chief, I am Fang Qingqing. I want to tell you that the people at the youth center are bullying me." Hearing the voice, Xieju simply stepped out of the main room, standing on the porch to look at the disheveled Fang Qingqing. Good grief, her face was swollen almost as much as the two wild boars in her space. Some lively Xie Xiangnan came out of the house and was startled when he saw Fang Qingqing's appearance. He couldn't help but say, "Monster, where are you running to?" Xieju was actually amused by the second brother of the original owner. Fang Qingqing, who had been crying, felt even more wronged after hearing this. She sobbed louder. "Wawa." Xieju frowned and said in a low voice, "Shut up, or I'll hit you too." Xiaimin was getting more annoyed by Fang Qingqing's crying. There were only a few people at the youth training station, but they caused a lot of trouble every day. Xie Xiangbei and the others followed their father out of the main hall. "Fang Jiqing, what are you causing trouble for so late at night?" Xiaimin didn't understand. They were already tired from working in the fields all day. Where did they get so much energy? They kept finding trouble every day. Couldn't they just be quiet? The moonlight was clear and bright. When Fang Qingqing looked up, she saw Xie Xiangbei standing under the moonlight. Her eyes couldn't help but brighten. Why hadn't she thought of him before? If she married the village chief's youngest son, wouldn't she be able to stop working in the fields? She had long wanted to stop working in the fields. It was so tiring, working hard but only earning 5 points a day, and she couldn't even eat enough all year. If she married into the village chief's family, she could eat well and wouldn't have to work. Xie Xiangbei was the youngest son of the village chief. He was spoiled at home and excellent himself. He was also the deputy captain of the village militia. With such a man, working in the fields didn't seem better, right? Having realized this, Fang Qingqing looked at Xie Xiangbei with a straight gaze, a smile appearing on her face. Xie Jiu frowned. The woman's ambition and scheming made him feel sick. She reached out and hid Xie Xiangbei behind her, saying, Fang Zijing, you're staring at my third brother so openly, like a wolf seeing prey. Don't you feel ashamed? My eldest uncle is asking you a question. Did you not hear him? Hearing Xie Jiu's words, Fang Qingqing clenched her teeth and looked a little fierce. Xie Jiu, what does it have to do with you if I talk to the village chief? Besides, both I and Xie Xiangbei are single. Even if I like Xie Xiangbei, what does it matter? Chen Hongxia heard Xie Jiu's words and felt a pang. So this Fang Zijing had this idea? That's not acceptable. Her family couldn't marry such a troublemaker, or their home wouldn't be peaceful. Fang Jiqing, my family is just a rural man from the north, not suitable for you city folks. You should find someone else. Fang Jiqing couldn't bear such words. Andy, Fang Qingqing hesitated for a moment, then looked at Xie Xiangbei. Comrade Xie. Xie Xiangbei shivered as if a poisonous snake was staring at him. Instinctively, he moved a little farther from Fang Qingqing. Fang Jiqing, I don't want to settle down for now. Xiao Jiu, I'll take you back and see if you need anything. Xie Jiu shot a half-smile at Fang Qingqing, warning her that if she dared to do anything to her third brother, she would make her regret coming into this world. Fang Qingqing watched the backs of Xie Jiu and Xie Xiangbei leave, feeling unhappy. She stomped her foot in frustration. The man she liked, she was going to get him no matter what. Working in the fields was just too tiring. But if Zhang Fengming and the others hit her, she wouldn't let them get away with it. Village chief, Zhang Jiqing hit me. Look at my face. And Fang Qingqing was about to lift her sleeve, but the village chief and his two sons, frightened, hurried back into the main house with a loud, they all had wives and needed to protect their reputation. They couldn't let anyone take advantage of them. Otherwise, what would happen if their wives stopped loving them? Gooden saw Fang Qingqing's action and tilted his head curiously. Fang Jiqing, why are you lifting your clothes? You're shy. Auntie said that even young boys should protect their innocence, or they might not find a wife later. Girls also like boys who are pure and innocent. Fang Qingqing looked at the reactions of Xie Aimin's family, feeling confused. She stared at Gooden in surprise, then suddenly remembered something. No, I didn't. I was just telling the village chief about the injuries caused by them hitting me. Gooden looked serious. Then you shouldn't lift your clothes. That's not right. My dad already has my mom, so I can't marry you. My second uncle has a second wife and she's pregnant, so he can't marry you. My third uncle doesn't have a third wife, but he doesn't like you, so he can't marry you either. His serious words made Xie Jiu outside the door burst into laughter. Yes, Gooden, you're a good kid. She finally felt at ease and returned to the place where her grandparents once lived with Xie Xiangbei. Although the house is small, it is very clean. Everything is prepared inside. Even the bed on the Kong has clean sheets and a thin quilt. Xie Jiu touched the clean quilt and smiled. Third brother, Fang Jiqing's gaze is too obvious in her scheming. Don't fall for her tricks. She doesn't want her good third brother to marry someone like her. Xie Xiangbei nodded seriously. Don't worry, I remember. In the end, Xie Aimin still went with Fang Qingqing to the youth commune. She was too lively, and he was afraid she might cause trouble if he didn't go with her. After Fang Qingqing left, the people at the youth commune started preparing dinner for the evening. It was getting late. Chen Hongmei helped Zhang Jiwei prepare the meal. Zhang Fengming looked at Zhang Jiwei's black eye and felt very happy. She took out a quarter of a sausage to add to the dishes. Who made her happy? Seeing the meat, Zhang Jiwei and Chen Hongmei hurried to finish their tasks. Soon, a dish of 3 fresh vegetables and a pot of cornmeal porridge were ready. The 3 fresh vegetables included eggplant, potatoes, and chili. She sliced the sausage and fried it with the vegetables, making it salty and tasty, very good with rice. With the porridge in hand, everyone ate happily. It would be even better if they had a bowl of rice, but they could only think about it. They hadn't eaten rice for a long time. At this moment, Fong Qingqing brought Xia Aimin to the youth commune. Smelling the aroma of meat in the air, Fong Qingqing exploded again. Why didn't you call me when you ate? You ate meat? Where's my meat? Zhang Fengming swallowed the sausage in her mouth, finished the last sip of porridge, and couldn't help but roll her eyes. What do you mean, your meat? It's my meat. Because you left, I'm happy, so I added dishes for everyone. So, what does that have to do with you? You. Fong Qingqing pointed at them, shouting angrily. How can you do this? Her blood was boiling, and her eyes turned red with anger. Seeing the others calmly eating their food, she suddenly flipped the dining table.
Eat, eat, eat.
I told you to eat. I have nothing to eat, so why should you? Walking behind and just stepping into the house, Xia Aimin heard this. Before he could speak, he saw Fong Qingqing overturn the table, and the bowls and chopsticks shattered on the ground. This time, his face darkened completely. Every family in the countryside struggles to have enough food. No one dares to waste even a single grain. Even his family, which is slightly better off than others, is not allowed to waste food. Even children know this, so why doesn't Fong Qingqing understand? Zhang Fengming was instantly angry and slapped Fong Qingqing hard across the face. Fong Qingqing, are you sick? Do you have princess syndrome, but do you have princess luck? Don't you know how precious food is? Don't you know how hard it is to grow food in Honghe village? This is all hard work from everyone. You can choose not to eat, but you can't waste food. Why are you hitting me? Fong Qingqing touched her cheek, full of resentment. Because you're wasting food, you deserve to be hit, Xia Aimin said seriously. Fong Zhijing, you're sneaky and careless. We all see it. Your repeated troublemaking makes me think about sending you back to the youth office. Our village can't tolerate even a single rat's nest. Xia Aimin originally wanted to consider the girl's pride, but when he saw Fong Qingqing wasting food, he changed his mind. You all bully me, Fong Qingqing accused angrily. She came to the village chief to seek justice, not to be scolded. Xia Weimin, tired from a long day and busy with the youth camp affairs, was already annoyed. Seeing Fong Qingqing causing trouble, he became truly angry. Handle this yourselves. Fong Zhijing, if you do this again, I will send you back. Although Xia Weimin is gentle, he always sticks to his decisions. He muttered as he walked away, it seems working all day isn't enough. Maybe they haven't worked enough. Tomorrow I'll give them more farm work. When he said this, the youth camp was in chaos. After Xia Weimin walked a bit further, Zhang Fengming was the first to confront Fong Qingqing. A loud slap again landed on her face. You're just a troublemaker. Because of you, even the village chief looks down on us. Now you want more work? My daughter won't tolerate this. Fong Qingqing cried out in pain, ready to fight back, but honest Chen Hongmei couldn't stand it anymore. She works hard without complaint, but that doesn't mean she's a fool. Originally, just doing this much work was enough to earn this much grain. Now, even after working so hard, she might not get that much grain. This concerns her personal interests. She naturally can't accept this. Chen Hongmei immediately grabbed Fong Qingqing's long braid, venting her anger, and the three of them instantly tangled together. Shen Zian watched the three fighting, her eyes deepening. She turned and picked up a broom and dustpan from the stove area, sweeping the broken dishes off the ground. A cold, calm voice sounded, Zhang Jiqing, you're the leader. Please ask Fong Jiqing to make up for the missing dishes tomorrow. Although her tone was polite, Zhang Jiwei understood the implied meaning behind her words. Since arriving at the youth commune, Zhang Jiwei had seen that Shen Ziyun was not someone to be messed with, and she had a unique aura that others didn't have. If you describe her now, she is noble, and not on the same level as others. Zhang Jiwei pressed his lips and quickly nodded. I understand. The dishes and utensils were originally bought together by everyone. Now that Fong Qingqing broke them, it was fair that she should compensate. Stop fighting. If you beat each other to death, it won't be fun, and you'll only end up hurting yourself for such a troublemaker. This was said by Su Chuanlin. He and Shen Ziyan both came from a capital. Usually, he didn't talk much, but when he did, his words were sharp.
Like now.
Zhang Fengming and Chen Hongmei both stopped fighting at the same time. Zhang Fengying spat fiercely. What a nuisance. Under the night sky, the houses and fields looked especially clear in the moonlight. The distant mountains appeared faint, forming a beautiful ink painting. After a long day of hard work, everyone at the youth commune washed up and went to bed. Fang Qingqing, who had been beaten several times that day, stood outside the corridor after everyone fell asleep, looking at the distant night, a sickly obsession flashing in her eyes. She was too tired to go back to work. She didn't want to work in the fields anymore. She couldn't bear the farm work anymore, and the village chief was asking them to do more. She really thought she would collapse. She looked toward the village chief's house, a sickly smile on her face. She quietly slipped into her room, not wanting to be beaten again, so she tiptoed carefully. Through the only small window, the light shone in. She watched Chen Hongmei and Zhang Fengying sleeping soundly, a look of pride flashing in her eyes. Once she successfully married into the village chief's family, she would make them regret it. Just wait and see. With this thought, she took off her shoes and climbed onto the bed. In the early morning, a light mist drifted over the quiet village, as if a soft veil covered the land. The sun peeked through sparse clouds, casting dappled light on the dull gray walls. Roosters crowed one after another, waking the sleeping village. Xiajiao felt the faint light coming through the window, stretched lazily, and got up. She heard sounds from the neighboring yard, clearly indicating that her aunt's family had already woken up. Sure enough, as she opened the door, she heard a knock at the yard gate. "Annie, are you up?" The house she currently lived in was separated from her uncle's house by a small yard gate. Originally, because her grandparents were busy with their younger son and wary of her uncle's family, they built a wall between the yards. Xiajiao withdrew her thoughts and replied, "Yes, I am." "Come in." Gooden opened the yard gate and jumped in happily. "Auntie, Grandma asked me to call you for breakfast." "Okay, I'll be there after I wash up." Xiajiao quickly took out a few wild eggs from her space. She had found them that morning. The 6 wild eggs she threw in yesterday had surprisingly doubled to 12. The little spirit hesitated slightly. "Boss, last night I slept on the eggs. I don't know what happened, but the eggs just increased." "It's a spirit, not a hen. It doesn't lay eggs. How did they multiply?" Xiajiao suspiciously looked at the little spirit. "You slept on them, and then the eggs increased? Are you sure you're a spirit and not something else?" I don't know what happened either." "No problem. Keep going tonight, little egg-laying spirit." "Boss, am I still your favorite little spirit?" "It definitely doesn't lay eggs." Good, good, good. You absolutely are," Xiajiao said casually, petting it. Then she took out a few wild eggs for Gooden and told him to hurry back and have his mother boil them. Gooden looked at the eggs in his hand, swallowed hard, and said, "Auntie, you should keep them for yourself. Grandmother said that Annie has had a hard time herself, almost being sold by little grandpa and the cousin. Now that they have cut ties, life can finally begin, so she shouldn't spend money recklessly. Go quickly, or there won't be time to eat later." Xiajiao patted Dog Egg's little bottom and told him to hurry back. Dog Egg finally took the eggs and went back. He carefully protected the eggs as he entered the kitchen. Chen Hongxia saw how cautious he was and asked, "What are you doing?" Hunching over like a little mouse, Dog Egg carefully revealed the wild eggs and said, "Auntie, Grandma asked you to cook these. Save them for later." Seeing the large wild eggs, Chen Hongxia patted her thigh and exclaimed, "Wow, these are so big. What will we eat after these are gone?" But thinking that the child's intentions were good, she didn't want to waste her family's food, and her daughter-in-law needed good nutrition. Chen Hongxia's eyes suddenly turned red. "Little Joe has really had a hard life," she said. She hadn't experienced many good days. Zhang Lily quickly took the eggs from Dog Egg's pocket to comfort her. "Mom, little Joe is grateful for your kindness over the years. It shows she's a thankful child. When she lives alone in the future, we should take good care of her. Our second sister-in-law is expecting twins, so she needs good nutrition. We should remember little Joe's kindness. Let's make scrambled eggs with green onions. Everyone can share it." Zhang Lily saw things more clearly now. She thought that the way Xiejio was now was very good, strong yet warm. All right, let's follow the eldest's advice. Quickly fry the eggs. They will go well with porridge. Chen Hongxia was not a picky person. Since little Jiu was kind to them, they would naturally treat her twice as well. Little Jiu was very thin, like a stick, and needed good food. Zhang Lili quickly went to the yard, pulled a bunch of green onions, washed, and chopped them into small pieces. She cracked the wild eggs and added a little salt. She heated a little lard in the pan, then added the lard, and the aroma filled the air. She poured in the egg mixture. Once one side of the eggs set, she flipped them to cook the other side until both sides were golden. She then cut the cooked eggs into pieces and set them aside. Using the remaining oil from frying the eggs, she added the green onions and stir-fried until they were just tender. Then she added a pinch of salt and mixed everything well. Then, she poured the freshly cooked eggs into the pan and stir-fried them with the green onions until the flavors blended well. A fragrant plate of green onion scrambled eggs was ready to serve. Xiejio came over attracted by the smell, the air filled with the aroma of green onions. At the dining table, the golden green onion scrambled eggs immediately caught everyone's attention. Xia Xiangnan sniffed and said, "It smells so good," then scooped a piece onto his wife's plate. "Honey, you should try this, it's really tasty." Zhu Hong's face turned a little red as she looked shyly at everyone. "Dad and Mom haven't eaten yet," Xia Xiangnan chuckled and quickly served a piece to his parents. "Mom and Dad, please try this." Chen Hongxia glared at him with a bit of annoyance, then used her chopsticks to pick a piece of eggs from her bowl and gave it to Xiejio. "Xiao Jiu, you eat. Your second brother is a bit careless.
Don't worry about him.
You're too thin. You should eat more." She could skip her own meal, but she couldn't take food from her daughter-in-law's bowl. Her daughter-in-law was pregnant, and as a mother-in-law, she naturally cared about her. Besides, the eggs were brought by Xiao Jiu. The owner hadn't eaten yet, so how could they just eat it all? Xiejio looked at the extra piece of egg in her bowl, then raised her eyes and understood her aunt's intention immediately. She smiled and took another piece from her bowl to Chen Hongxia. "Auntie, you should try this. There's still plenty left. Let's all eat together." Chen Hongxia's face lit up with a smile, and she looked at Xiejio with affection. "Hee. Everyone, let's eat together." After the meal, everyone went to work. Even Go Dan went to gather pig grass, just to earn a couple of work points. After Xiejio and Xia Aimin broke ties, the work points the original owner had earned were transferred to Xiejio's name. This meant that this year, Xia Aimin and Xia Xiongdong, who didn't work in the fields, wouldn't get any grain. Xiejio sneered coldly, determined to see what they would do. She also wanted revenge for what they had done to the original owner. Most villagers had already gathered, chatting in small groups. Seeing Xiejio, Chen Hongxia, and Zhang Lili coming together, curious eyes looked at them. Chen Hongxia glared at the women and said, "What are you looking at? Are you bored?" Chen Hongxia is the wife of the village chief. She is very outspoken and has a lot of respect in the village. The older women in the village usually don't pick fights with her. "Not really. I just happened to see you coming together. When did you become so sensitive?" This is Luo Afong, the wife of the village secretary, who has the best relationship with the village chief's wife. They often tease each other, but when something serious happens, they stand united and support each other. "Xiao Jiu, after leaving those two people, you should focus on living a good life. You're so capable, you won't go hungry." The original owner is quite popular in the village because she doesn't cause trouble and earns about 8 work points a day, which is why people like her. Now, her fighting spirit is even more intimidating to others, so they naturally don't say much. "Yes, I understand." "Thank you, Aunt Luo. Don't mention it. If you need anything, just ask your uncle and me." "Got it. I know." Everyone saw that although Xiejio had cut ties with Xia Aimin, the village chief's family still protected her. Even the wife of the village secretary liked her a lot. Those who wanted to cause trouble paused their plans. After the village head gave a speech, he started assigning tasks for the day, focusing on the situation at the youth station last night. Hearing this, everyone was angry. Wasting food is shameful, and they kept causing trouble, making their team chaotic. The villagers' dislike for Fang Qingqing grew even stronger. Even others watching the youth station looked at her with dislike. Zhang Fengying sensed the villagers avoiding them and couldn't help grinding her teeth. It seemed Fang Qingqing's actions last night were too gentle. Her fists clenched tighter. Xie felt a fleeting gaze from the crowd and looked over. It just happened to meet Shen Ziyun's eyes. She slightly furrowed her brows and, recalling from her memory, she didn't recognize him and had no interaction with him. She calmly looked away because she didn't sense any malice from Shen Ziyun's eyes. Shen Ziyun lowered his gaze to hide a smile, and when he looked up again, his usual coldness returned. After the village chief finished assigning tasks, Xie followed her aunt and others to the fields. Usually, when the village had assigned tasks, he would intentionally or unintentionally assign the original owner and her aunt together, hoping to help them out. However, the main character is a strong-willed girl who works hard every day to earn her 8 work points. Even when she is very tired, she refuses to let her aunt and others help her with chores. After all, farm work is very tiring. If her aunt wants to help her, she must first finish her 8 work points, then find time to help with chores, which makes her very exhausted. In the countryside, life depends on the weather and hard work. Without effort, people could go hungry. Although her uncle's family earns many work points, they have many people, and their grain is limited. If they don't earn enough work points, everyone will go hungry. The main character is quiet and doesn't like to talk, but she is very close to her family, so she never troubles others. This is why everyone likes her. Who wouldn't like a girl who is respectful and hardworking? Today, Xie was assigned to pull weeds in the cornfield. Because of the terrain, Honghe Village's harvest is not as good as nearby villages, but they still have to pay grain taxes every year. The leftover grain is what the villagers eat. Villagers value their food very much and work hard to produce more, just to have enough to eat. Xie looked at the weeds in the cornfield and remembered how the main character used to do it. Although she has never farmed before, she has seen pigs run, so she's confident she can do it. This task is not difficult for her. "Boss, can you do it?" "Of course I can." She quietly looked at Chen Hongxia pulling weeds and quickly learned the method. Xie followed the main character's routine of earning 8 work points a day, 4 in the morning and 4 in the afternoon. The remaining time was her free time. Seeing that it was still early, she decided to go up the mountain. The resources in the mountain are abundant, and she doesn't want to waste the gifts from heaven. "Wild chickens and rabbits, here I come." Xie saw that the scorekeeper had already tallied the work points. After greeting her aunt, she headed toward the back mountain. Some people saw her walking that way and started talking again. "Little Jiao is going up the mountain again. Probably. She's going to hunt some meat again." Xie is really stupid. Such a capable girl is not wanted by him. "Now, the village chief's family benefits," someone nearby said. "Your jealous face is quite obvious. Should I call the village chief's wife to see you? Maybe you can say that in front of her. Some people are jealous, while others are not." As for what happened to Xie, she has managed to survive until now. Some of us know the full story. If it weren't for the support from the village chief's family, someone like Xie would have starved or been beaten to death long ago. So now that she has some ability, she's giving back to those who once cared for her.
Why be jealous?
It's what they deserve. Honestly, every household is struggling with food. When Xie had something to eat, it was mostly the rice saved by the village chief's family. How many people can do that? That's why they should now enjoy their happiness. Xie doesn't know that her departure has caused so much talk. Right now, her eyes only see wild chickens and rabbits. Of course, a few wild boars would be good too. Fang Qingqing took a day off early in the morning to go to the town. Last night, her dishes were broken, so today she needs to buy new ones. Otherwise, no one will have bowls for lunch. She knows which people can be provoked and which cannot. When she first went to the youth camp, she learned this quickly. She once considered making a move on Shen Ziyun and Su Chuanlin, but Shen Ziyun's look scared her so much, she didn't dare to act. In his eyes, she seemed to see a mountain of corpses and blood. It's a bit exaggerated, but that's how she truly felt. Su Chuanlin is also sharp-tongued, able to shut someone up with just a few words. It's better to stay away from these two. This morning, when Zhang Jiwei told her about the situation, she initially resisted. Who asked them to secretly eat meat and not share it with her? What could she do if she didn't buy it for them? But when Shen Ziyan glanced at her as he left, she knew she couldn't escape. It was better to go buy what she needed quietly, or else. She had a feeling that if she disobeyed, the consequences would be serious. Her intuition was very accurate. Fang Qingqing walked over to save a little money on the ox cart fare. She wiped the sweat from her forehead, stretched her aching legs, and looked at the town's entrance. Finally, she smiled.
She had arrived.
If she kept walking, her legs would give out. Fang Qingqing entered the supply store, bought a bowl for one person, and neatly placed it in her basket. Seeing the fragrant cakes on the counter, she couldn't help but buy two. She planned to eat them on the way. As she left the supply and marketing cooperative, she glanced at the sky, noticing it was getting late. If she didn't go back soon, she would miss lunch. She had only taken half a day off and still had to work in the afternoon. Plus, they needed to cook lunch. Without bowls, how could they eat? By morning, everyone was already complaining. The pain in her body still reminded her of yesterday's struggles. She couldn't help but shiver. She didn't want to be beaten again. As she walked, she suddenly thought of Xie Xiangbei's sharp-featured face. Seeing a pharmacy by the roadside, she changed her pace and headed toward it. Fang Qingqing's eyes flickered with worry. Her fists clenched tightly. This was her last chance. She took a deep breath, calming her nerves, and went inside to buy some medicine powder. When she left with the powder, her heart was both nervous and excited. She kept the powder close in her pocket and, thinking about her future life, couldn't help but smile. Xie carried a large machete and hurried toward the back mountain. She seemed to already see countless wild chickens and rabbits, and her mouth started to water at the thought. A little spirit teased, "Boss, I hear you swallowing saliva." Xie kept walking and pulled the little spirit out of the space. "Are you feeling itchy? Have the eggs hatched yet?" "Boss, you're bullying me. I'm not a hen. I don't want to hatch eggs." "Boo-hoo. You're not human to begin with. When have I bullied anyone? I only bully the egg spirit." "Ugh. I don't want to talk to you anymore." Xie poked the leaf on the little spirit's head. "Really? Should I throw you away?" Stop. "Boss, I'm sorry." The boss was really ruthless, knowing it couldn't live without him, yet scaring it. Life was so hard for it, even more bitter than Yellow Lotus. "Open your mouth." Xie held out a piece of dried meat and stuffed it into the little spirit's mouth. "You wanted to eat, right? Hurry up and eat." The little spirit happily curled up on Xie's tail finger. Unknowingly, Xie entered the deep mountains. She heard the sound of flowing water and followed the sound. When she was close to the river, she stopped. She saw a figure sitting by the water, slender fingers gripping a tree trunk, with a fish stuck on the trunk. Seeing his relaxed appearance, he is definitely not a big fool. He clearly has self-protection skills. Shen Ziyan noticed Xie immediately. He looked up at her from a short distance and raised his hand, holding a fish. "Want to eat together?" Xie paused her steps to leave. The original owner indeed didn't know him, but he didn't seem like someone who casually invites others. A playful smile crossed her face. "Thank you for the kindness, but I think I'll pass," although she was quite eager to taste the grilled fish. But she didn't think it was necessary for them to have any connection. "Boss, we could catch some fish and bring them back for the eldest or second sister-in-law to cook. They're good at it." Xie's eyes lit up. Yes, she could let the eldest sister-in-law cook. The zombie king Xie's cooking skills are really quite poor. "How about you catch a wild chicken, and we can share it?" Shen Ziyan's gaze fell on a relaxed wild chicken nearby. Xie raised an eyebrow. "Looks like this person is determined to share with her today." His look at her was pure, without malice or affection, which made her a bit curious. "Let's see what he's up to." Xie picked up a clump of dirt from the ground and swiftly and accurately hit the wild chicken's neck. Before the chicken could make a sound, it was gone. Xie strolled over slowly, picked up the chicken, and casually searched through the grass, finding a few wild eggs. She put the eggs into her pocket, actually a space, and carried the chicken to the riverbank. Shunzian stood up, took the chicken from Siegio, and went to clean it nearby. The cooked fish was quickly eaten by Siegio. While eating, she watched Shunzian, noticing his skillful movements, and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. This person's identity is probably not simple. The sun was shining brightly, and a gentle breeze was blowing. Fong Qingqing carried a basket on her back, holding 2 egg cakes, eating as she walked, humming a little tune now and then. Her mood was very happy. She reached into her pocket and pressed the powder inside, a blush spreading across her face. Thinking about the days ahead, she chuckled softly. From the main road in town to the village below, they had to pass through a 3-way intersection with 3 different directions. As Fong Qingqing put the last piece of cake into her mouth, a bicycle passed by behind her, carrying 2 men. When they saw Fong Qingqing, they stopped at a fork in the road and cheerfully called out, "Comrade, hello. I want to ask, how do I get to Honghe village?" Hearing the voice, Fong Qingqing turned around cautiously. She saw the bicycles beneath the 2 men and couldn't help but feel a flicker of interest. If only she also had a bicycle. But if she married Xie Xiangbei, the village chief's family would have a bicycle. The village chief's family, roughly speaking, it would be hers. She looked up at the 2 men with a bit more curiosity. "Where are you going to Honghe village?" The man riding the bicycle noticed her greedy and curious eyes the moment she turned around. A look of disdain flashed in his eyes, but a smile played on his lips. "We're going to visit relatives in Honghe village. My aunt married far away, and I haven't been back all these years, so my dad sent me to see her." As he spoke, he took out $1 from his pocket. "This is your payment." Fong Qingqing saw the dollar handed to her and smiled happily as she took it. "I see. The road ahead leads to Honghe village. With this $1, she had enough to buy a bowl of food today." She didn't care whether these 2 were really visiting relatives. It didn't matter to her. "It's just $1. She wouldn't turn it down." The man saw her accept the money, pointed in the direction, smiled, then stepped on his pedal and sped off far ahead. The man sitting behind finally spoke. "Brother, why did you give that woman money?" The man with a faint smile replied, "Less trouble. The less, the better. If you can settle things with money, they're not big problems. Did you see the greed in her eyes? People like that are easiest to buy. As long as you have money, they won't ask questions." While explaining, he was also teaching his younger brother. He hoped that if he ever encountered such situations alone, he would know that money could solve problems and he shouldn't expose himself to others' scrutiny. The man behind listened thoughtfully, then nodded after a moment. "Brother, I understand." Fong Qingqing watched their departing figures and snorted softly. Asking for directions and getting so much money, these 2 are really fools. Unknowingly, her guidance almost caused trouble in the village. Shunzian quickly cleaned the wild chicken, carefully applying a layer of oil on it before placing it on the rack to roast. Siegio watched his actions with a raised eyebrow. This person lives quite delicately. He even carried a small bottle of oil and some seasonings in his pocket when going out to work. TSK. People shouldn't be judged by appearances, and the sea can't be measured by a cup. Soon, the smell of roasted chicken filled the air. The little fairy was eager to taste, and the green leaves around her perked up. "Boss, it smells so good." Hee in your eyes, is there anything that doesn't smell good? Not sure why, but just changing locations made the fairy want to try human food. Maybe she should return it? Having such a thing around is troublesome, especially since she has to take care of it. "Boss, please don't return it." "I'm very useful." Siegio was munching on a chicken leg, squinting comfortably at the lake in front of him. Shunzian stayed silent, so he didn't ask anything. If this person has a purpose, it will reveal itself over time. The zombie king, Siegio, believed in living in the moment, deal with today's matters today, and worry about tomorrow later. For a while, everything was quiet. Only the rustling of leaves in the breeze and the gentle sound of flowing water could be heard. The little fairy, wanting to prove her usefulness, communicated with the plants around her. She was trying to find out if there were any treasures in these woods so she could tell the boss to dig them up. But what she received in return surprised her. The little fairy is the only one of her kind in the world. When she communicated with the plants, they happily responded, and all the flowers, grass, and trees joyfully nodded and shook. The zombie king, with his supernatural abilities, could also hear the plant's thoughts. Little fairy, the big tree at the village entrance is my grandfather. He just sent me a message. 2 strange men have entered the village.
They
They are human traffickers, here to kidnap children. Dog Egg, Iron Bull, and Siegio suddenly stood up. Where are they? The surrounding trees were momentarily stunned by his words, but in the end, the little fairy explained. The boss can't hear her. She's asking if you're talking. Oh, okay. The big trees feel a little closer to Siegio because she can hear them talk. They say they are at the village entrance about to leave soon. If we don't go now, it will be too late. Shunzian sees Siegio looking serious and stands up to ask, "What's wrong?" "If there's a problem, I can help." Siegio turns her eyes and looks at Shunzian. She sees nothing but seriousness in his eyes and nods. Someone is sneaking into the village to steal children. You know martial arts, right? Shunzian doesn't ask how Siegio knows this. He nods seriously. Yes, I can handle 1 or 3 at a time. Good. Let's go now, or it will be too late. Siegio takes out a machete from her space and gives one to Shunzian. The 2 run down the mountain quickly, one after the other. When they reach the bottom of the mountain, they see Xie Xiongdong leading a patrol team patrolling the back hill. Third brother, someone is sneaking into the village to steal children. Hurry! Xie Xiongdong, who is about to patrol elsewhere, hears this and immediately turns around and runs over. He points to one person and says, "Dahu, go to the field and call my dad." Okay. Who knows it's urgent, so he quickly runs to the field while shouting, "Village head's uncle, someone is sneaking into the village to steal children." Siegio, Shenziyun, and Xie Xiongdong run toward the village entrance. Today, Godan, Tainyo, and Xiao Hua went to gather pig grass. As usual, they collected a basket of pig grass, recorded their work points, and then took it to the cow shed. They carry the basket along the village path. Suddenly, a bicycle appears. The 3 stop and look at it. Before they can say anything, 2 people pull them and try to take them away.
Who are you?
What do you want? Dan, although scared, immediately questions loudly to delay time. His aunt taught him that when faced with trouble, don't panic, think of a way. When in danger, first make sure you are safe, then find a way to escape. Faced with Dan's question, the man chuckles. Of course, we're taking you to sell for money. Be good and listen or you'll regret it. Wah wah wah. I don't want to be sold. I don't taste good. Little Flower is the youngest of the 3. Hearing this, she was frightened and couldn't help but cry. If she was sold, she would never see her grandmother again, nor her father, second uncle, or grandpa. Ugh. The man was worried that the child's crying would attract villagers, so he lowered his voice. His eyes widened like a demon scaring Little Flower so much that she closed her eyes and fainted. Dog Egg was scared too, but he knew that if they were really taken away, their family might never find them. He remembered his parents talking about other villages where kidnappers had stolen children, and those children had never been found. He didn't want to be sold. He wanted to go home to see his parents and aunt. Suddenly, Dog Egg's eyes lit up. He loudly said, "If you really take us away, my aunt won't let you go. She is very strong and will fight you until you are defeated." The man laughed loudly at this and spat disdainfully. "Just a woman. Do you think I'm afraid?" Iron Bull sniffed and said he had seen Dog Egg's aunt go crazy in the fields. Even his mother said that Sister Xiao Jiu was very powerful. Dog Egg's aunt is really strong. She can knock someone out with one slash of her knife. Ha, stop bragging. It's no use. Just follow us quietly, brothers. Dahu ran and shouted all the way until he reached the fields. Village chief, kidnappers are stealing children from the village. Everyone working in the fields was alarmed. What? Stealing children? Xia Weiman immediately ran over from the field. What's going on? He almost fell while running fast. If Dahu hadn't helped him, he would have fallen. Dahu panted and said, "Uncle, someone is stealing children. Hurry up, or it'll be too late. Brother Siegio and third brother have already gone." Oh, and there's a young man from the city too. Uncle, let's go quickly. All right, everyone, grab your tools. In an instant, the men and women working in the fields all rushed toward the village entrance. Xie Weimin shouted, "Where are they?" Xie Jiao and others arrived first and saw two people riding bikes with three children about to leave the village. She shouted loudly, "Get out of the way." At the moment when Xie Jiao's shout rang out, Shen Ziyun and Xie Xiangbei paused and immediately moved behind Xie Jiao. Xie Jiao bent down and punched the muddy ground. As the zombie king with lightning powers, his punch carried an electric charge. The two people riding away suddenly felt a jolt of electricity run through their bodies. They shouted and fell off their bikes. Xie Jiao rushed forward first, followed closely by Shen Ziyun and Xie Xiangbei. Behind them, villagers brought by Xie Weimin. Xie Jiao swung his large machete, instantly knocking out one person trying to get up. Shen Ziyun also swung her knife, knocking out another person trying to stand. Xie Xiangbei quickly found some ropes, and the two knocked out people. When Zhang Lili saw Go Dan, she shouted, "Go Dan, are you okay?" Chen Hongxia also rushed out from the group, holding her grandson, looking scared and worried. If her grandson was gone, how could the elders survive? These human traffickers are terrible. Go Dan saw his aunt come to save him like an angel from the sky, and he smiled happily, leaning into his grandma's arms. "I knew my aunt was amazing. She would come to save us." Tiniu also sniffed and said, "Yes, I believe Sister Jia will come to save us too." Hearing Go Dan's words, Zhang Lili finally relaxed and, a bit annoyed, patted his head. "You just remember your aunt. Your mother and I were worried sick. Hee, I'm fine now, right?" Tiniu was also embraced by Aunt Zhang, and they looked at Xie Jiao with full gratitude. Xiao Hua fainted from shock. Aunt Luo held her and cried, tears streaming down her face. "Xiao Hua, you can't be hurt. If something happens to you, how can Grandma survive?" Xie Jiao checked Xiao Hua's pulse and said, "Aunt Luo, she's fine." Xiao Hua was just scared and fainted. "She'll be okay once she wakes up." Hearing that Xiao Hua was fine, Aunt Luo finally calmed down and kept thanking him. "Xiao Jiao, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, our village would really be in trouble. Losing 3 children is like destroying 3 families." Xiao Hua is the daughter of Aunt Luo's eldest son. Her mother died during childbirth, and Aunt Luo has been raising her all these years. They are very close. "It's okay. These are things I should do. I am also a member of Honghe village. Uncle, send someone to the town. These people are definitely not here by chance. They might be repeat offenders." After tying up the people, Xie Xiangbei asked, "Xiao Jiao, how do you think these people came to our village? If they were outsiders, they wouldn't know the way to Honghe village, especially since that fork in the road isn't just for show. Most nearby villages are familiar to everyone. Unless someone told them. How did they know the way here so well?" He Wenmin listened to his son's analysis and looked serious. "Yes, these villages are quite remote. Why did these people come to their village? And how did they get in?" At this moment, Fong Qingqing hummed a little tune as she carried her basket into the village. Seeing so many people gathered at the entrance, she asked curiously, "What's going on?" Her eyes casually swept to the 2 people nearby and exclaimed, "Hey, aren't they here to visit relatives? Why are you tying them up?" Everyone immediately sensed something was wrong. How did Fong Qingqing know these 2 were here to visit relatives? Do they know each other? Or... Xie Jiao patted his big machete. Seeing this, Shen Ziyun also stepped forward with his own machete, forming a corner with Xie Jiao, trapping Fong Qingqing in the middle. "Do you know them?" Fong Qingqing looked at the angry gazes of the crowd and then at the tied-up 2 people. She finally realized something was off. She quickly denied, "I don't know them." "Don't know them?" Xie Jiao took a step forward again, the sunlight reflecting coldly off his blade. "Then how do you know they are here to visit relatives?" "Yes, how do you know?" At this moment, the villagers were unusually united. Every household has children. Until this is clarified, they can't rest easy. After all, if there's one, there might be more. There's no such thing as a thief for just one day. There's no reason to be unprepared every day. Fang Qingqing suddenly panicked, looking like a rabbit chased by hunters, nervous and helpless. Xie tilted his head and sneered coldly. My patience is limited. At the moment she finished speaking, a large knife was just a few centimeters in front of Fang Qingqing's face.
Ah.
I don't know anything. They gave me $1 to ask for directions and I just told them. They said they were coming to visit relatives. What's wrong with that? You didn't do anything wrong. How could you be at fault? If it weren't for you, these 2 human traffickers wouldn't have come to our village. Do you know? If it weren't for Xiaojiu, 3 children from our village would have been sold to who knows where because of your foolishness. You're just harming people. If they really got sold, do you know what kind of life they would face next? You troublemaker. How did you end up in our village? People like you don't deserve to live in this world. The villagers looked at Fang Qingqing with anger, each one shouting in outrage. Every family has children. This time it was someone else's child, but what about next time? Could it be their own children next time? No one can guarantee that. That's why they were so angry. I already said I didn't know they were human traffickers. They said they were coming to visit relatives. What's wrong with me guiding them? I'm not at fault. You're the ones who are wrong. Maybe they were sold to a good family and are living better now. Look at them. All dirty like little beggars. Fang Qingqing was shameless, thinking the villagers didn't appreciate her efforts. She believed that the families who bought children must have some wealth. Otherwise, why buy children? If they bought children, they would surely treat them well, right? Their lives wouldn't be bad at all. They should be grateful to her. When Aunt Zhang heard Fang Qingqing insulting her family's iron bull, she couldn't help but step forward and start fighting with Fang Qingqing. You troublemaker. Today I will teach you a good lesson. Yes, hit her. She deserves it. The villagers nearby also disliked Fang Qingqing. Over the past few days, Fang Qingqing had fought many times and gained some experience. She fought back fiercely. Seeing her like this, Xie Weiman's eyes flashed with disgust, but he didn't want to hit her too hard. When the fight was about to end, he cleared his throat and said, "Cough, cough, stop fighting." What kind of scene is this? Xie quickly grabbed Fang Qingqing and pushed her aside just as a large tiger, accompanied by police officers, approached. What's going on? Asked the police officer. Xie Weiman stepped forward. Comrade police, here's what happened. He explained the situation to the officers. After listening, the police looked at the 2 unconscious traffickers with furrowed brows, a look of disgust flashing in their eyes. They hated human traffickers the most. These days, once someone is kidnapped, it's very hard to find them again. A few years ago, children stolen from other villages hadn't been found yet, and now traffickers had boldly entered their village? They would not tolerate this. Maybe these 2 could lead them to other accomplices. After understanding the situation, the police warned, "Luckily, you reacted quickly and no one was hurt. In the future, you must increase patrols in the village. We will take these 2 with us." All right. Thank you for your help," said Xie Weiman naturally. In their minds, civilians don't fight officials. Whatever they say, they just follow. Xie called over the 2 police officers who were about to leave, glancing at Fang Qingqing with messy hair, and smiled meaningfully. "Comrade police, these 2 came to our Honghe village through Fang Jiqing. How do we know if they really know each other? We can't believe her words alone, but we trust the police. Police officers won't let bad people go free, nor will they wrongly accuse good people. Right?" The police officer looked at Fang Qingqing suspiciously after hearing Xie. "Fang Jiqing, is that true?" Fang Qingqing shook her head quickly. No, I only took their money to show them the way. I really don't know them." From the moment Xie spoke, Shen Ziyun understood her intention. It was time to teach Fang Qingqing a lesson, or else she might really think no one could handle her. "Comrade police, even a 3-year-old knows that someone willing to pay so much money just to ask for directions isn't a good person. Besides, they're here to visit relatives. How could they not know their own family's house? It's obvious they're lying." Knowing that Fang Qing is an adult now, she can see through childish tricks. She won't be fooled. She just doesn't care and chooses to ignore it. Basically, the villagers of Honghe village and us young workers are insignificant in her eyes. What if today's visitor is a criminal? Would our safety still be guaranteed? Fang Qing looked at Shen Ziyun in disbelief and angrily said, Shen Ziyun, which side are you on? We are all young workers sent to the countryside together. Shouldn't we support each other? How can you do this? Is it Xiejio? Is she forcing you to say this? Or the village head? Are they pressuring you? Shen Ziyun snorted coldly. Everyone knows what kind of person you are. Recently, you haven't been working properly and have been stirring up trouble. We are different from you. Among the crowd, Zhang Fengying and others also stood up to deny any connection with Fang Qing. Oh my, they could even be involved with human traffickers. They wouldn't be foolish enough to join her. They need to find a way to make her leave the young workers' camp, or their reputation will be ruined. In the end, the police took Fang Qing away. Whether they are connected or not will be checked. These traffickers are very clever. What if they are working together? They never wrongly accuse good people, but won't let bad ones go free. Fukui, watching the scene, looked on with a serious expression. It seemed their plan would have to be delayed. Ever since Xiejio caused a big fuss at their home, his brother and sister-in-law's attitude toward him changed completely. His brother even wanted to split the family. They had strong workers and old oxen ready to work. How could he let them leave? All of this was Xiejio's fault. He was determined to teach her a lesson. But today, seeing her fighting spirit again, he remembered the burning pain from the other day. Suddenly, his gaze met Xiejio's as she looked up. Xiejio smirked coldly and made a gesture, as if to cut her throat. Fukui was startled and quickly lowered his head in panic. She wouldn't know. She couldn't possibly know. Yes, she couldn't possibly know. Shen Ziyun saw Xiejio's gesture, frowned, and looked in that direction. After seeing nothing, a thoughtful light flashed in his eyes. The villagers left in small groups. Today's events reminded the militia team that they need to change their patrol schedules and shifts to prevent any bad people from taking advantage. Zhao Jianjun, the militia captain, is Xiaohua's father and the eldest son of the village secretary. He was away in town today and only learned about what happened when he returned, feeling very worried. Son, we really need to thank Xiejio. If it weren't for her, Xiaohua might have been taken by human traffickers, Aunt Luo said, tears falling again. Zhao Jianjun agreed with his mother's words. Xiejio truly helped them a lot today. He understood very well what could happen if such a young girl was sold. The life waiting for her would be terrible. Especially for girls, most families prefer boys, and families like theirs are rare. Who would buy a girl? Maybe those who treat girls as live-in maids or work animals, people who might buy her to use her in that way. If Xiaohua really ended up in those families, her life would be ruined forever. Mom, I'll listen to you, Zhao Jianjun said. The village secretary was smoking a dry pipe, feeling still scared after today's events. Since his wife passed away, he had been very sad. He loved Xiaohua dearly, and if anything happened to her, their family would fall apart. His wife and son wouldn't be able to accept it. At that time, he tapped his pipe and said, today it wasn't just Xiejio who helped. Xiejio's younger brother and Shin Jiqing from the youth station also helped. We should thank them too, he added. Helping others means helping out when they need it. They should show their gratitude. If they don't, others might feel unappreciated and be less willing to help in the future. Dad is right. That's the proper way to do it, Zhao Jianjun agreed. Okay, I'll start making arrangements now, Aunt Luo said happily. Luo Afong was quick to act. After hearing her son and father-in-law, she got up and began to prepare. Little Fuku, who had been watching the scene, hummed a tune as he walked away. Thinking about Xiejio's skills today, he decided to reconsider his original plan and knew he needed to plan carefully. With Xiejio's fighting ability, he probably can't handle everything alone. He needs to think carefully again. He pushed open the door and entered the yard, then quickly went into the kitchen. Seeing that the kitchen was still cold and empty, Fu the dwarf frowned and turned to walk outside. He stood in the yard and shouted toward the main house. Big sister-in-law, what time is it? Why aren't you cooking yet? I'm almost starving. Big sister-in-law was really something. Every time she came back, she could eat. Why is she not cooking today? It's already this late. Hearing Fu the dwarf's voice, Granny Tian, who was snacking on sunflower seeds in the upper room, threw her seeds down and pulled aside the curtain, shouting toward the main house, "Old housekeeper, you lazybones! Haven't you heard my son is hungry? Come out and cook. Do you want my son to go hungry? Look at yourself. Do you think you can rest now? If you don't come out soon, I will have to give you a good scolding." Lying on the bed, red-faced from the heat, Guan Chunhong heard Granny Tian's voice and instinctively shrank back, trembling along with her son. "Nyo Dan, Mom, I'm scared." Every time Grandma scolded, it meant her mother would be beaten. In Nyo Dan's memory, this had become an unforgettable mark. Guan Chunhong stretched out her thin, bony arm and gently touched her son's little head. "Nyo Dan, be good. Don't be afraid. Mom will protect you." She struggled to support herself and try to get up. Tian Dafu, who was nearby, quickly pressed down his wife. "You stay lying down. I will handle everything," he said, while tucking her blanket. Outside, Granny Tian's foul language continued, getting worse and more unpleasant, mixed with Fu the dwarf's gleeful laughter. Tian Dafu's face showed anger and disappointment, but gradually turned calm. He knew this well. Since he was young, his mother had always treated him and his brother differently. He should have known. Now, he no longer felt disappointed. But after that disappointment, he felt a deep sense of heartache. As Xieju said, if he remained the hard-working old ox, his family, his wife, and his children would be dragged down by these two. Maybe someday, they would also be affected by his brother, becoming hopeless and criticized by others. His first half of life had already been unhappy enough. He didn't want his son to go through the same childhood he had. Tian Dafu gently touched his son's head and quietly made a decision. He took a deep breath, opened the door, and went outside. Seeing his proud wife and younger brother in the yard, his face no longer showed disappointment or sadness. It was now calm. "Mom, Chunhong has a fever today, so no cooking. If Xiaofu is hungry, I will cook for him." Since Chunhong married into their family, they haven't had a peaceful day. Every morning before dawn, they get up to do chores. They cook, wash clothes, feed the poultry, clean the yard, tend the small vegetable garden, and go to the fields with him. If they don't earn enough work points, his mother would scold and hit them. Hearing this, Tian Daniu suddenly exploded. "You unfilial son. Having a fever doesn't mean you can't cook. It's not like you're dead. Why can't you work? I'm already grown up. Why should I cook? When you marry a wife, you should enjoy life. You're a traitor who forgets his mother after marrying." Xiaofu, the younger brother, sneered coldly and helped say, "Yes, big brother. Mom is getting old, and it's not easy to raise us. Now that you've married, Mom should enjoy life. Mom, when I get married in the future, I won't let you do anything. You can rest and enjoy life." Not only did Tian Xiaofu refuse to speak fairly, but he also belittled Tian Dafu and promised his mother big rewards. Tian Dafu was so angry he almost laughed. He looked at his brother with deep hatred in his eyes. "Mom raised us, but it wasn't easy for me. It was hard to raise you. Since I was young, I always ate well. Did I ever get full? I have endless chores every day, and I only eat what you leave behind. When there's good food, Mom says I shouldn't eat it because I should save it for you. Now you say life isn't easy." Their hardships weren't caused by him, but by their father and younger brother. What does it have to do with him? He worked hard for this family. In the end, what did he get? "Since my wife married into our family, she and I have worked like oxen for you. Now that she's sick and resting for a day, you call us unfilial. What are you? Blood-sucking leeches." Today was the day he spoke the most. He was honest, but not foolish. He could understand clearly, but since it was his mother and younger brother, he didn't want to argue. In the end, his mother and brother treated him like a fool who was being taken advantage of. I can't live anymore. After raising such an ungrateful, selfish person." Mother Tian cried loudly, throwing a tantrum and rolling on the ground. The neighbors nearby came to see what was happening, pointing and whispering about Mother Tian. "I've seen favoritism before, but never this bad. Chunhong married into their family and got really unlucky. She has a mean mother-in-law and a mischievous little brother-in-law. Dafu, did Chunhong ask the barefoot doctor to come and see her? These days, a fever can be deadly. The villagers are simple and honest. Chunhong is well-liked in Honghe village, so everyone was worried and asked about her. Mother Tian, who had just been crying and making a fuss, glared angrily when she heard about calling the barefoot doctor. What's it to you? Mind your own business. It's just a fever, not a big deal. People don't die from it. Why call a barefoot doctor? Does calling a barefoot doctor cost money? Does buying medicine cost money? Besides, there's no barefoot doctor in Honghe village. They have to invite someone from the neighboring village, and that costs money too. It's all about money. Her money is meant for little Fu. Why does that scoundrel have to use it? Da Fu, feeling bitter, smiled sadly. Did he not know they needed a doctor? But he had no money. Over the years, the work points earned from farming all went to his mother. He didn't have a single coin on him. The villagers watching nearby understood clearly. Mother Tian and the little brother were clearly using the big house as a tool for their own benefit. At that moment, Nyodan ran out crying from the house. Dad, Dad, Mom, Mom. Dafu's heart skipped a beat. What's wrong? What happened to your mother? Nyodan burst into tears.
Mom, she's dead. What?
Dafu staggered, rushing into the house, shouting, Chunhong. Chunhong. Mother Tian's eyes flickered. Then a faint smile appeared on her lips. It's good she's gone. That scoundrel is dead. Big brother won't be easily influenced anymore. From now on, she'll work hard to earn work points and marry a good wife for little Fu. Mrs. Huang looked up and saw Mrs. Tian's fleeting smile. She frowned, pushed through the crowd, and entered the yard without even glancing at Mrs. Tian. She went straight into Tian Fufu's house. Inside the dark, damp room, Guan Chuanhong's face was flushed red, and she was lying on the bed, unconscious. Tian Fufu stood by the bed with red eyes. Chunhong, wake up. Please don't have any trouble. What will I do if something happens to you and the child? Mrs. Huang stepped forward and felt Guan Chuanhong's neck. She quickly said, Fufu, Chunhong still has a pulse. She probably fainted from the fever. Go quickly to the village chief's house and see if they have medicine to reduce the fever. If not, ask Xiangbei to take you to the neighboring village. The village chief's house was the only one with a bicycle. At this moment, it was a race against time. The faster, the better. All right, I'll go right now. After hearing Mrs. Huang, Tian Fufu finally found his resolve. He ran out quickly. Mrs. Tian saw Tian Fufu's figure, suddenly jumped up from the ground, and shouted, Don't go. She's just a poor girl. She's not that fragile. Why do we need a doctor or medicine? Tian Fufu was a strong man. Mrs. Tian, who didn't do much work, was naturally less agile. He dodged out of the yard and ran toward the village chief's house. Behind him, Mrs. Tian was crying loudly and whispering with others. She's too cruel. Her wife is burning like that and she doesn't care about her life. The Tian family is supported by Fufu and his brother. They are so heartless. Yeah, someday there will be consequences. Although the villagers' relationships were tense, no one like the Tians, who wanted their daughter-in-law to die, had appeared so far. None of your business. Get lost, Mrs. Tian shouted loudly. The onlookers outside the yard were not afraid. They retorted, We're not even in your house. Why should we care where we stand? You. Mrs. Tian sat on the ground again, crying and hitting the ground.
Ah.
My poor wife. Tian Fufu was holding back his anger. He just wanted to get to the village chief's house quickly.
He didn't want his wife to die.
He didn't want to lose her. Everyone was busy with their own tasks in the yard. Xiejio sat on a small stool under the porch, eating wild fruits picked by Xie Xiangbei on the mountain. They shared the fruits happily, one after another. Suddenly, the yard gate was pushed open with a loud bang, startling everyone. Gooden thought someone was coming to catch him again and hurriedly hid in Xiejio's arms. Auntie, I'm scared. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Xiejio patted Gooden's back to comfort him. Then she looked at Tian Dafu, who had knelt down on the ground after entering the yard. Seeing Tian Dafu kneel, Xia Weimin was momentarily stunned. He quickly stepped forward to help him up. Dafu, what are you doing? Tian Dafu looked bitter. He licked his dry lips and in a hoarse voice said, Village head, Chunhong has a fever and might not make it. Do you have any medicine to reduce fever? Fever medicine costs 2 mao, and he really couldn't afford to ask for it. But thinking about his wife waiting for him to save her, he forced himself to speak. As long as he could save his wife, he would find a way to repay this favor. Xia Weimin was surprised. Fever medicine? I don't have any at home. Why don't you ask the barefoot doctor? He suddenly thought of something and patted his thigh. Is it because your mother doesn't agree? Otherwise, how could this boy come to his house? Tian Dafu nodded hard.
Then
Can I ask Xiangbei to take me to the neighboring village? I'll pay with my work points. That was another reason he came to the village head's house. He had no money, but he had work points, which could be used as payment. Xiangbei? Xiangbei isn't home. How about Xiangnan taking you? It doesn't matter if you pay or not. Once Chunhong is saved, we'll settle the bill. There's no rush. Xia Weimin knew that a fever could be serious or mild, but it couldn't be delayed. Otherwise, a life could really be lost. Xia Jiu listened to their conversation. At this moment, the little spirit's voice sounded. Boss, this person's wife is about to pass out. Oh, she's so pitiful. How do you know? The little tree beside their house told me. Even if the barefoot doctor comes, he can't save her. He doesn't have much medical skill, just gives out a pill, nothing more. Because that barefoot doctor was originally a veterinarian, and now that he couldn't raise poultry freely, he had switched to being a barefoot doctor. The injured woman was taken to the town hospital, but Tian Dafu had no money, and Tian Damao refused to pay, which was not realistic. Xia Jiu shook his head. The chairman had said that women can hold up half the sky. However, in the countryside, many wives suffer under the oppression of their mothers-in-law and husbands. It's not that they don't want to fight back, but they can't. Nowadays, domestic violence isn't considered a crime. In remote rural areas, many cases of violence leading to death go unpunished. There aren't many people like Tian Dafu, kind and considerate of his wife, who dare to oppose his mother. Let's go. I'll go with you to see her. I have medicine and know how to treat injuries. Tian Dafu's eyes suddenly lit up. Really? You're willing to save Chunhong? We're from the same village. How could I just watch her die? Tian Dafu immediately knelt down again, banging his head on the ground. Xie Jiu quickly moved aside to avoid his kneeling. The entrance of a Tian family's yard was crowded with villagers watching the scene, pointing and whispering. That old woman Tian is so unreasonable. Chunhong is like that and she still drags her out of bed. Foolish Tian, he's not a good person either. He says this is his sister-in-law, but his mother is clueless, and he's no better. This is a life at stake. Isn't this almost the same as murder? Shouts and cries came from inside the yard, blending into a sad, mournful sound. Tian Dafu heard the noise from afar and ran toward home. When he reached the gate, he saw a scene that made his blood boil with anger. His wife was being dragged out of the house by his mother and younger brother. His son's face still bore a slap mark. He shouted loudly, "What are you doing?" Tian Damao saw Tian Dafu and showed no remorse. She shamelessly said, "Fool, I'm doing this for your own good. If that woman dies in our house, it will ruin your reputation. It will also make it hard for your brother to find a wife in the future. I'm just trying to help. If she lives, it's because she's lucky. If she doesn't, that's her fate." Tian Dafu's eyes instantly turned red. He looked at his mother in disbelief. Tears in his voice. "Mother, she's my wife. She's taken care of this family for many years. She may not have contributed much, but she's endured hardships. She's like this now. Can't you let her go?" Big brother rolled his eyes and said, "Mother is doing all this for your good. You shouldn't forget kindness. For my good." Tian Dafu showed a hint of sadness, and his eyes quickly turned cold. "You know very well who it's really for." He picked up a thick piece of firewood from the yard and walked cautiously to Guan Chunhong's side, warning, "If anyone dares to come near, I won't recognize the wood in my hand." Tian Dafu's mother and the little man were shocked by his fierce look and naturally let go, stepping back. His mother shouted again. "Ah, you unfilial traitor, I only did this for your sake." Suddenly, a shiny, large cleaver appeared at their feet. Siejio's voice came from the gate. "Would you like this kind of good fortune I'm offering? She is a living person, not a piece of merchandise for you to handle. Even if she marries into your family, she is still a person. Who are you to decide her life or death? Because she has a fever, you want to abandon her and let her fend for herself. Can I report you to the police for murder now?" Hearing the word murder, Tian Dafu's mother was frightened and shouted loudly, "Siejio, I tell you, I'm not afraid of anything. When have I ever murdered her? What are you doing then? Did she run out on her own?" Siejio stepped closer. His mother and the little man backed away, but in his calm eyes, it was as if he saw a mountain of corpses and rivers of blood. "Why aren't you taking your wife inside? What are you waiting for?" Siejio frowned and looked at Tian Dafu. "She bore your children. Now, in this situation, she can't rely on anyone but you. Stand tall." "All right." Tian Dafu wiped his tears and carefully bent down to pick up Guan Chunhong from the ground. The villagers outside the yard saw Siejio and Xia Weimin breathe a sigh of relief. Xia Weimin looked at Tian Dafu's mother and warned coldly, "Our village cannot have a murderer. If anything happens to Chunhong, I will report to the police. Let's see if you, old lady Tian, and the little man can escape the law's punishment." "Village chief, this isn't right. We didn't do anything at all." Hearing that the police would be called, Granny Tian started crying and shouting for help. Inside, Siejio's cold voice was heard. "Stop talking or I'll shut your mouth." The shiny big knife was still in the yard. Granny Tian was so scared she froze and closed her mouth. Guan Chunhong was laid on the bed by Tian Dafu. Feeling the damp and cold in the room, Siejio frowned and ordered, "Go get a basin of cold water to cool her down physically, and bring a bowl of warm water for her medicine." Although Tian Dafu didn't understand exactly what this meant, he was willing to do anything to save his wife. He quickly turned to get water outside. Nyo Dan and Go Dan were about the same age and already very sensible. With the marks on their faces, they carried a bowl of water into the room. "Little sister Jio, here is warm water." Siejio took the warm water from Nyo Dan. From her pocket, she secretly took out a fever medicine. Modern fever medicine works faster and more effectively than the medicine in her previous life. She helped Guan Chunhong sit up, put the medicine into her mouth, and then gave her some warm water to swallow. Guan Chunhong was so feverish she was almost confused and couldn't swallow well. Siejio pointed to a spot on her neck, and the pill slipped down naturally. She then fed her more warm water. Only then did the medicine go down, but most of the warm water stayed in her chest. As long as she could swallow it, there was still hope. Tian Dafu hurriedly brought in a basin of cold water. Siejio showed him how to cool her down physically. She wiped her forehead, arms, and armpits with the cold water repeatedly. With the fever medicine working, Guan Chunhong's hot forehead finally cooled a little. An hour later, the person on the bed finally regained some awareness. She struggled to open her eyes and saw the ceiling she had looked at countless times before. She smiled faintly and hoarsely said, "Am I still alive?" During her coma, she felt her body was in a strange state, as if she was on the edge of death. Now, she had been pulled back. "Chunhong, you're awake. You're awake." Tian Dafu cried and laughed, finally feeling relieved. His eyes were red. "I'm fine now." Guan Chunhong finally noticed Siejio beside her and opened her mouth to speak. Tian Dafu saw Siejio beside her and explained, "Chunhong, it was Siejio who saved you." Otherwise, a tear rolled down his cheek. They say men don't cry easily, but that's only until they reach their limit of sadness. After today's experience, he was truly frightened. Guan Chunhong wanted to get up, but Siejio reached out to stop her. "Rest well. Tian Dafu, come out with me for a moment." Tian Dafu quickly adjusted his wife's blanket, then turned and followed Siejio out of the room. In the yard, people were still watching the scene. Granny Tian and Fudai were in the yard. Xia Weimin saw Siejio come out and asked worriedly, "Xiaojio, are you okay?" I'm fine now, I've woken up, Xieju replied calmly. But we still need to pay for the medicine. I gave Sister Tian a special medicine that costs 5 cents each. Granny Tian, hand over the money. Granny Tian heard that Xieju not only saved Guan Chunhong but also asked her for money. She was upset and sat down on the ground, crying out loud. You little troublemaker. Why is the medicine so expensive? 5 cents? Where am I supposed to get that money? Xieju's expression turned cold. She stepped forward, grabbed the axe on the ground, and with a swift swing, the woman who had been crying just moments before was instantly shaved bald. Her hair was cut off completely, and feeling the cold scalp, Granny Tian howled again. But just as the axe was only an inch from her neck, her crying choked in her throat, and she couldn't cry anymore. Stop whining or I'll shave all your hair, if you won't pay. Fine, I'll settle it with work points. Uncle, testify that 5 cents will be deducted from Tian Dafu's work points. Tian Dafu, you have no objection, right? Of course, Tian Dafu had no objection. He was the one who begged the village chief and others to save her. Without the village chief and Xieju, Chunhong might not have survived. Debt must be repaid. It's the right thing to do. I have no objection. This was originally my loan to you. When money was mentioned, Granny Tian couldn't sit still. You cursed person. This is just 5 cents. I don't agree. I said I didn't want to save her, but you insisted. Now look, the 5 cents are gone. The villagers present couldn't stand it anymore and started criticizing. Big mouth Tian, enough already. These work points are earned by Dafu and his wife. Do you have the right to say yes or no? You do nothing and the little person is also doing nothing. It's just the two of them working. They got sick and used their work points. Why do you need to agree? Old Lady Tian heard villagers criticize the little person, and her eyes widened. It's none of your business. My little Fu is a remarkable person. He's not meant for hard work. Dafeng is not as good as little Fu in any way. Of course, he has to work. If he doesn't work, what will he eat? Xieju looked up calmly and sneered. A remarkable person? A trafficker is a remarkable person. Ha ha. Everyone suddenly remembered this point and burst into laughter. They had teamed up with people to sell others. Truly remarkable. He dares to do it, but others wouldn't dare to be so heartless. The little person, Fu, pursed his lips. Xieju, I've already paid back the money, and you also broke my things. You've had enough. Xieju stepped forward and kicked him. You can do it, so why shouldn't people say something? Keep talking, and I'll hit you every time I see you. Do you think paying back the money makes this all go away? I'll cut you with a knife and say sorry. Will you accept it? Why should I accept it? Fu immediately shouted, stepping back slightly. Xieju shrugged innocently. Then why should I accept it? You, Fu pointed at Xieju with his finger. At that moment, a shiny, cold-looking machete swung past. If Fu's finger hadn't retracted quickly, he might have lost it. He stared in shock, eyes wide, watching the blade pass by his head. Xieju's eyes flashed with coldness. Next time you dare point at me, I'll cut your finger off, everyone gasped. Xieju was too fierce. Guan Chunhong, weak and exhausted, came out of the house. Village chief, I'll use my work points to pay back the 5 cents. Your work points aren't ours? You, a scoundrel, still want to spend 5 cents when you have a fever. As soon as she finished speaking, Xieju slapped her hard. Always calling people scoundrels. Aren't you a woman? Isn't your mother a woman? Am I not a woman? Aren't these women and ladies women? Who do you look down on? Exactly. Tian Dazue is too much, calling people scoundrels all the time. It's really uncomfortable to hear. Spring Red, why did you come out? You're not feeling well. Hurry and go back to lie down. I will take care of everything. Defu quickly stepped forward to support Guan Chunhong. At this point, Xieju looked up at Defu with serious eyes. Defu, your wife is too weak. If this continues, she won't live long. She's doing all this for you. As a husband, shouldn't you help her get better? Your mother and brother are well-fed and healthy. Look at your son and wife. One is as thin as a stick, and the other is almost like a little doll. Can't you see, or are you choosing to ignore it? Respecting your parents is important, but blind obedience isn't. It can hurt yourself and the people who truly love you. After Siejio finished speaking, everyone suddenly fell silent. This was the first time they heard such words, and it was shocking to them. Everyone used to say that arguing with a mother-in-law was disrespectful and unfilial. But what is the result of blind obedience? It causes suffering for oneself, for the children, and often leads to family separation. De Fu's face showed pain, then firm resolve. Village chief uncle, can I ask Annie to buy a few eggs for Spring Red and Nyo Dan to help them recover? I'll pay with my work points. Siejio stopped Wei Min, who looked a bit embarrassed. She knew the situation at her uncle's house better than anyone. The few chickens they had only laid eggs for Go Dan and second sister-in-law. One was still young and needed nutrition, and the other was pregnant with twins and also needed nourishment. They really couldn't spare any eggs. I have some wild eggs I can share with you. As for the money, I'll deduct it from your work points. Remember, money can be earned again, but if a person is gone, everything is lost. I understand. Thank you so much today. De Fu sincerely thanked Siejio. Nyo Dan also said earnestly, thank you, Sister Jio. If it weren't for Sister Jio, his mother might not have survived. Siejio gently touched Nyo Dan's small face and said seriously, you are becoming a young man now. You should protect your mother. You are her support and her pillar. Be brave and strong. Those who don't kill us will make us stronger. Nyo Dan nodded firmly. Sister Jio, I understand. Thank you, Master Tian. Later I will have someone bring you some eggs. You should stay inside and take good care of your wife. Don't let anyone take advantage of you, Siejio said with a hint of meaning. Everyone present understood what he meant. Siejio turned and walked away. As he passed by a man, he heard him whisper, just a girl, and you think you're so capable. Siejio suddenly stopped, his eyes cold as he looked at the man, a cold smile forming on his lips. The villagers watching saw Siejio stop, and those about to leave also paused again. Wow, more excitement to watch? Too much gossip. Can't finish it all. Girl? Me? Siejio pointed at herself. So, what if I am? The chairman said women can hold up half the sky. Do you disagree with the chairman? Do you think he's wrong? The man didn't dare admit it. If he did, the situation would change. This was a big deal in this era. It could really be held against him. Are you talking nonsense? When did I say the chairman was wrong? Then, when you call me a girl, are you looking down on me or the women here? These are all women. If he answers wrong, he will offend all the women present. Siejio had no mercy after years of chaos. Anyone who offended her would likely face her wrath. Moreover, this man was not clean himself, yet he dared to criticize her? She wanted him to know that offending her meant he would be stripped of everything. She had a little spirit. Wherever there are flowers, grass, and trees, she knew everything. Jean Dolly was scared at this moment. He didn't expect Siejio to be so difficult. No, I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything at all. And Aunt Huihua? She hasn't worked for several days. Did you beat her, so she can't get out of bed again? What? Granny Huang was the first to shout. Dolly, that's not what you said. You said Huihua was sick, and that's why she took leave. Every time Granny Huang went to work, she usually worked with Aunt Huihua. Hua flowers and is quick at work and speaks little. Lady Huang really enjoys working with her. It's been several days since Hua Flower was last seen, and Lady Huang even asked about her. The answer was that Hua Flower was not feeling well. Indeed, she was unwell because Jean Dolly beat her so badly she couldn't get out of bed. How could she feel comfortable? Not really. Jean Dolly's eyes flickered. She is truly unwell. As he spoke, he tried to run away. Could Siejio let him run? A bright, sharp sword suddenly appeared in front of him, and he scoffed. Jean Dolly, not being able to have children isn't Hua Flower Aunt's fault. It's your own incompetence. There is a saying in medicine, whether a boy or girl is born depends on the man, not the woman. So, men who are unable should not blame women for not having boys. Women carry children for 10 months, which is hard enough, without being blamed or beaten. They are real people, not tools for childbirth. You neglect your wife and let her suffer alone, and you get involved with a widow from the neighboring village. You may want to become a father, but don't drag innocent Hua Flower Ant into it. Our village can't afford someone like you. Otherwise, young men and women won't want to marry or settle down here." As Xiejio finished speaking, the crowd erupted. What? Hua Flower was beaten so badly she couldn't get out of bed, not because she was sick. I knew it. Since Hua Flower came to our village, she hasn't taken such a long leave. Now I understand. Jindali, are you even a man? Hua Flower gave birth to 3 daughters for you. When did she ever have a proper postpartum rest? You're just asking for trouble. Xia Weiman's brows furrowed so tightly he could kill a fly. If someone like Jean Dolly really existed in their village, who would dare to marry here? Dolly, is what Xiaoju said true? How is Hua Flower now? No, village chief, we should go check on her quickly. Otherwise, Hua Flower might be in serious trouble. Lady Huang understands the pain in this situation best. When she was young, she was beaten too. Those days were truly hard. Jean Dolly was so stunned that he forgot to react. A thought kept spinning in his mind. I'm going to be a father. I'm going to be a father. I'm going to be a father. He clearly understood what it meant to be a father. It meant that the child was not his, but someone else's. He was being used as a fool. How could the child not be his? How could the child not be his? If the child wasn't his, then it meant the widow was involved with many men at the same time. And he had given her all his money. Money that was supposed to be for his son. His son. No, it can't be, it can't be. Jean Dolly muttered to himself. At this point, he couldn't believe it. If the child in the widow's belly wasn't his, then everything he had done during this time was no different from being a fool. Xiejio coldly glanced at him, breaking his last bit of hope. Did the widow whisper in your ear, telling you that once Huaihuai died, she would marry you and give you a son? Did you give her all your money? Haha, so naive. Do you really believe the widow's words? The father of the child in her belly is someone who already has a wife. That man is a fool. Would he dare to have a child? Of course, he needs someone to take the blame. And who else but you, always wanting a son? So, you fell right into the trap. Originally, Xiejio didn't care about their messy affairs, but this man's mouth was too sharp. The widow he was with also had a relationship with Zhao Motzi. In the past, it was this widow and Zhao Motzi who took the original owner to the buyer. Could Xiejio let that widow go? Of course not. Although they didn't have proof of human trafficking yet, causing trouble for them was good. Gossip about their affair could ruin them in the village. And the man who got the widow pregnant was not a kind person either. Maybe someone would report them. If she didn't report, Xiejio would do it himself. No one would escape. No, it can't be, it can't be. I just wanted a son. What's wrong with that? Jean Dolly's eyes were bloodshot, wide open as if they might fly out of their sockets. Wanting a son isn't wrong, but not at the expense of hurting others. Xiejio looked at her, and then headed with Aunt Huang and the others toward Jean Dolly's house. Xia Weiman glanced at Jean Dolly, sighed, and patted his shoulder. Dolly, you're acting crazy. You don't cherish the beautiful Chinese scarlet flowers, and what about the widow from the next village? Is she good at managing her household? Don't end up losing the big gain for a small one. Everyone in the 10-mile radius knows about each other's affairs. If there's any small change in one village, everyone nearby will hear about it. How can the widow from the next village compare to Hua's flowers? It's just a narrow view. Xia Weiman shook his head and left. As the village chief, he had to be present for such a big incident. It's a matter of a person's life. Mrs. Huang hurriedly ran towards Jean Dolly's house, her fists clenched tightly, as if recalling the scene when she was beaten badly before. She trembled all over. That fear had deeply rooted in her bones. Even after many years, she still often dreams about it. Xiejio saw that Mrs. Huang looked upset. He stepped forward to support her arm and smiled to comfort her. Ma'am, it will be fine. Nothing serious will happen. Mrs. Huang looked at Xiejio, patted her hand gently, and said, You're a good girl. Now that you're away from those 2 burdens, good days are ahead. Yes, I believe that. I will make sure to have a good life. Xiejio replied with a bright smile. Her days would only get better. But what about Xia Aimin and Xia Xiongdong? After all, She heard from her childhood friend that Zhao Matsi blamed all the trouble on Xia Aimin. Once she knew she was no longer related to Xia Aimin, wouldn't Zhao Matsi want to take revenge? Honghe Village is a relatively large village under the South River Commune with over 50 households and about 200 or 300 residents. Jean Dolly's house is at the eastern end of the village, near the mountains, while Xie Jio's original home was at the western end, near another mountain's entrance. It takes at least 10 minutes to run from one end to the other. Whether it's people just watching the excitement or those genuinely wanting to help, when they saw the situation in Jean Dolly's yard, they saw 3 little girls, the youngest just learning to walk, wobbling unsteadily. Probably because they were very hungry, they were searching for food in the yard, even eating bugs and dirt. Mrs. Huang slapped her thigh and exclaimed, "What a disaster!" Even the children at home had tears in their eyes. Isn't that a terrible mistake? Ignoring your own children and only caring about others' children. Aren't you a bit crazy? Mrs. Huang was the first to enter the yard. She pushed open the door, and a bad smell came from inside. Xiejio's heart skipped a beat. She recognized that smell. She was very familiar with it from her past life. It was the smell of a body rotting. The little spirit also shouted, "Boss, this person is dead." She didn't die last night. It had just heard this from the grass in the backyard. Last night, it heard the woman crying out in pain. But Jean Dolly's house is a bit far from the other villagers' homes, so even at midnight, they couldn't hear anything. This is also why Jean Dolly's family didn't know about the domestic violence against Sister Huaihua. Xiejio looked back at the biggest girl in the yard, who was about 5 or 6 years old, but looked smaller because of poor nutrition. She frowned. A child this age should understand a lot in the countryside and be able to help with chores. Her mother cried out in pain last night. Did she not hear it? Although she knew she shouldn't doubt a little girl like this, she remembered that at Tian Dafu's house, Niu Dan was even younger than this girl. She understood that her mother almost died. Did this person not know? She didn't see any sadness on her face. Instead, there was a numbness and a sense of relief. Why did she see relief in the eyes of such a young girl?
Could it be that she?
Jean Zhaodi keenly felt a gaze on her. She raised her big, round eyes, looked faintly at Xiejio, then lowered her head again and continued doing her own work.
There was no joy, no sorrow.
At this moment, Xia Aimin hurried over. Xiejio explained the situation inside the house to him, so he could be prepared. Just then, they heard Mrs. Huang and other women scream from inside. "Ah, someone is dead. Huaihua is gone." Xia Aimin's expression became serious. Such an incident would definitely affect their village's reputation. But since the person was dead, they still had to help with the funeral arrangements. Jean Dolly was the last to return. He hung his head low, looking regretful as he entered the yard. Jean Zhaodi, who was squatting on the ground doing something, tightly clenched a sharpened wooden stick under her sleeve. She stood up and stepped forward to block her father's way, her eyes filled with suppressed anger. Her voice was hoarse as she said, "Dad, Mom is dead because of you. Are you satisfied now?" Jean Dolly slowly looked up, gazing at his eldest daughter with serious eyes for the first time. In the past, when he hit Hua Flower, this eldest daughter would always come out to stop him. And then what? He shook his head, realizing yes, he remembered. Every time his daughter tried to stop him, he would beat her together with her. What right does a girl have to stop him? If he had a son, why would the villagers look down on him? They said he was a man who couldn't have children, a barren man. How could he not have a son? Clearly, it was his wife's fault for not being capable. Otherwise, why did they only have daughters? She's dead, so what? She deserved it. Who asked her to be unable to have a son and shame me? Jean Dolly shouted, puffing out his chest. Really? Even now you don't think you're wrong? Jean Zhaodi's face showed a strange smile. Then go down and keep her company in death. At that moment, a sharp piece of wood was forcefully stabbed into her father's stomach. It pierced through, showing how much strength she used. She laughed, a cold, mocking laugh. You deserve to die. You are the one who truly deserves it. The little girl's face was full of deep hatred and a strange sense of relief.
Zhaodi.
Hearing the voice, Xia Weimin quickly retracted his foot, about to run over. Jean Zhaodi smiled, a sense of relief on her face. Uncle Village Head, please handle my family's funeral. We will bury her with my mother. As for my father, let him stay as far away from us as he can. The villagers who came to watch the scene were shocked. Xiejio didn't expect things to turn out like this. How could a little girl have such strength? If she hadn't exposed what was happening today, no one would have known that their family was rotting away at home. Clearly, she had planned ahead. She knew when her father would return and had given her sisters rat poison in advance. Then, when the poison took effect, she killed her father first, so they could follow their mother and be truly free. Zhaodi, why are you thinking so badly? Xia Weimin anxiously patted his thigh, his eyes turning red with worry. The villagers who received the news hurried over. When they saw what was happening in the yard, they all fell silent. This was something they never expected. They had come to watch the scene, but it ended up being a tragic event. Some men who had come to see the commotion, men who usually bossed around at home and often hit their wives and daughters, trembled all over when they saw what was happening. A cold feeling spread from their feet. It was as if they saw their own future. After this incident, the village's attitude toward gender equality improved a lot. Those men who used to hit their wives and daughters also became more restrained. They realized they were risking their own lives. When people become fierce, they don't care if it's a child or an adult. Even a cornered rabbit will bite, so how much more a person? Everyone, please help calm down. Seeing the yard covered in blood, everyone felt like a heavy stone was pressing on their hearts. In the end, the village paid for an old person's coffin. According to Jean Zhaodi's last wish, she and her children were placed inside and buried together. Jean Dolly was buried alone in the mountains, without a coffin. After burying them on the mountain, everyone left. A cool breeze blew, carrying a faint chill unique to the mountains. It gently brushed past, making a deep, long mourning sound, like whispers from underground, silently expressing their gratitude. As the wife of the village chief, Chun Hongxia often had to step in for many village matters. She led people to tidy up Jean Dolly's house, covering the bloodstains with dirt. The chickens in the yard were also asked about, and those who needed them could take some in exchange for money to pay for the coffin. After all, the coffin for Aunt Huaihua was paid for by the village. The money from selling the poultry covered the cost of the coffin, and any extra was used as aid for the family. When everything was cleaned up, Chen Hongxia and her group headed home. Everyone was silent for a moment. This was a peaceful family, gone in an instant. It truly shows how unpredictable life can be. When they were near Xia Weimin's house, Xiejio saw Niu Dan standing on the eastern hill of the village chief's house, looking in their direction with a worried expression. Until she saw Xiejio, Niu Dan's face lit up with a faint smile. She waved her little hand at Xiejio, "Little Jiu, sister." The light in his eyes was as bright as the sun in the sky, shining golden. "You're useless." Xiejio quickly stepped forward. "Are you looking for me?" Niu Dan shyly scratched his big head. "Little Nine, my dad asked me to come get the eggs." His voice grew softer, and a shy blush appeared on his face. "Eggs are precious, and Little Nine is kind to give them to us. Others might not be willing. For example, his grandma, who eats plain rice and boiled eggs with her younger brother, is too stingy to give his mother even a small piece. His mother is very weak. His grandma still won't let her eat much. If things continue like this, his mother, who is saved by Little Nine, might get worse again. Compared to his blood relatives, Little Nine, who isn't related by blood, is kinder to them than his grandma and uncle. That's why he came to ask. Though he felt a bit shy, he cared more about his mother." Xiejio patted his head and said, "Oh, I forgot."
Sorry, Niu Dan.
"I'll send someone to bring the eggs now. How is your mother now?" Niu Dan quickly shook his head. "It's okay, no rush. They had asked for help, so they shouldn't blame others." When Xiejio asked about his mother, tears welled up in his eyes, but he held back his feelings and didn't cry. Little Nine was right. He was a boy, and he should be brave. Mother isn't feeling well. Grandma won't let her eat much, and she's very weak. His mother only spent 50 cents on her illness, and now she still needs eggs. That made his grandma upset. If it had been before, he would have just endured it. But now, he and his father felt truly disappointed. Chun Hongxia was already upset because of the Dolly family's issues. When she heard Nyodan's words, she couldn't help but curse. I wonder what good things old lady Tian can get. Just that unreliable little person. She thought she could rely on him when she got old? Old lady Tian probably has no real plans. When she's old, she'll have to face the consequences. Every family has its own problems. Even if her husband is the village chief and can control everything, they can't control what people eat or do. They can only advise kindly, but old lady Tian is stubborn and refuses to listen. Changing her will be very difficult. Xiejio paused, then turned around and patted Nyodan's shoulder. You have to believe in your father. He won't let anything happen to your mother. Based on today's events, Tian Dafu's resistance will continue. Guan Chuanhong's illness was the last straw that broke the camel's back. In a way, this marks the beginning of Tian Dafu's rebellion as an old worker. Otherwise, he wouldn't have suggested using work points to pay for medicine or spent money on eggs. People change little by little. Disappointment also builds up gradually. Until it reaches a breaking point, he will fully explode to achieve his goal. And that explosion. Xiejio's lips curled slightly, perhaps because her confrontation with Fu Ai was the moment Tian Dafu truly erupted. Yes, Nyodan's eyes flashed with a light. This light was Xiejio. Little Jiao, I believe in you. It was Xiejio who, in their helplessness and when their parents had no way out, shone like a bright light, clearing the gloom in front of them and giving them hope. From then on, he would follow the light, trust the light, and grow brave and strong until he became a mighty tree. At that moment, Xiejio saw a different glow in Nyodan's eyes. She lowered her gaze to hide her thoughts, then turned and walked into the house. Soon, she came out holding 5 wild chicken eggs. She was afraid to give Nyodan too many eggs, worried that if Grandma Tian caused trouble again, these eggs might not reach them. Grandma Tian was shameless and bold, and with Fu Ai's reckless behavior, it wasn't impossible for her to try to steal. 5 wild chicken eggs cost you 2 cents. I will keep track and deduct it from your father's work points. Is that okay? Nyodan carefully took the eggs, bowed to Xiejio and said, Thank you, little Jiao. No problem. He secretly vowed to repay little Jiao someday. Although he was still young, he already understood that 5 eggs for just 2 cents was really cheap for them. If they bought them at the supply store, 5 eggs wouldn't cost only 2 cents. That's fine. Go now. Don't keep your parents waiting. Take care of yourself, Xiejio advised kindly. Yes. Nyodan put the eggs in his pocket, carefully protecting them, afraid he might accidentally drop and break them. Chun Hongxia watched from the side, her eyes feeling sore. Fortunately, there were only a few mothers-in-law in the village like old lady Tian, otherwise. It reminded her of her own past. When her in-laws were still alive, they constantly forced her and her husband to give money and food to Xia Min's family, even though he was lazy and unreliable. Luckily, she was strong-willed, so her in-laws didn't take much advantage of her. Thinking of Guan Chunhong, Chun Hongxia shook her head. That woman was hard-working and quiet. If she hadn't been bullied so badly this time, Dafu's family might never have stood up for themselves. Let's go, Xiaojio. Let's head back. Chun Hongxia turned her gaze away and called Xiejio to walk toward the yard. Behind them, Luo Aifong came over with Xiao Jianjun. Xie family, Xiaojio. Just as they were about to step into the yard, they stopped and turned around. Seeing Luo Aifong, Xiejio greeted politely, Aunt Luo, Brother Jianjun. After hearing his parents describe what had happened today, Zhao Jianjun was still a bit dazed. The quiet little girl he remembered had now grown into someone capable and confident. He looked at Xiejio with calm curiosity and nodded politely when she met his gaze. Luo Aifong smiled and took Xiejio's hand. Xiaojio, thank you so much for what you did today.
If it weren't for you.
Her voice trembled slightly as she remembered the scene, still feeling frightened. If it weren't for you, my Xiaohua might have been taken away. Really? Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Come in quickly, the eldest aunt said, inviting Luo Afong and Zhao Jianjun inside. At Xiejio's signal, Gooden went to fetch some brown sugar and made 2 bowls of sweet brown sugar water for them. Uncle Jianjun, Grandma Luo, please have some water, he said. Though Gooden was young, his hands were steady as he carried the bowls inside. Luo Afong exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my Gooden, you're such a thoughtful boy." Seeing the brown sugar water, she looked at him with pleasant surprise. Gooden scratched his head shyly. Sister Xiaojiu told me to do it. Luo Ifong's smile grew even warmer. Oh, Xiaojiu, you've already done so much. You didn't have to go to this trouble. In the countryside, serving guests brown sugar water was considered a special gesture of respect. Chen Hongxia didn't expect that Xiaojiu would think so carefully. She quickly invited people to sit down. Zhao Jianjun handed over some egg cakes, peach crisps, and half a jean of brown sugar to Xiejio. This is for Xiaojiu. Thank you for saving Xiaohua today. Before Xiejio could speak, he also handed over a similar item to Chen Hongxia. Auntie, this is for Xiangbei. Thanks to him for saving Xiaohua today. Originally, Luo Afong planned to give a slightly more generous gift to Xiejio, and her gift to Xiangbei was a little less than that of Xiejio. But later, the village secretary thought this was not appropriate, so they decided that both families should give gifts of equal value. Xiaohua is more important than these material things. If things are lost, they can be bought again. If money is short, they can earn more. But if a person is gone, everything is lost. Oh, what are you doing? We're neighbors, helping each other is just what friends do. Don't be so formal. Take this back and give Xiaohua some nourishment. Xiejio also pushed the gifts back. Yes, these are for Xiaohua to eat. A little token of my heart. If you don't accept it, it means you don't see me as one of your own. Luo Afong said with a stern face, pushing the gifts towards Xiejio and Chen Hongxia. Chen Hongxia smiled and joked. All right, we accept your kindness. Xiejio also smiled and accepted the gift. She then stood up and said, Wait a moment, everyone. After returning home, she took 3 apples from her space, and then another 3. 3 apples were for Luo Ifong's family, and 3 for her uncle's family. Xiejio went back and forth, giving apples to Luo Afong and Chen Hongxia. This is my little gift. Let's all enjoy some sweetness, she said. Luo Afong didn't want to accept the apples because they were too valuable. But Xiejio quickly said, Auntie Luo, apples are precious and sugar is the same. Nowadays, buying sugar requires a sugar coupon. Without the coupon, you can't buy it. Luo Ifong's family gave half a jean of sugar, which they probably managed to get through some effort. Because 1 sugar coupon only allows the purchase of 2 ounces of brown sugar. In the countryside, not many people have sugar coupons. That's why many women try to get some red sugar during their confinement period. Luo Afong hesitated but finally accepted the apples with a smile. However, her gaze towards Xiejio grew even more affectionate. Previously, she only knew that Xiejio was hardworking and quiet, a good girl. Now that she has interacted more, she realizes that this girl is not only capable but also humble, giving a warm feeling. As long as you don't provoke her, she won't act recklessly. In other words, this girl has her own sense of right and wrong, and her own bottom line. When the 2 of them were about to leave, Xiejio couldn't help but mention something to Zhao Jianjun because he is the leader of the militia team. Brother Jianjun, I think those 2 human traffickers didn't come here by chance. Our commune has about 10 villages, but they are clearly targeting this place. I'm worried they might have a plan. We should increase patrols and tell the children to go out in groups, not alone. Zhao Jianjun listened to Xiejio and thought it made sense. He nodded seriously, I will do that. After they left, Chen Hongxia asked nervously, Xiaojiu, do you think they came here with a plan? Xiejio didn't hide it. Yes, probably. Otherwise, when those 2 asked for directions from Fong Jiqing, why did they ask directly about how to get to Honghe village? At that fork in the road, there are several villages. If they didn't know the area, how would they know about Honghe village? Why not go to other villages? Instead, they came here with a clear goal. There must be something suspicious going on. Those traffickers, they really will do anything for money. This is black money. Chen Hongxia thought about what would happen if Dog Egg was gone, and how her older brother and older sister would survive. These human traffickers should be caught and punished. Then what do you think about Fong Jiqing? Chen Hongxia was still worried. She remembered Fong Qingqing confessing to Xie Xiangbei that night. She felt her right eye twitch and sensed that something was about to happen. Xie expression grew cold. He wants to take shortcuts and not work. This was after Xie organized his words. To be more direct, he was lazy, greedy, and bad. I'm worried in my heart. Today, Chen Hongxia also saw Fong Jiqing acting crazy. She was really afraid her little son would get involved. What should she do? Xie comforted her by patting her shoulder. Auntie, don't worry. I'm here. Yes, you're hungry. Auntie will go cook. All right, I'll go up the mountain to see if there's any wild game. Xie voice sounded from afar. Chen Hongxia watched Xie back as she left and smiled. She really was a girl who never seemed to grow up. She wondered which young man she might end up with. Thinking about marrying Xie off, Chen Hongxia felt a little uncomfortable, clutching her chest. Although Xie wasn't her daughter, she had watched her grow up over the years. To her, she was no different from her own daughter. Zhu Hong looked at her mother-in-law watching Xie's back and teased, "Mother, are you reluctant to see Xiaozhou go?" Well, she's also quite pitiful. She lost her mother very young, and she has such a father and brother. Life has been hard for her. Naturally, I hope she finds happiness and marries into a good family. Don't worry, Mother. Now that Xiaozhou has stood up for herself, no one can trouble her. As long as Xie doesn't want it, no one can control her. She saw this very clearly. Xie quickly took a small path back toward the mountain. A tiny spirit transformed into a small blade of grass, which she tucked into her hair. From a distance, it looked like a small hairpin. Suddenly, Xie's steps paused slightly. She heard voices ahead, familiar, as if. Her eyes brightened. The scoundrel who came knocking on her door. She wasn't going to let him off easily. "Shorty, do you know the relationship between Xie and his daughter?" The voice was Zhao Mozi's. Since it was revealed that they had schemed to sell Xie, Zhao Mozi stopped coming through the main road to Honghe village. Instead, he crossed over the neighboring mountain to avoid being seen. Fu Aizi sat under a large tree, holding a blade of dogtail grass. When he heard Zhao Mozi mention Xie, his body instinctively trembled. That deep, bone-aching pain seemed to surface again at that moment. His face darkened. This was a natural reaction after being beaten repeatedly. A cold glint flashed in Fu Aizi's eyes. How clever was Zhao Mozi? He had been watching Fu Aizi's expression closely. Even though they sometimes cooperated and knew each other, he didn't fully trust him. Last time, when Xie found out about his family, there was always a knot in his heart. This matter was kept very secret. Only he and the short man knew about it. Even Chen Lizi, who was brought in to help gather people, didn't know. How did Xie, the victim of this incident, find out? They were afraid the truth might be exposed early and alert Xie. So no one told him. Even when they played cards at the table, he and the short man didn't exchange many looks. He was so careful. How did his plan make Xie aware of it? He had suspected the short man before, but he chose to stay silent and not reveal anything directly. He knew that in their line of work, having one more friend can be better than having one more enemy. Especially now, in such a sensitive situation, he had to be even more cautious. But he had become suspicious of the short man. "How about you? Did you get beaten up too?" His voice was calm, without showing anger or happiness, but if you listened carefully, you could hear a hint of satisfaction. Why did he get hit and have to pay money? Sharing troubles and facing difficulties together should make things fair. The short man snorted coldly. "Not just beaten. That crazy guy almost destroyed my house." Zhao Mozi's face showed a slight, happy smile. Now he felt completely balanced. The short man was lost in anger and hatred, not noticing the quick flash of a smile at Zhao Mozi's lips. But Xie, hiding in the shadows, saw it. She raised an eyebrow. These two didn't seem as harmonious as they appeared. How about her and Zhao Matsi asked with a hint of suspicion. Finally, the short man noticed Zhao Matsi's intention. He frowned and asked ambiguously, "You want to do something to Zhao Matsi sat down, leaning against a big tree, and looked at the short man with a faint smile. "Don't you want to?" There was a bit of encouragement in his tone. They had both lost 50 yuan and also got beaten up.
Ha.
Of course I want to. I dream about it. His money wasn't easy to come by. He couldn't take money from Xiejio, but what about Xia? He could give him a lesson. Anyway, he and Xiejio had already cut ties. He figured Xiejio wouldn't stand up for him, and it wouldn't be their problem later. Even if they're no longer connected, they still need to be careful, especially if Xiejio goes crazy. Fu Ai is more cautious than Zhao Matsi thinks. They live in the same village, and after observing for a few days, he is sure that Xiejio's methods are more than what they have seen. That day, the two traffickers were the best example. They are both very cruel and wicked people. Have they seen all kinds of people? But they failed in Xiejio's hands. There must be some things they don't know about him. Then we do this or that. Zhao Matsi and Fu Ai were planning nearby. As long as they could get revenge and breathe freely, they became more and more excited. They whispered for a while, and Xiejio casually found a small tree nearby to listen in, understanding their plans clearly. Honestly, these two still have some brains and skills. Just as Xiejio was about to leave, he heard Fu Ai speak again, full of strong hatred. "Don't you want to show Xiejio some color?" Zhao Matsi stood up, brushed off the dirt on himself, and snorted, "Fu Ai, it's not that I look down on you, but you can't beat her. That woman is fierce and clever. How can you deal with her? Even if you use dirty tricks to get her, are you sure you can handle her revenge? Women like her, once you get her, you won't be safe. Her revenge will be like a flood, drowning you in an instant." Zhao Matsi looked far into the mountains with a deep, sarcastic gaze. He has seen too many women. When they go through these things, they either tremble with fear or scream and beg for mercy. But look at Xiejio. She only uses violence to make you understand the consequences of provoking her. Once is enough to experience this. He accepts it, but he's not stupid. He won't provoke her a second time. He has his own bottom line: seek wealth and risk danger. But once he encounters something unpredictable, he must stay away immediately. Xiejio is such a person. Fu Ai turned his eyes to Zhao Matsi, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Zhao Matsi shook his head and turned to leave. After walking a few steps, he stopped and said, "Don't forget our matter," then walked toward the distance. Xiejio understood from the look on Fu Ai's face that this person hadn't listened to Zhao Matsi's warning. She smirked playfully, feeling pleased. Good. She could enjoy punishing the troublemaker again. The first time Fu Aizi wanted to ruin the original owner's reputation was because Fong Qingqing gave her 5 yuan. In fact, the original owner and Fong Qingqing had no real connection. The original owner was quick at work, and Fong Qingqing, wanting to get an advantage, was jealous when she couldn't. This resentment led her to order Fu Aizi to ruin the person's reputation. She thought that even if Fong Qingqing was taken to the police station this time, she would be able to return quickly. She took a yuan to show the way, which was true, but she had no real dealings with the human traffickers. She was just greedy for money, but at least this served as a lesson for her. Xiejio knew this person didn't want to work at all and would cause trouble. When that happens, she would find a way to have her sent back to the youth office. People like her really pollute the air in Honghe village. Xiejio turned and walked in another direction. She planned to catch a wild chicken and then go home. As the zombie king, she was a meat eater and simply couldn't help but eat meat. She would have to work a bit harder herself. Hee, wild chickens, here I come. The wild chickens. Ah, this greedy woman is back again. Because of her, we don't have time to breed. Bunnies are cute and tasty too. Why doesn't she go bother the rabbits? Aren't rabbits more capable of breeding? Xiejio. She can say whatever she wants. As long as it's meat, it doesn't matter if it's a rabbit or a chicken. Or maybe we can play rock, paper, scissors, and the loser becomes my meal? the wild chickens and bunnies. This woman is so fierce. Fong Qingqing hobbled along the path back to the village. Today at the police station, although the officers were very kind, she still felt a natural fear. Her expression was a bit dazed. What did she do wrong? These days, earning money is so hard. Even eating in the village is difficult. She just wanted to make some money. She hadn't done anything heinous or evil. And so, what if she pointed the way for them? She didn't know they were human traffickers. Moreover, even if they were traffickers, the village children being kidnapped might actually thank her for helping them have a better life. Life in the village is so hard, with no future. If they were sold to a good family, wouldn't they get a good education and a better life? Why do they think her eyes are not eyes, and her nose is not her nose? It's all because of that hateful person, Xiejio. She must make her look good. A cold, sickly smile flickered across her face. She touched the small bag of medicine powder hidden inside her clothes, and her resolve to marry Xie Xiangbei grew stronger. Once she married Xie Xiangbei, she would make Xiejio and the Xie family turn against each other. Just wait and see. Thinking about how she wouldn't have to work after marrying Xie Xiangbei, just eating, drinking, and having fun every day, she could already imagine a comfortable life. Even the blisters on her feet didn't hurt as much. At sunset, the sky gradually turned a gentle orange-red, painting a peaceful scene across the sky. Fong Qingqing arrived in the village at this time. The old people at the village entrance had already gone home to prepare dinner. The village roads were quiet, with few people walking. Xie Xiangbei had just finished exchanging with another group and was about to go home. When he turned onto another road, he saw Fong Qingqing returning to the village. He paused slightly, then turned around expressionlessly. The moment Fong Qingqing saw Xie Xiangbei, a string in her mind snapped completely. She saw his indifference toward her and felt a surge of anger in her heart. Why was he so cold to her? Was she any less than Xiejio? Why could he smile happily with Xiejio, but be so cold to her? Xiejio, because I am his beloved sister, and you are just a passerby. Xie Xiangbei, stop right there. Fong Qingqing shouted loudly. Hearing this, Xie Xiangbei quickened his steps, as if a dog was chasing him, afraid of being stained. Nowadays, if anyone saw a struggle, it would be hard to explain. Xiejio said that a man's innocence is also innocence. He couldn't betray his future wife. He must uphold his morals and stay away from troublemakers. Fong Qingqing was almost furious, seeing Xie Xiangbei's actions. She no longer cared about her foot pain and hurriedly chased after him, panting. Xie Xiangbei, wait for me, wait for me. Fong Qingqing used all her strength, desperately chasing after him. Xie Xiangbei was so scared he ran faster. When he reached his yard, he slammed the door shut with a loud bang. Before he could lock it, the door was forcefully pushed open from outside, making a dull thud. This caused the busy kitchen to draw out the three women, Chen Hongxia, her daughter-in-law, and her mother-in-law. Seeing her son look like a frightened rabbit, Chen Hongxia teased with a smile, "Son, what did you do?" At that moment, when Fong Qingqing entered from the doorway, Chen Hongxia's smile suddenly disappeared. She said impatiently, "Fong Jiqing, do you have something to say?" "Auntie, I'm here to see Xiangbei." Chen Hongxia stepped forward and pushed Xie Xiangbei behind her, warning, "Fong Jiqing, men and women should keep their distance. Please stay away from Xiangbei. He doesn't like you, so please don't cause trouble." Chen Hongxia felt she had already shown her patience to Fong Jiqing. She had spoken kindly, but this person still didn't understand. Her face showed disgust and impatience. For some reason, her words or expressions seemed to upset Fong Qingqing. She shouted loudly, acting like a madwoman. "Why don't you like me?" "He likes me." "How could he not like me?" Fong Qingqing, thinking she still had work to do and unsure how long she would stay in Honghe village, became completely obsessed. Her eyes were full of determination. Let him speak for himself. Xie Xiangbei looked at the unruly Fong Qingqing with a hint of coldness and disgust. He said clearly, "Fong Jiqing, I really don't like you. Please leave my house." Ah. Fong Qingqing's eyes turned red with madness. her gaze fixed on Xie Xiangbei, and she giggled crazily. She took out some powder from her clothes, ready to throw it at him. The yard was in chaos. Chen Hongxia, Zhang Lili, and Zhu Hong were all terrified by what they saw. Xie Xiangbei couldn't let his mother and sister-in-law get hurt. He dared not touch Fang Qingqing, afraid she might accuse him falsely. Xie Jiu carried a wild chicken and a rabbit, happily walking down the mountain path. Suddenly, a tiny voice sounded in his ear. "Boss, go back quickly. The little grass in the yard told me that Xie Xiangbei is in trouble." This was the reason Xie Jiu specifically told the little spirit to leave a small grass in the yard. Since Fang Qingqing had foolishly declared her love for Xie Xiangbei, he had become wary of her. Xie Jiu moved swiftly, using his supernatural power, shooting out like an arrow. Just as Fang Qingqing's eyes were filled with a proud smile, and she was one step away from success, Xie Jiu suddenly appeared like a flash of light, kicking Fang Qingqing out directly. "Ah!" Fang Qingqing cried out in pain and fell to the ground, while Xie Jiu stood in front of her aunt and others. The little elf had already sent Go Dan to the brigade office to find the eldest uncle. Xie Aimin, panting heavily, hurried back with his two sons. Seeing the situation in the yard, Xie Aimin's face darkened completely. "Fang Jiqing, what are you causing now?" It was mealtime, and villagers saw the worried look on the village head's face. They probably knew something was wrong, and came to see what was happening. Seeing the scene in the yard, everyone gasped in shock. "When did Fang Jiqing come back? I like Xie Xiangbei. I want him to be my husband. What's wrong with that? Why are you stopping me? You're all bullying me." Luo Afong, who had received favors from the Xie family and was on good terms with the eldest aunt, was the first to shout, "Fang Jiqing, how shameless you are. Marriage should be based on mutual consent. You can't just be lazy and cling to Xiangbei. Isn't that unfair?" Initially, some villagers were doubtful, but hearing this, they all angrily cursed. "This is too inhumane. To achieve her goals, she's willing to do anything. Keeping her in our village is a disaster." "Exactly. Village chief, send her back. Who would want to marry such a troublemaker?" "Yes, Fang Jiqing has caused trouble several times. Our village is too small to accommodate such a big troublemaker." For a moment, the villagers' voices were filled with anger. No one wanted to have such a daughter-in-law. Before Xie Aimin could speak, suddenly Zhu Hong let out a painful cry. "Ah, mother, it hurts, it hurts." When Chen Hongxia heard the cry, she instinctively turned to support her daughter-in-law who was about to collapse. Xie Xiangnan heard Zhu Hong's painful cry and hurried over, his anxious expression clear. "Wife, what's wrong?" "Wife, don't scare me." Xie Jiu furrowed his brow slightly, looking at Zhu Hong's suffering face. His heart skipped a beat. Could the baby be coming early? The little fairy shook 2 leaves and let out a sound. "Boss, your second sister-in-law is about to give birth," but the little fairy used her special power to look at her belly, and her expression looked worried. "However, her baby is in the wrong position, so it might be hard to deliver." In those days, the town's hospital didn't have cesarean sections. Giving birth was very dangerous, like crossing a ghost gate. If not careful, both mother and baby could die. The most feared problem was the baby being in the wrong position. "It hurts. I feel so much pain." Zhu Hong's voice was weak, and big drops of cold sweat rolled down her forehead. Xie Jiu quickly said, "Uncle, tie up Fang Qingqing. It's her fault that the second sister-in-law went into early labor. And she gave medicine to third brother, so she must be punished. If everyone does the same, our village will be chaos." The villagers listened and agreed. One by one they shouted, "Tie her up! Tie her up!" "Okay. This matter, Fang Jiqing really needs to give us an explanation." Xie Aimin quickly ordered people to bring ropes and tie her up. Captain Zhao Jianjun from the militia team took her to the village office. They planned to deal with Fang Qingqing after Zhu Hong safely gave birth. With everyone's help, Zhu Hong was carried back into the house. Aunt Luo, the only midwife in the village who knew how to deliver babies, was there. But years ago, her eldest daughter-in-law died during childbirth, which left her with a shadow in her heart. Since then, She rarely helped deliver babies. Now, seeing Zhu Hong, she couldn't help but think of her late daughter-in-law. Her eyes turned red, and her body trembled as she went into the inner room. Inside, Zhu Hong's painful cries kept coming. The villagers outside heard her and looked worried. They had all given birth before, but never twins or early births. They were really nervous. Xie Xiangnan was so anxious he was sweating. He silently prayed to the gods, hoping his wife would be safe and sound. Xie knew that if the baby's position didn't change, Zhu Hong might not be able to deliver. She pulled back the curtain and went inside. Inside, Chen Hongxia and Luo Afong looked a little surprised, then said, "Xiao Jiu, you should go out quickly. This isn't a place for you." Seeing how bloody and chaotic it was, Xiao Jiu was still a girl. If she got scared, what would happen? Xie Jiu shook his head and said seriously, "Big Aunt Luo, second sister-in-law's baby, is in the wrong position. If we don't turn the baby's position, it will be very hard for her to give birth." Everyone understood what he meant. Luo Afong felt this deeply. Her eldest daughter-in-law also had the baby in the wrong position and died during childbirth. When Xiao Hua was born, she came out feet first. Her eldest daughter-in-law managed to give birth to Xiao Hua with her last strength, but she passed away at the moment the baby was born. What should we do?" Chen Hongxia stammered, frightened and staggering. If the second daughter-in-law had any trouble, how could second brother survive? Xie took a deep breath and quickly calmed down.
Big Aunt, stay calm.
"I will try to help second sister-in-law turn the baby's position so she can deliver. Since the baby's position was wrong, the only way now is to turn the baby's position and change the baby's head to the correct position." Before becoming the zombie king, Xie was a proud special forces soldier. Their training included medical skills. She had learned about assisting childbirth. "Xiao Jiu, can you do it?" "I can. Trust me." Xie voice was soothing, which helped calm the two nervous women. Zhu Hong looked at Xie steady gaze. Her pain seemed to lessen a little. She weakly looked at Xie and said, "Xiao Jiu, I believe in you." "Good." Xie rolled up her sleeves, warming her hands first, then said to Big Aunt, "Big Aunt, you should prepare some food for second sister-in-law to give her strength. She'll need energy to deliver." Just as she finished speaking, Zhang Lily's voice came from outside. Mother, I cooked an egg for second brother's wife. Hurry and let her eat it, so she has strength to give birth." Chen Hongxia quickly got up, lifted the curtain, and brought in a bowl of steaming egg and brown sugar water. Xie hands had warmed up enough. "Big Aunt, feed this to second sister-in-law. I'll help turn the baby's position." Xie placed her hand on Zhu Hong's belly, gently feeling the baby's position. Then, she used her hands to push and rotate the belly slowly, feeling for the baby's head to move into the correct position. Zhu Hong felt a wave of pain coming, as if the baby inside her was telling her, "Mom, are you ready?" The baby was about to be born. A sharp pain struck her. Xie guided her to breathe in and out. After a strong push, a clear cry sounded, "Wah, wah, wah." Confused and anxious, Luo Afong started crying when she heard the baby's cry. That year, her daughter-in-law's departure became a lifelong pain for her. Now, seeing Zhu Hong deliver safely, she seemed to finally feel at peace. If her daughter-in-law had given birth a few years later, and if she had met Xie, she might not have lost her life. She silently prayed that her daughter-in-law would find a good family in her next life and live happily. Chen Hongxia looked at the wrinkled little baby and tears welled up in her eyes. She and Luo Afon quickly wrapped the baby in a blanket. Xie didn't stop. He continued to turn the position of the other baby inside her belly. As he moved, he said, "Let me guess, are you a boy or a girl? Are you also eager to come out? Seeing your brother come out, are you getting impatient too?" Yes, the first baby to come out was a boy, chubby and lively. Though a bit wrinkled, he didn't look malnourished like other babies. Chen Hongxia held her second grandson, smiling so much her mouth couldn't close. "See, your aunt personally brought you into this world. You must be close to her too." The little baby seemed to understand. He waved his tiny hand randomly, as if saying, "I heard you. I will be good to my aunt." With Xiaozhou's final turn, the second baby moved back to the head-down position. Zhu Hong felt another wave of pain. She couldn't help but cry out, "Ah." Xiaozhou quickly comforted her. "Second sister-in-law, focus on your breathing."
Yes, just like that.
Inhale. Exhale. Push hard. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Hong felt something slide quickly from her belly, and she felt much lighter. Wah wah wah. Chen Hongxia looked at her wrinkled little granddaughter, happily took a clean cloth, gently wiped her, then wrapped her in a blanket. She looked at Zhu Hong with a satisfied smile and said, "Second brother's family, thank you for your hard work. One son and one daughter, a perfect family." Outside, Xie Xiongnan heard two crying sounds. He collapsed to the ground, exhausted after being so tense for a long time. Now that he relaxed, it felt as if all his energy had been taken away. Then he was filled with joy. He had children now. 2 children, a boy and a girl. Standing nearby, Xie Xiangbei heard that his sister-in-law and the babies were safe. His heart finally eased. His second sister-in-law had suffered because of him. If anything had happened to her, he couldn't forgive himself. His anger and hatred towards the other person reached its peak. He had never seen a girl so shameless. Fortunately, Xiao Ju stopped her. The consequences could have been terrible. Xiaozhou came out from the inner room, looking a bit tired. Xie Xiongnan happily thanked her. "Xiaozhou, thank you. Second brother, we are family." "There's no need to thank me." Xiaozhou shook her head sincerely. The original owner had suffered so much. It was them who gave her the only light in her life. Naturally, she would also repay her kindness. Hee, second brother, remember that. Second brother, go inside and see your wife and the children. Auntie and Aunt Luo have already tidied up for her. Zhang Lili cheerfully brought out 2 bowls of brown sugar eggs from the kitchen. She handed one to Xiaozhou and the other to Xie Xiongnan, telling him to take it to Zhu Hong. "Xiaozhou, take this quickly. Are you tired?" Zhang Lili couldn't imagine what would have happened if Xiaozhou hadn't been there. Their second sister-in-law might have been in trouble today. They all understood this, but kept their gratitude in their hearts. From now on, they would treat Xiaozhou even better. Xiaozhou was also hungry. She took the bowl from Zhang Lili and ate quickly. Giving birth took a lot of energy, and helping with delivery was very exhausting too. After eating a bowl of eggs, Xiaozhou touched her stomach, feeling a bit hungry still. Zhang Lili arranged the dishes and saw how she looked. She smiled and said, "Xiaozhou, hurry up and eat dinner." Xie Xiongnan quickly took the eggs inside. Seeing his wife and 2 children already settled, he showed a silly smile. "Wife, you've worked hard. Hurry up and eat this." Xie Xiongnan looked at the 2 small babies on the bed and felt an unexplainable happiness. He thought, is this what it feels like to be connected by blood? Aunt Luo saw the happy family of 4 and smiled as she came out of the inner room. Zhang Lili quickly stepped forward, holding her back to invite her to stay and share a simple meal. Aunt Luo declined, saying she wanted to go back. Every household was busy, and meals were prepared based on the number of people. There was no extra food. If she stayed to eat, it would mean sharing others' food, which she couldn't do. Xiaozhou firmly sat her down on a stool. "Aunt Luo, just stay and eat with us. It's thanks to you earlier. Your experience and my skills were key to the safety of second sister-in-law, so it's only right to share a meal." Initially, Luo Afong wanted to refuse, but after hearing Xiaozhou's words, she felt it was reasonable and decided to stay. She wasn't worried about her family. Her husband knew she was here, and Godan had told her husband she was eating here. They would take care of themselves. Looking at the dishes on the table, chicken with mushrooms and braised rabbit, Ifong's eyes widened. This is too much. Why so many dishes just for a simple meal? Chen Hongxia happily served her a piece of rabbit and a chicken leg. "Don't worry and eat up. These were caught by Xiaozhou in the mountains. We're just lucky to have some." Since Xiaozhou arrived, their life had improved a lot. They had meat to eat every meal. Even though they still worked hard during the day, she felt her waist had gained some flesh. Aunt Luo looked at Xiaozhou with a gentle smile. "Xiaozhou, You should live your life well. Without those two burdens, your days will surely get better. She also hunted and farmed. If someone was lucky enough to marry her, they would wake up smiling every night. Yes, I understand. Xiejio was very hungry. She ate quickly but gracefully, without seeming rude, more like being straightforward and efficient. A Fong felt full after the meal. Savoring the aroma of the meat, she carried a red egg given by the Xie family and, after saying goodbye to Xie Xiangnan, headed home. Seeing her father smoking in the main room, she put down the red egg and deliberately took a deep breath in front of him, proudly asking, "Old man, do you smell something?" Zhao Dongfang took a puff of his cigarette, exhaled a smoke ring, and glanced at his wife with a displeased look. He said, "Do you think I am a dog? Just smelling it, I can tell what you ate. But since the Xie family can invite you to eat, the food must be good." Luo Afong licked her lips and looked longing as she said, "Life at the Xie family is really different. Tonight, there's wild chicken and wild rabbit. It smells so good." Although their family sometimes managed to have a special meal, it was not as grand as the Xie families. They just cooked a wild chicken and a wild rabbit. Hearing Luo Aifeng's words, Zhao Dongfang was not surprised. That's because Xiejio is capable. Good people are rewarded. If it weren't for Xie Weiman's family, Xiejio might not be alive today. This kid is also grateful. Feelings are mutual. It's time for the Xie family to have a good life. That's true. Luo Aifeng's tone carried a bit of envy, but she was not jealous.
People are like that.
When you are kind to others, they will be kind back. Xie Weiman's family treats Xiejio well. Now that Xiejio is returning their kindness, isn't that right? If anyone is jealous, they must be crazy. Has the eldest returned? Is Fang Zhijing crazy? Not working, and doing all kinds of things, it's really frightening. Luo Afong stood up, placing eggs one by one into a small basket. Zhao Dongfang tapped his pipe on the table corner, looked at the sky outside, and frowned. Not yet. Meanwhile, Xiejio learned from the little spirit that Fu the dwarf had found two second-rate men from the neighboring village, planning to use them to deal with Xiejio. Xiejio was lying on the bed thinking about Fang Qingqing when he heard the little spirit's words. He immediately sat up. He had an idea. He thought of a good plan. Not only could he get rid of Fu the dwarf, but he could also deal with Fang Qingqing. It was a perfect two-in-one solution. He was lying on the bed, excited, waiting for Fu the dwarf to arrive late at night. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. Following the instructions in his mind, he quietly got up, dressed, and silently opened the wooden door, then headed toward the village committee. Xiejio was using his mental powers to control Fu the dwarf. Because of Fang Qingqing, Zhao Jianjun and who had to stay at the village committee to watch her, while others went patrol the village. A shadow flickered past the window. Zhao Jianjun cautiously opened the door and looked at the little man outside. Just as he was about to speak, he and who were hit with some powder and completely fainted. The little man went inside and took away Fang Qingqing, who was. Xiejio controlled the little man and the other two, who planned to harm her. They all went to the pigsty at the back. He sprinkled a colorless, tasteless powder, and the others let out a soft cry. Instinctively, they started to move together. Night fell, dark as ink. Everything was silent. Only the gentle night breeze brought a cool feeling. The village militia members finished patrolling Red River Village and headed toward the main office. Night was different from daytime. They leaned against the mountain, and it was much colder at night. After each patrol, the militia would go to the main office for hot water and rest for 10 minutes before starting the second round. Usually they did 3 patrols each night. It was about time to change shifts. Huang Mantao stomped off the mud on his foot and asked Xie Xiangbei, how did your sister learn to fight like that? He had heard from his mother that when Xiejio struck, she directly subdued Tian Dazue and her unruly son. Everyone knew what kind of person Fu Aizi was. Growing up together, it was clear he was a bit reckless. Even they didn't want to get involved with him. After all, reasoning with someone who refuses to listen is just a waste of words. He really admired Xiejio's ability to act without hesitation rather than complain. Xie Xiangbei kept walking, his serious face showing a hint of concern. If you had been like her since you were young, relying on her for everything, I think you'd be just like her. Everyone fell silent. Although the village favored boys over girls, Xie, at such a young age, had to shoulder family responsibilities, often getting beaten and working in the fields, all alone. In other words, her strength came from life and death experiences. Xie, haha, your imagination is really rich. Is it possible that the person is still the same, but the soul has changed? Huang Mantao awkwardly smiled. Look at me, Xiangbei, don't mind what I said. I mean no harm, I just truly admire her.
I know.
If they didn't trust the character of the people involved, someone else might have asked, but Xie Xiangbei wouldn't be so easy to persuade. That was his sister, and no one could insult her or look down on her. It was late at night, and the dark sky was filled with cold wind howling outside, sometimes making rustling sounds. A few people looked at each other. Usually, the main office would have lights on at this time, but now, Xie Xiangbei was the first to run toward the main office. Huang Mantao and the others quickly followed, feeling like a heavy stone was pressing on their chests. They absolutely couldn't let anything happen. This was an unwritten rule. They always kept a candle burning at night to avoid accidents in the dark. Xie Xiangbei ran while looking around nervously, scanning the surroundings carefully, afraid that danger might suddenly appear. They ran all the way to the main office, seeing that the only big door was open, but inside was dark and silent. Under the faint moonlight, from a distance, it looked like two figures were hanging upside down at the door. Xie Xiangbei and Huang Mantao exchanged a quick look. They moved toward the door, one on the left and one on the right, with Li Weiguo and Shen Xijin following behind. When they saw Zhao Jianjun and Da Hu lying at the door, they gasped in shock, feeling a chill run down their spines. Their steps became a little unsteady. Xie Xiangbei carefully looked inside to make sure no one was hiding there. Once he was sure, he hurried forward and lit a candle with a match. Huang Mantao helped Zhao Jianjun up and pushed him gently, saying, "Jianjun, wake up. Jianjun, wake up. Da Hu, wake up. Da Hu, wake up." Neither of them showed signs of waking. There were no signs of a fight around, but Fang Qingqing was already gone. Xie Xiangbei made a quick decision. Taozi, Xijin, stay here. Li Weiguo, and I will go get help. Okay, be careful on the way, Huang Mantao said seriously and worriedly. They didn't know what was going on. If there were still bad people around, calling for help might lead to trouble. It could be dangerous. There were two people lying there unconscious and in danger. They couldn't be left alone. Xiangbei's plan was the most reasonable. Xie Xiangbei looked at the others, then turned and left with Li Weiguo, heading toward Zhao's house. Zhao's house was closer to the main camp than the Xie family, so they naturally headed there first. The door of Zhao's house was knocked loudly. Bang, bang, bang. Uncle Zhao, get up quickly, something's wrong. Zhao Dongfang, who was sleeping, was startled awake by the sudden knocking. Who is it? Aunt Luo also woke up from her sleep. Hearing the noise outside, she asked anxiously, Master Zhao, what's wrong? Zhao Dongfang put on his clothes, looked at his wife, and looked serious. It sounds like Xiangbei. I think something has happened. Then Jianjun? Aunt Luo was the first to think of her son. Jianjun was not on duty tonight, but Fang Qing was held at the brigade office, so he called Da Hu, and the two of them were guarding there tonight. It's not clear yet. Don't worry yourself. I'll go check first. Zhao Dongfang comforted his wife and turned to open the door. As soon as the door was opened, Zhao Dongfang's hand was grabbed by Xie Xiangbei. Uncle Zhao, something's happened. Jianjun and Da Hu were knocked out and Fang Qing is missing. What? Zhao Dongfang looked at Xie Xiangbei in disbelief. When he nodded, he knew what he heard was true. It's hard to get sleeping pills these days. Only the black market might have them. What are these people's goals? Just to take Fang Qing away? What is Fang Qing's relationship with these people? Inside the house, Luo Afong heard that Jianjun was in trouble. She almost fell and ran out stumbling. Jianjun, Zhao Jianxi and Zhao Yanmei, sleeping in the neighboring rooms, also got up. Mom, what's wrong? Xie Xiangbei was worried about Aunt Luo and said, Jianjun was just knocked out. It shouldn't be a big problem. I still need to inform my father. Uncle Zhao, you better gather people quickly. We don't know who took them. Could they target others in the village? Everyone must be careful. Zhao Dongfang understood the seriousness of the situation. His expression became serious. Go quickly. I'll gather people now. Xie Xiangbei and Li Weigua turned and ran toward the Xie family. Zhao Dongfang looked at Luo Aifang. Wife, I'll go call people first. You, your daughter, and the boy should bring Xiaohua and come over. Be careful on the way. He didn't feel safe leaving them at home alone. What if someone took advantage of his absence to do something bad? He also knew that his wife was worried about their eldest son, so it was better to let them go together. That way, there would be more people to look after everyone. Okay, you go quickly. I'm fine, Luo Aifang said, reminding him. Be careful yourself. Zhao Jianjun jogged out of the yard, knocking a gong as he ran. In the village, when something happens, knocking a gong is the fastest way to gather people. This was a serious matter. There was both a sleeping drug involved and someone missing. Xie Xiangbei and Li Weigua hurried to the Xie house, gasping for breath. Xie Weimin was already groggy from the noise and was about to get up when they heard the front gate being knocked loudly. Xie Jiao and Xie Weimin opened the door together. Xie Xiangbei was standing right in the middle of the two gates. Third brother, what's wrong? Xie Jiu knew what was happening, but she had to act fully. Her plan was not only to get rid of Fang Qingqing, but also to remove Fu the dwarf. These two had always been a hidden danger in the village. One didn't want to work and only wanted to cheat others. The other had a record of selling people. If they stayed in the village, Xie Jiao could leave safely, but others couldn't. So, these two had to leave the village. Xie Xiangbei saw Xie Jiao and remembered she could deliver babies for the second sister-in-law. Maybe even more. He quickly said, we don't know who came into the village. Jianjun and who were knocked out, and Fang Qingqing is missing. Xiao Jiao, do you know a little medicine? Can you check on Jianjun and the others? What? Weimin was stunned. They lived in such a small mountain village and someone actually used sleeping drugs against them? Just to take one person? Why choose nighttime to do this? Couldn't they do it during the day? If they had legal ways to take Fang Jiqing away, they would be happy to do so. Why choose night? Unless they had bad intentions. Weimin slapped his thigh in anger. I've been saying that Fang Jiqing is a troublemaker. She's always causing problems. If Jianjun and Hu get hurt, what will we do? Hearing this, Chen Hongxia, Xie Xiangqian, and Xie Xiangnan all got up and couldn't help but curse angrily. Xie Jiao looked at everyone. The village was already lively, and she smirked. Uncle, I'll go with you. Second brother, you and your wife and children stay at home. Close the yard gate. If someone knocks, don't open the door. Xie Xiangnan understands that Xie Jiao is acting for safety. His wife just had a baby and big brother's dog is still small, so they need to stay at home. Okay, I understand. Don't worry, you all can rest assured. Chen Hongxia and Xie Xiangqian go to meet the villagers, while Xie Jiao and Xie Aimin follow Xie Xiangbei to the village committee to see Zhao Jianjun and others. Zhao Dongfang sees his son lying unconscious and unaware, feeling a bit sad. The two are placed aside separately. There are no beds here, only some straw laid on the ground to put the two on. Outside the yard, many people have gathered, watching the scene inside. No one knows what to say. Until Xie Aimin and Xie Jiao run over. The crowd automatically makes way. They learned in the evening that Xie Jiao was able to deliver Zhu Hong during her difficult labor. This is a big skill. Maybe he can wake these two up. Zhao Dongfang's eyes brighten when he sees Xie Jiao. Xiao Jiao, are you? Uncle Zhao, I'll check first, but I can't promise anything. Hey, I understand. If you can't wake them, I won't blame you. Xie Jiao steps forward, looks at the two, then takes a herb from his pocket, actually from his space, and pinches a leaf. He places it near their noses for a moment. Soon, Zhao Jianjun slowly wakes up. He opens his eyes blankly until he sees his father's face. He suddenly sits up. Fool, it was Fool who knocked us out. Next to him, who also quickly sits up and curses loudly. It Fool. I will never forgive you. F you. For a woman, you do such low tricks. The villagers outside hear this and can't help but shout. Again, it's him? What is he trying to do? Late at night, he doesn't want to sleep, and we need to sleep too. He's not working the fields. He can stay awake at night. He can sleep during the day. Someone like him is just a rat in our village, ruining our reputation. Why did Fool take Fang Jiqing away? Do he and Fang Jiqing have some connection? This village girl is not a good person either. She causes trouble all the time. Having someone like her is a shame for our village. She even brags about being from the city, but she's not as honest as us rural folks. Everyone was talking about their complaints loudly. Xia Weimin and Zhao Dongfang looked very upset. Anyone would be unhappy if their good sleep was disturbed in the middle of the night. Luo Afang saw that Zhao Jianjun was okay and finally relaxed. At that moment, she felt her legs go weak. Whose mother was the same. Seeing her son wake up, she covered her face and cried. Thank you, Xiao Jiao. Really thank you. It's okay. We're from the same village, just helping out. Lullaby.
Howl.
Suddenly, from far away, faint pig sounds came through the quiet night. What's that sound? Before everyone could react, Xieju looked at them and asked uncertainly, Is that pig noise? Oh no. Xia Aimin and Zhao Dongfang clapped their thighs and ran down the hill. Those pigs are their treasures. Besides the pigs they need to give as a task, there's one for the New Year slaughter and a breeding pig. Treasures among treasures. There are only 3 pigs in their village, carefully raised by villagers. After giving the task pigs, they plan to keep one for the new year. If something happens to them, how can they complete their task pigs this year? The villagers heard this and panicked. If the pigs are gone, what will they eat for the new year? One by one, they ran down the hill. Xie Jiao followed the crowd heading that way. Zhao Jianjun and who just woke up, while Luo's family stayed at the village office with them. The others went to the foot of the mountain to see what was happening. In the middle of the night, pigs don't usually make noise unless disturbed. As they got closer to the foot of the mountain, they could hear strange sounds in the dark, pig grunts and people's murmurs. Oh my, what's that? Granny Huang shouted. Despite her age, she ran very fast and was always at the front of the crowd. Hearing those sounds, her eyes lit up. The villagers' eyes began to light up, as there wasn't much entertainment these days. Their favorite pastime was gossiping about neighbors. Now, a big scandal was unfolding right before their eyes. Everyone was rushing forward like they had been energized, eager not to miss out on a good spot. A few members of the militia held torches, lighting up half the sky and casting an orange glow over the dark night. Xia Weimin and Zhao Dongfang, along with the militia members, arrived first. When they saw what was happening inside, they froze in shock. What is going on? This is so careless. And how did these people end up in the pigsty?
Clearly.
Even the pigs weren't spared. Didn't you see the breeding pigs? They were so weak they couldn't even stand. Xia Weimin and Zhao Dongfang's faces darkened completely. Xia Weimin shouted loudly, What are you doing? Don't you have any shame? The others, who had been having fun, ignored his scolding. The crowd behind them had gathered, and under the torchlight, everyone could see how embarrassed the people inside looked. They all opened their mouths in surprise, their eyes shining like searchlights. Could it really be played like this? They were truly impressed. Which brat dares to be so impatient and dare to scold my grandfather? Screams and angry words mixed together. Fan Qingqing fully woke up. She opened her eyes and looked at the people surrounding her. Each face showed contempt. Fan Qingqing felt the soreness on her body. She saw a few people nearby and there was a faint smell of bad breath. Is this a pig pen? Did her innocence get lost? And so many people saw it. How can she live now? She felt terrible. No one else should feel better. She shouted loudly, looking at Xieju, who was holding a bucket. Her eyes burned with anger. Xieju, is it you? Is it you? I want to kill you. Huang Dajie, who was at the front watching everything, frowned slightly when he heard this, with obvious disdain in his eyes. Fang Jiqing, you can eat your food carelessly, but you can't speak carelessly. How are you and Xiaojie related? The village chief has been calling you for a long time. It's because you shamelessly used the sky as a blanket and the ground as a seat. Xiaojie only used water to make you stop. Did Xiaojie make you do this shameless thing? Exactly, I've never seen anyone so shameless. Oh my, look at the pig's legs, they are trembling. Ha ha ha, I don't know what kind of hobby Fang Jiqing has. Fang Qingqing's anger mixed with cold murderous intent in her eyes as she looked at Xiejiao. Xiejiao, I know it's you. It must be you. Fang Qingqing was sure that all this was definitely Xiejiao's doing. Xiejiao shrugged and smirked mischievously. Everyone in Honghe village knows I have a grudge with Fu Aizi. Someone who wants to sell me out. How could I sit and eat fruit with him? Can he listen to me? Zhao Jianjun and Lao Hu from the brigade can testify for me. It was Fu Aizi who used sleeping drugs to knock them out and took you away from the brigade. Xiejiao pointed at the villagers around him and sneered coldly. Do you think these uncles and aunts staying up late are here to do your business? No. It's because you went missing. Everyone was worried, so they came out to find you. Kindness is often mistaken for foolishness. If I hadn't helped wake Zhao Jianjun and the others, how would we know that the troublemaker was the one who drugged them and took you away? There shouldn't be any real conflict between us. We don't know each other well. Why would I plan to harm or trap you? Maybe you've done something wrong to me and are afraid I'll find out. Is it just because you led the traffickers to someone and the police took you in for questioning that you want to blame me? I only did what was necessary to keep the village safe. What did I do wrong? Old Lady Huang was the first to support Xiejiao. Xiaojiao, you're not at fault. We have many children in the village, so we need to be careful. What did you do wrong? Wasn't it Fang Qingqing who took money and brought those people here? Yes, Xiaojiao is right. Xiaojiao only acted for our safety. The village has many children and young women. Losing any of them would be a big to our family. Exactly. It has nothing to do with Xiaojiao. It was the troublemaker who took them. How can you blame Xiaojiao? The troublemaker lowered his head, listening to the accusations around him. His face turned pale. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a note, handing it to the village chief. Uncle Village Chief, this was sent to me by Fang Qingqing. Shen Weiman took the note, looked at the handwriting, and his face darkened. He recognized Fang Qingqing's handwriting from when she collected grain. Fang Jiqing, do you have anything to say? Fang Qingqing looked at the note in disbelief. When did she write a note?
She didn't know about this.
Why would she admit to something she didn't do? I didn't pass a note to the little person. Guzi, who came out with his parents to watch the show, ran out and said, Village Chief Uncle, Fang Jiqing gave me a dime to pass a message to Uncle Tian Xiao. He then took a dime out of his pocket. This made everyone around more certain that Fang Qingqing was the one passing the message to the little person, and that the little person was there to help. Fang Qingqing was on the verge of breaking down. She yelled hysterically, I really didn't. She wanted to marry Xie Xiangbei. How could she be involved with someone else? No. It must be that they are jealous of her, envious of her, and that's why they are ruining her reputation. Yes, that must be it. And Xie Xiangbei, where is he? Why isn't he here? She only liked him and wanted to marry him. Does he dislike her that much? In the crowd, Tian Dafu looked at the disheveled Tian Xiaofu with disgust and hatred in his eyes. Thinking about how his mother and Tian Xiaofu had treated them recently, he made a decision. He strode out of the crowd. Guzi's eyes lit up when he saw him, and he pointed at Tian Dafu, saying, When I looked for Uncle Tian saw me. Xiejiao looked at Fang Qingqing, who was speechless, and smiled slightly. Fang Qingqing, this is the result of your scheme against the main character. If she hadn't escaped cleverly back then, she would have been ruined by the little person. Would she have had a good life in that home? She might have become the third old ox of the Tian family, or even been sold. No matter what, Xiejiao would avenge her. Fang Qingqing must face the consequences. Xie Weiman and Zhao Dongfang exchanged glances and asked Tian Dafu. Dafu, is what Guzi said true? Tian Dafu looked at the little person and nodded. Village chief uncle, I really saw it. They saw me too, and… Before he could finish, Tian Dama, who heard about the trouble in the village and saw that her youngest son's room was empty, came out worriedly to look for him. She never expected that her precious child was the one in trouble. How could she bear it? Baby, don't be afraid. Mom is here. I'll protect you now and make these unlucky troublemakers go far away. Madame Tian ran over shouting and rushing wildly. She saw her son, Tian Dafu, and stared with wide eyes, a hint of harshness on her face, and deep dislike in her eyes. Are you dead? Didn't you see your brother being bullied? Don't you know how to fight back or protect your brother? Everyone's mouths twitched. When a scholar meets a soldier, reason can't be explained. Having such a mother and brother, Tian Dafu really had the worst luck. Tian Dafu smiled bitterly and said seriously, "Don't blame me for being blunt. I wonder why he's not dead. If he were dead, I'd find a good coffin for him, so we can hold our heads high in the village." It was clear he harbored deep resentment. Madame Tian was stunned for a moment, then opened her mouth, and suddenly yelled in anger. How could I give birth to such a selfish person? If you die, your brother will still live well. Everyone was surprised again. A mother actually cursed her own child to die? Xie stepped forward and said sharply, "Stop talking nonsense. There are so many people here not to listen to your." Fuzai admitted. You drugged Zhao Jianjun and the others, and you took Fong Qingqing away, right? Fuzai's eyes briefly cleared, then quickly became confused again. I admit it. I did all this. Xie raised an eyebrow and suddenly pointed at two people nearby trying to hide their presence. And what about these two? Fuzai's eyes showed a hint of struggle. If he told the truth, he might not be able to stay in this village anymore. Xie deliberately made it look like he was struggling, so when others spoke up, it would sound more convincing. I'll tell everything. Chen Matzi from the neighboring village was the first to give in. Tears and snot flowed together. Fuzai called us over, saying he wanted us to help teach Xie a lesson. Once she lost her innocence, she would listen to him. Hearing this, Xie Weimin stepped forward, looking at Fuzai with a cold gaze. Fuzai, is that true? Chen Matzi, Dagong, and Fuzai were known as troublemakers in 10 nearby villages. If Xiao Jie's innocence is ruined by them, how can she live? Xie Weimin clenched his fists tightly. If he weren't the village chief, he would have already gone to fight those people.
Fuaizi su delisciò da fierce smile.
So what? Who told her to oppose me? Wouldn't it be better if she just obediently let us sell her? Women should listen. If everyone were like her, how could we men be in charge? With being in charge, Xie felt her fists tighten again. Chen Matzi, Dagong, if you beat him up, maybe I won't hold you responsible. Otherwise, your family might not be safe. Dog fighting dog can be quite fun. Chen Matzi and Dagong had heard rumors about Xie. When they heard their family might be in danger, they immediately got serious. They stood up and moved closer to Fu Aizi. What are you doing? Granny Tian shouted first. Get out of my way. Xie grabbed Granny Tian and threw her to the side of the firewood pile. Anyway, with her skills, she couldn't climb down. Let me down, please let me down. Don't hit him. You can't hit my bower. Everyone looked at Granny Tian with dislike and ignored her cries. Fu Aizi quickly gave up, being told off by Chen Matzi and Dagong. Granny Tian yelled in pain. Defu, aren't you going to save your brother? Defu looked down and stood aside, not even glancing at them. His brother and mother were beyond help now. He needed to make a decision for his small family. The onlookers nearby sneered. Serves her right. Fu Aizi was spoiled by Granny Tian. Now, she's completely ruined. When Fu Aizi was nearly unconscious from the beating, Xie finally stopped the fight and turned to Weimin. Big uncle, such troublemakers can't stay in our village. Honestly, I can protect myself. But what if it were someone else? What would happen to them? This hit everyone's heart. Their families all had girls and boys. If they faced this kind of problem and didn't have Xie's strength, what would be waiting for them? Village chief, we must not tolerate this. Yes, drive them away. Our village doesn't need such troublemakers. Uncle Village Chief, I want to cut ties with my mother and younger brother. At this moment, when everyone heard Tian Dafu's words, they didn't feel much. By now, maintaining relationships with these people only burdens themselves and risks harming their families. If he had said this before, people would have advised him to be patient and wait. Sometimes, people don't feel pain until the knife is on their own body. Only when it concerns everyone's interests do people see it as normal. Since nearly losing Chunhong, Tian Dafu has become more aware. He now understands how to use public opinion. He tearfully said, "Village chief, I am not alone. I have Chunhong and Nyodan. I don't just think of myself. I have to consider them too. I'm worried about Nyodan. He's still young and might get into trouble. I know I haven't been a good father or husband. Over the years, I tried to be a good son-in-law and son, but I didn't understand their hardships. It's my fault for not caring about their feelings." His tearful words made the villagers feel more sympathetic. They didn't think he wanted to cut ties. Instead, they felt heartbroken for him. He has a family and a wife, yet he has become like an old ox working tirelessly. But how did his close family treat them? Everyone could see clearly. Now, everyone's sympathy was with him, not judging him for breaking off the relationship or being disloyal. Dame Huang was the first to speak up. "Defu, you should think about Chunhong and Nyodan. If you get involved with Xiao Fu, that troublemaker, what will happen to Nyodan? His future will be ruined. Getting involved with a troublemaker could lead to being paraded through the streets." "What troublemaker?" "You're the troublemaker." Dame Tian immediately disagreed. Her son was so outstanding. How could he be labeled as a troublemaker? "It's that city youth who seduced my son. What does that have to do with me?" Xiejio shot a glance at Dame Tian. She wasn't stupid. She knew troublemakers get caught and immediately shifted the blame onto Fong Qingqing. When Fong Qingqing heard troublemaker, she suddenly snapped out of her confused thoughts. "I seduced him. Looking at how ugly he looks, do I want to flirt with him? A toad dreaming of eating swan meat. What a joke." Finally regaining some strength, the short man named Fu suddenly perked up when he heard this. He staggered to his feet and started fighting with Fong Qingqing. The sound of a bicycle bell broke the lively atmosphere. Several police officers ran over with flashlights. "What's going on? Was someone missing?" Xiejio's eyes flickered as he looked at the little sprite on his finger. He reached out and gently touched it. "Good little one, well done." The little sprite knew it was acting up for him. Boss, hee, I really like your touch. It makes me feel full of energy." Thinking like the boss, doing what the boss does, it was the most obedient and best little sprite. The sprite shook the 2 leaves on its head, and Xiejio could feel its happiness. From the very beginning, the little sprite had already gone to report to the police. It didn't want anyone to notice anything unusual, so no one could find out. Why would she let these people off easily? Xia Weimin and Zhao Dongfang exchanged a look and decided to tell the truth. Even if it would harm their village's reputation, they couldn't cover for them and risk bigger trouble. There are so many children and young women in their village. Losing one would be a huge to the family. "Comrade police officer, here's what happened." Xia Weimin stepped forward and explained everything from the beginning. Dame Tian saw how Xia Weimin was handling it and said, "It's not my son's fault. It's that scoundrel who seduced my son." How could the police believe only her side of the story? After talking to the people around, everyone's expressions suddenly turned serious. What kind of behavior was this? This was illegal. 3 grown men trying to frame a young girl. This could not be tolerated. Fong Qingqing immediately shouted, "Police officer, these people me. I want to report them." Once she said that, the situation changed. But could Fu be falsely accused like this? Of course not. He quickly produced the note Fong Qingqing had given him, along with testimonies from Guzi and Tian Dafu. At this point, Fong Qingqing's words began to weaken and fall apart. "Even if I asked you to come and save me, I didn't tell you to have a relationship with me, did I?" The short man snorted softly. "You think we want to? It was your flirtatious behavior that made us do it. On this point, we can also testify," Chen Matzi and Dagong said in unison. They didn't want to be labeled as troublemakers. Everyone had their own reasons, and each side believed they were right. In the end, the police took everyone back. As for what really happened, separating and questioning these people would reveal the truth. Xiejio understood that once this matter was out, Fu Aiz and Fong Qingqing couldn't stay in the village. No matter what the police said, their fate was already decided. Tian Dafu still remembered the recent separation, so he decided to act quickly. "Village head, I need you to write a formal separation letter, 3 copies." The villagers who were preparing to leave didn't react much. With Tian Xiaofu like that, anyone would distance themselves, or it would be disrespectful to him. Demao Tian finally got off the firewood pile, but before he could stand steadily, he heard this and shouted angrily, "You ungrateful person! You disloyal son! Your brother is still at the police station. Don't you know how to use connections? And now you have the nerve to cut ties with us. Are you even human?" Over the years, Tian Dafu had heard mostly that he was ungrateful and disloyal. But what had he really done wrong? Was it because he was the eldest son and didn't get his mother's love? Did he have to suffer all this? He did the chores at home, earned the money, worked the hardest, but ate the least. Their clothes were patched repeatedly, but Tian Xiaofu's clothes were new, with no patches at all. Even after all this, he was still called ungrateful and disloyal. Tian Dafu was completely disappointed in his mother. His words were flat, lacking emotion, mostly showing his resignation after disappointment. "All these years you've eaten my food, drunk my water. Have I ever said anything ungrateful? My son and wife do the hardest work, eat the least. Have I ever said anything unfilial? If he really was ungrateful and disloyal, then let them die. Why should he suffer himself and his family?" Xia Weimin glanced at Grandma Tian and said disapprovingly, "Big Mouth Tian, your words are really unkind. Dafu works hard and never complains, like an old ox. Being bullied like this, I can't go on anymore. I had no choice but to take this step." What did he do wrong? Exactly. Break off the relationship. "Dafu, Aunt supports you." Grandma Huang, who had already left, turned back and said, "Dafu, you should think about Chun Hong and Yudon. This time, Xiejio saved your wife. But what about next time?" Grandma Huang was reminding Dafu that if he keeps delaying, he might end up hurting himself. If Big Mouth Tian was willing to ignore a life once, he might do it again. Can he guarantee that no one in their family will get sick or have a headache? Who will be abandoned next? "We all support you." The villagers who were about to leave found themselves more united after hearing Dafu's words. In the past, if someone wanted to cut ties, some villagers would stand on the moral high ground to criticize the victim and even sympathize with the abuser. But now, Grandma Huang and Dafu's little brother had angered everyone. This shows that when trouble doesn't hit you, no one feels pain. But once it touches their own interests, everyone knows it will hurt. So, no one hesitated and immediately supported Dafu. They wished they could stay far away from Grandma Huang. Xia Weimin looked at Dafu and smiled slightly. This person seemed simple, but he was actually very clever and strategic. If he hadn't been caught up in family ties before, he might have gone much further by now. But it's not too late. Xia Weimin and Zhao Dongfang looked at the villagers around them and nodded. "All right, then come with me to the village office. I'll write everything down now." Grandma Huang didn't want to give up, such a hardworking ox. She sat on the ground and threw a tantrum. "Ah, are you still letting people live? You unfilial son, you'll be struck by lightning," Xia Weimin shouted sternly. "Grandma Tian, be careful with your words. Superstition is not good." At this moment, she still dared to say such things? Grandma Tian was known for being cowardly and afraid of trouble. When she was scolded like this, she immediately looked like a chicken with its neck pinched, unable to make a sound. She only glared fiercely at Dafu with her eyes. If looks could kill, Tian Dafu wouldn't have survived so many times. The villagers once again went to the team office with Xia Weimin and Zhao Dongfang, all eager to see how much Tian Old Lady could give Tian Dafu after breaking the family ties. Even though it was still midnight, everyone was very excited. This was a rare big event in the village. Tian Old Lady walked with a gloomy face, following the crowd to the team office. Xiejio walked among the people, observing their expressions. It was like seeing all kinds of human nature, some happy to see misfortune, some sympathetic, some indifferent, and some just watching the show. People are like that. When something doesn't affect them directly, they can't empathize or feel the same. Everyone has their own plans and wants to get the most benefit. Xiejio looked down and smiled, but how could such a cheap thing happen in the world? Karma cycles and retribution is unavoidable. When someone does something wrong, they will face the punishment they deserve. No one can escape this. Foolish Fu and Fong Qingqing received their punishment. Next. Xieju smiled coldly. Then he thought about going to see the family of the original owner from his past life. That family was not good people. The original owner died at their hands. Are you ready for revenge? At this moment, everyone arrived at the team office. Zhao Jianjun and De Hu, after resting for a long time, had recovered. Seeing so many people coming, Zhao Jianjun immediately climbed up from the haystack and asked his father, "Dad, what's going on?" Luo Afong saw her family head coming with Xie Weimin and so many others behind him. Thinking that the person hadn't been found yet, she asked in confusion, "What happened to the pig?" "Haven't they found the person?" Zhao Dongfang blushed and looked complicated. He opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. It was Huang Damao who quickly explained the whole story. Luo Afong was stunned. This was really unexpected. When she heard Tian Dafu wanted to break the family ties, she couldn't help but show a worried expression. Tian old lady was known in the village for being difficult. Everyone knew how she treated Tian Dafu's family. Now, if she wanted to split the family, she probably wouldn't get much. But being able to leave those two bloodsuckers made it easier to live a good life. As long as he was willing to work hard, there was no problem eating enough. When Grandma Tian entered the village committee, her attitude changed. She sneered at Tian Dafu and said to Xie Weimin, "Since people's hearts have turned cold and they want to cut ties, I will go along with his wishes. Nothing from this household can be taken. People can leave, but there are no belongings. If you don't agree, then just go and ask your brother to handle the matter." At this moment, Grandma Tian's mean side was fully visible. Tian Dafu looked very calm, as if he had expected this all along. He simply nodded quietly, without even frowning. Everyone listened and angrily said, "Grandma Tian is too cruel. It's not cold during the day, but at night, at least give people 2 blankets. Exactly, it's obvious she wants to freeze people to death. Chen Hong is still sick. How can she be so heartless? Grandma Tian has been cruel for a long time. Don't you all see that? Uncle, please prepare 3 copies." Everyone spoke one after another. Grandma Tian ignored them. When she heard that Tian Dafu didn't say a word and agreed, her face twisted with a hint of anger. She didn't expect Tian Dafu to be so firm. He really didn't want anything? Xie Weimin sighed softly. Tian Dafu had been raised by them. He had suffered a lot since he was young. Now, in the end, he was driven out with nothing. Although it was a severance of ties, what was the difference from being expelled? Grandma Tian would regret this someday. All right, as long as you all don't regret it, I will write it now. What's there to regret? I still have Xiaofu to take care of me. Others should be the ones to regret. Grandma Tian looked at Tian Dafu proudly. Let them freeze. See if they dare oppose her? A good old ox, daring to break free from her control. How could she not hate? Tian Dafu didn't say anything extra. He simply pressed his fingerprint. When he received the severance document, a faint smile of relief appeared on his slightly dark face. He carefully folded the paper and put it in his pocket, with a hint of moisture in his eyes. It was as if the heavy burden that once pressed down on him had finally been lifted. His mood was a mix of relief and complexity. "Thank you, Uncle," Tian Dafu said gratefully, bowing slightly. Xie Weimin looked at Tian Dafu with a somewhat complicated expression. This was the second person in their village to cut ties with their family, and the first was his niece, who had set the precedent. However, Xie Jiao was the one who initiated the severance, so Tian Dafu was the first in the village to do so officially. But he had a feeling that there would be more cases like this in the future. He thought that their village would get better and better. The bad habits in the village needed to be cleaned up. People gradually left the village committee in small groups. As Tian Dafu left, his steps became more confident, and a faint smile appeared on his face. He believed that their future would be brighter. The little spirit watching everyone's expressions swayed its 2 leaf-like parts on its head. "Boss, human feelings are so complicated. Isn't Tian Dafu the child of Grandma Tian? Why is he treated differently?" it asked. Xie Jiao smiled. "People are different in size and strength. How can they be perfectly fair? Even if they say they want fairness, it's often just an excuse. They're just pretending to be fair. People tend to like those who are similar to them or share their traits, so true equality is hard to achieve. She thought that Tian Dafu once hoped for fair love but faced long-term favoritism from his mother. But she knew that genuine love comes from mutual understanding and trust. Over time, being ignored for so long made Tian Dafu make a wise decision. He chose to live for himself and his family, rather than chase after fleeting, unworthy feelings. Those who abandon me, I abandon. Those who cherish me, I cherish. The lively village gradually returned to silence. The land was asleep, with only the gentle breeze and the occasional dog bark breaking the quiet. The small paths in the village were silent. Sieju opened her eyes, turned over, and pushed open the small window. She leapt out, and with her special abilities, she quickly arrived at the house where she had bought the original owner in her past life. It was a mountain village not far from Honghe village, but it belonged to a different commune. Just crossing this mountain would take her to the other side. Of course, only Siejo could do this. Others would have to take the small path, and walking between the two villages would take at least half a day. The night was dark and heavy, and the tired moon had hidden behind the clouds. Only a few small stars remained outside, like guards standing watch. Sieju looked at the broken-down house in front of her, a cold light flashing in her eyes. It was this family that caused the original owner in her past life to suffer beatings and scoldings, and eventually die here. The little spirit waved its two leaf-like wings on its head and suddenly shouted, "Boss, boss, we found treasure here." Sieju paused her steps and looked at the shabby house. She didn't expect to find such a surprise. She didn't doubt the little spirit's ability to explore. Its skill was about the same as her mental power. Where is it? In her past life, the original owner was either beaten or like a dog, working from dawn to dusk with endless chores. She never thought that such a rundown place could hide treasure. Could their identities be different? Or inherited from ancestors? If it was inherited, even though the treasure shouldn't be shown openly, they wouldn't be living so miserably. The family didn't even have decent belongings, and they were planning to buy a wife? If it wasn't inherited, then who hid the treasure here? Did they know about it? Or was there some hidden story behind these treasures? Siejo was eager to try. Every cause has its effect. Your retribution is me. Since she was living in the place of the original owner, she would seek revenge for any wrongs and justice for any grievances. She chuckled and took out a bag of sleeping powder from her space, something essential for doing bad deeds, and easily made everyone in the house faint. Even if enemies came, they wouldn't hear a thing. Thinking about enemies invading the village, Siejo had some guesses. Could they also be bad people hiding among the common folks? Little spirit, where is the treasure? The little spirit immediately stretched its body, climbed down from Siejo's finger, and slowly moved to her head, transforming into a unique hairpin again. It looked around and pointed to the house where firewood was stored, saying, "Boss, it's under that house." Based on the vague memory of the original owner, Siejo checked whether this house was the one the owner used to live in. Did she miss anything? Never mind. The original owner was a poor girl. Even if she found something, there was nothing she could do. She was either beaten or working every day, with no chance to escape. This place was unfamiliar to her. Even if she discovered something, who could she tell? It would only speed up her death. Yes, there is a hole below. According to what she heard, it should be called a cellar. But this cellar is different from the usual ones in the north. It has mechanisms and stairs leading down. Seeing this, Siejo became more certain of her guess. This family was definitely not kind. They might be troublemakers. As children of China, she hated troublemakers deep in her bones. If she could catch them, it would be to protect the people. These troublemakers have caused many of our people to die. In places we can't see, many soldiers have sacrificed their families to protect everyone. Let's go down and see. The little fairy happily shook the two leaves on her head. Siejo paused, noticing in the moonlight that the leaves on the fairy's head were growing. Originally, there were 2 leaves.
Now,
Under the reflection, a third leaf was starting to appear. "Boss, what's wrong?" Xiejio took off the clip on her head, her voice carrying a hint of curiosity. Little fairy, have you noticed? Your leaves are growing more. The cheerful little fairy suddenly stopped moving. The 2 leaves on her head tentatively waved, then hesitated. She drooped her leaves, but decided to tell the truth. She knew that the boss didn't like lies. One lie meant a lifetime of distrust. Boss, I told you before. I am the last little fairy of our fairy tribe. To grow up, I must find someone who does great good. The first time I saw you, I knew you were the one because our fairies have special ways to know things. After you made a move to save everyone, I knew I made the right choice. Since following you, I have helped you wholeheartedly, standing shoulder to shoulder with you. That's how I got my chance. The little fairy's voice grew softer as it spoke, afraid that the boss might be upset and decide not to follow anymore. If that happened, it would just disappear. Because this world has no spiritual energy. The boss's scent was what the little fairy liked. Then what about your leaves? The little fairy suddenly felt a chill and trembled instinctively. It wanted to lie, but when it saw Xiejio's piercing eyes that seemed to see through everything, it burst into tears. Boss, you're bullying the fairy, sob. You already know. Why ask me? The boss's gaze clearly meant she already knew. It was just a wild grass with no roots. I am just a tiny little grass. All right, no one wants your leaves. Keep them. The little fairy hiccuped a cry, but showed its stance. If it's someone very important to the boss, I would be willing. Xiejio threw the little fairy onto her head again and smiled cheerfully. You're not needed here. When they arrived here together, they were like family in a different way. She wouldn't sacrifice her own family. Thank you, boss. If one day you truly need help, I will do my best to assist you. Let's go and see the treasures below. Xiejio opened the mechanism on the wall and carefully descended the stairs. The cellar wasn't very big, but it was filled with dozens of boxes, packed tightly, leaving barely enough space to stand. Boss, so many treasures. Xiejio casually opened the nearest box, revealing countless large jade pieces. She opened another, filled with yuan notes. Looking at these treasures, her eyes darkened. It seemed this family was definitely not clean. Otherwise, where would so many riches come from? Little fairy, take a look around the house to see if there's anything else. If these people had a special background, they would surely have left some clues or connections. Xiejio thought about the location. This family was somewhat distant from other villagers. Besides working, they rarely interacted with others. They were an unremarkable family in the village. Perhaps this was their true purpose. Staying away from crowds and not standing out makes it less likely to attract attention. It's easy for them to do what they want this way. But this is just her guess. Only by finding solid proof can she catch these people without them noticing. The little fairy shook the 2 leaves on her head, and Xiejio also spread out her mental energy. Both she and the fairy saw clearly at the same time. They found it. Xiejio waved her hand, collecting all the boxes in front of her into her space. Then she went upstairs to restore everything to its original state. In the dark night, only the stars in the sky gave faint light. A cold wind blew, bringing a slight chill. Following her mental guidance, Xiejio arrived at the chicken coop in the backyard. What a good hiding spot. Who would think someone would hide things inside a chicken coop? Yes, Cui Ping, who was lurking, gave Yao Yao this idea. The chicken coop is really a good place. If a stranger tries to take something from inside, the chickens will definitely make noise when they see someone near. That would be like giving themselves away. These people are quite clever. But with someone like her around, the chickens wouldn't be able to make a sound even if they wanted to. In her past life, these chickens were all raised by the original owner. In the end, not even a feather was left. Once, the original owner was so hungry that she saw some egg whites on an eggshell and couldn't resist licking them with her tongue. Before she could taste anything, she was beaten badly and couldn't get out of bed for 3 days. Now these chickens are just helping her out. Xiejio waved her hand and moved the chickens to a different place. The chicken coop was now empty, a tiny space revealed right in front of her. She took out a raincoat from her space, put on rain boots, stuffed cotton into her nose, and fully armed herself before entering the chicken coop. She swung her small iron shovel, creating little whirlwinds. Finally, about 10 centimeters underground, she heard a clang, the sound of the shovel hitting metal. Her eyes lit up. She hummed happily and kept digging. In the small garden, she kept digging, planting tiny seeds and growing small flowers. Layers of soil were turned over, revealing a splash of green under the moonlight. Siegio's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Was she right to guess? She carefully took the box out from underground, then opened it. Inside was a machine just like the one she saw on TV. Siegio felt a warm feeling inside. Boss, what is this? Is it valuable? This is a little gadget from Shaori. With it, those bad things can be eliminated. Siegio explained everything to the little spirit, then buried the transmitter again, restoring the ground to its original state so no one could tell it had been dug up. After everything was done, Siegio took off her raincoat and rain boots. She quickly cleaned herself up in the space, then used her special power to walk out at light speed. In just 15 minutes, Siegio arrived at the town's police station. She wrote a report with her left hand and threw it along with a small stone into the office hall. She waited until the duty officer came out, picked up the report, and then she finally relaxed. Nowadays, any mention of spies would definitely attract attention. Siegio waited a little longer to see if they would raid at that moment. Sure enough, in just over 10 minutes, a few police officers came out and rode their bikes toward the mountain village. Little spirit, time to go back to sleep. After a busy night, Siegio couldn't help but yawn. During her time here, she had been sleeping on a regular schedule, and her body had gotten used to it. Now it was already late at night. No wonder she was so sleepy. All right, boss, let's go on a spontaneous trip. Siegio chuckled softly. You mean a trip back home? But these days, you need a letter of introduction to go anywhere. Without it, you can't leave, and you can't even stay at a hotel. Although her space could hold people, since she was in this pollution-free era, she wanted to enjoy it properly. Hee sounds good. The moonlight was gentle and silent, spreading across the land. On the rural path, trees swayed in the night breeze, like fairies dancing softly. The little sprite shook its small head. Boss, the Tiandafu family has been driven out. Siegio kept walking without changing his expression. It's what I expected. Everyone knew who Granny Tian was. When the old yellow ox suddenly lost control, she naturally felt very upset. Now that they had already cut ties, she was kind to let them stay one more night, but she wouldn't agree to anything more. The Tiandafu family was driven out, and they had expected this the moment the ties were severed. Knowing this, he still did it because he wanted things to go smoothly next. People tend to sympathize with the weak. They dislike you being poor and fear you being rich. That's a common human trait. If the villagers found out early the next morning that the Tiandafu family had spent the night outside, they would naturally sympathize with the weak. Then, when he asked to find a place to settle in the village, it would be much easier. Given his personality, he wouldn't stay for free. He would buy or rent a place. There was an unused thatched hut at the foot of the village's back mountain. It was old and broken, but better than sleeping outside. With some repairs, it could still be made livable. Siegio initially liked that place. If Tiandafu had just asked to move out after the ties were cut, some people who dislike him might not agree, suspecting he was hiding money. That's why they suggested cutting ties when Tian Xiaofu was caught. They didn't care if Tiandafu's family was affected because of Fu Wei. They only cared that Tiandafu, who used to be worse than them, now had money to buy a house, even a thatched one. How could they not feel jealous? Did Tiandafu understand this? Of course he did. That was his way of retreating to advance. From the start, Siegio saw that although this person was simple-minded, he was strategic and had principles. That's why she helped him. Boss, humans are really complicated. You still have a lot to learn. Keep going. In the early morning, as the first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds, the world suddenly became warm and bright, as if time had stopped, immersed in peace and beauty. Sure enough, a scream shattered the quiet of Honghe village. Chun Hongxia just came out of the house when she heard the sound. Her heart skipped a beat. Xie Weimin, who was behind her, rubbed his forehead. Every day, in such a small place, there are always many little problems. Even the village chief is starting to act like a town mayor. Hearing the noise, Xie also got out of bed, yawned, and opened the door. He saw Xie Aimin looking troubled and exchanged a look with him, then smiled warmly. "Good morning, uncle." Xie Aimin waved his hand and looked upset as he headed outside. Xie voice came from behind. "Uncle, what happened so early in the morning?" Xie liked to listen to gossip too. Before Xie Aimin could answer, Dahu ran over, panting. After last night's incident, they had increased patrols. Just as they were about to change shifts in the morning, they heard screams. They thought something else had happened. When they went to check, although no outsiders entered the village, something was wrong. "Uncle, it's not good. Last night, Dafu's family was driven out. They had nowhere to go, so they slept in Granny Huang's haystack. This morning, Granny Huang found that all three of them were frozen and confused. Red River Village is in the north, where the temperature difference between day and night is very large. During the day, when the sun is out and working in the fields, it can feel warm. But at night, you need to cover yourself with a quilt to sleep. It's still quite cold at night. Sleeping in a haystack all night, no wonder they wouldn't get frostbite. Moreover, Guan Chunhong is still weak. After one night outside, it's probably very dangerous." Hearing this, Xie also felt uneasy. But in the countryside, people's words can be scary. If their reputation gets ruined, they might not be able to stay in the village. Tian Dafu is testing human nature, but he shouldn't. Well, at this point, it doesn't matter if it's right or wrong. Granny Huang has already driven them out. Although there's some trickery involved, it's true. They really have nowhere to go. "Uncle, you'd better go check. The three of them look like their lips are purple from the cold," Dahu said anxiously. Xie Weimin felt tired and slapped his thigh. "Come on, let's go quickly. What if something bad happens?" Xie thought for a moment, then turned around and called out to Xie Weimin, "Uncle, you go ahead. I'll be there soon." She needed to prepare a few hot water bags. The most luxurious ones here are the bottles used in hospitals for 4 fluids, filled with hot water. That's the simple version of a hot water bag. Now, having such a thing is already a sign of wealth. Xie quickly called the little spirit to help prepare inside the space. The space has hot water available 24 hours a day. She just needed to find a few glass bottles and fill them with hot water. In the next moment, they could come out of the space. Near Granny Huang's haystack, things were already lively. The loud scream just happened to be when everyone was waking up. Without rushing to cook, they all came to see what was happening. In recent days, Red River Village has been very lively, with wave after wave of excitement, stirring everyone's curiosity. People were talking eagerly. "That Tian Dazue is too cruel. Look at how cold these people are." Granny Huang, who was closer, had already gone back home to get some old quilts and covered the three of them. But no one dared to move them, afraid something might happen.
Who would be responsible then?
Dafu also has a tough life. Being mistreated since he was young isn't enough, and now he's been kicked out. Sigh, everyone's got flesh and blood. Why did Tian Dazue have to be so harsh? Fu the little one can be trusted? I think he's got it wrong. Whether we chose right or not doesn't matter. In the end, she'll be the one to suffer. Here comes the village chief. Here comes the village chief. Someone shouted. Granny Huang looked at Xie Weimin, who was rushing over in a flurry, and frowned. "Village chief, where's little Nine?" Since Xie used medicine to save Guan Chunhong, her status in Red River Village suddenly rose. The villagers couldn't help but think of her. Xie Xiongdong, who had been out playing and just returned, couldn't help but sneer when he heard this. What's the use of looking for her? She's just a girl. Can she really treat illnesses? Aunt Xiao, standing nearby, rolled her eyes. "Xiongdong, you don't know. Your sister is amazing. Guan Chunhong was about to die from a fever, but your sister took a pill and she survived. That one pill costs 50 cents. Do you even know where your sister got that medicine?"
"What?
50 cents? How expensive is that medicine?" Xie Xiongdong was stunned. One pill costs 50 cents. If she sold a few more, wouldn't that be a lot of money? Everyone has headaches or colds sometimes. If he had those medicines, wouldn't that be great? Yes, you didn't know? Aunt Xiao's face was full of gloating. Xiaojia was carrying 3 bottles of hot water and heard a little spirit whisper in her ear. Boss, take her down. This woman is trying to cause trouble. Kill her. Stay calm. Killing isn't possible. There are many ways to make someone unhappy. I am a good, lawful citizen and wouldn't do anything to kill anyone. Killing is just a quick way to end life. What I want is for her to suffer more than death. Aunt Xiao's happy smile remained on her face. Suddenly, she looked up and saw Xiaojia walking over with a cold face, her eyes full of meaning. Xiaojia paused in front of Aunt Xiao. Madam Xiao, I will go talk to Uncle Dashan. A husband should marry a good wife. He's lucky to have such a talkative wife. Chen Dashan in Honghe village is a typical mama's boy. Whatever his mother says, he follows. His mother's words are like an order from the heavens. He is also a man who hits his wife. If she argues with his mother, she gets a beating. Moreover, Chen Dashan's mother is also trouble. She likes to cause trouble and stir up fights. Aunt Xiao has been beaten many times because of her. Since she likes to cause trouble, let her taste the consequences of her actions. Before Aunt Xiao could speak, Xiaojia added softly, whether your house can stay depends on how much Uncle Dashan likes you. Hearing this, many people looked at Aunt Xiao with glee. Many had been hurt by her words, but no one dared to do anything because she was fierce, and her mother-in-law was even more quarrelsome. Although the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law often fought, they were very united in front of outsiders. So, those who had been wronged usually got no justice. But Xiaojia was different. She liked to act wild. If these people dared to cause trouble, she would be even more wild than them. Let's see who is more wild. Aunt Xiao shivered in fear. Thinking about how her husband hit her, she suddenly realized that Xiaojia was not like the others in the village. Those people cared about face and couldn't argue, so they avoided trouble. But Xiaojia was different. Now she was truly panicked. Xiaojia, listen to me. Just pretend I'm nothing, just Don't mind me. Xiaojia gave her a cold look and said, It's too late. Also, I don't have a brother or family. Don't involve every stray dog or cat. This look made Aunt Xiao and Xie Xiangdong freeze in shock. Xie Xiangdong was filled with anger. Xiaojia. Before he could finish, she kicked him out and said, Quiet. Without looking back, she walked toward the haystack. Only then did everyone notice the glass bottle she was holding. Big uncle, put this in their arms. It has hot water inside. Xia Weimin was feeling helpless. Should they send the 3 to the hospital? They had no money. Who would take care of them or take them there? If they didn't go, what if something went wrong? Luckily, little Gio arrived just in time. Xia Weimin looked at the glass bottle with envy in his eyes. Seeing his expression, Xiaojia whispered in his ear, When they finish using it, these 3 bottles will be given to Big Uncle. Okay, then we're close. Xia Weimin was very happy. When he went to a meeting at the commune, he saw the stubborn old man from the neighboring village carrying a hot water bottle. It wasn't even cold yet, but he was carrying such a thing. Wasn't that showing off? He was so jealous and envious. Now he had 3 bottles. Was he proud? Next time, he would bring all 3 to the meeting to make that stubborn old man jealous. Let's see if he still shows off. Xia Weimin was pleased. He quickly asked Xie Xiangbei and Hu to put the hot water-filled bottles on their chests. Another bottle was given to Granny Huang to put inside Chuanhong's clothes. The 3 gradually warmed up and slowly woke up under everyone's watchful eyes, though their faces looked a bit pale. Tian Dafu and Niu Dan had squeezed into the innermost part, so Chunhong was the first to wake up. That night, the 2 of them had moved her to the warmest haystack for her health. Tian Dafu slept on the outermost side. The 3 who woke up were still a bit confused. Seeing so many people around, their minds were a little overwhelmed. Tian Dafu asked in a hoarse voice, Uncle, what happened? Thank you for sharing the story. Here's the improved version in simple, family-friendly English. When Xia Weimin saw that the 3 of them finally woke up, he felt a big weight lift from his heart. Dafu, why were you so silly? Since you were kicked out, you should have told me. It's cold outside, and sleeping out there could have made you sick. Dafu smiled bitterly. Uncle, it was too late then. I didn't want to trouble you anymore. I didn't think it was right to keep bothering you. Xia Weimin patted Dafu's shoulder. You call me uncle, and I am the village chief. If you have trouble, we will find a way to help. Thanks to Aunt Huang bringing you blankets and Little Nine bringing the hot water bottle, you wouldn't have woken up otherwise. Dafu finally realized why he felt so warm. It was because they had placed hot water bottles on their chests. Niu Dan cheerfully said, Thank you, Aunt Huang. Thank you, Sister Little Nine. You're welcome. Aunt Huang waved her hand. It's nothing. We're neighbors and friends. We can't just stand by and do nothing, Dafu thought to himself. Sometimes, neighbors are more like family than relatives. He took the blankets and the hot water bottle from his chest and bowed sincerely. Thank you all so much. He would remember everyone who helped him. Then Dafu hesitated and asked, Village Chief, could we rent that thatched hut at the foot of the back mountain? Right now, building a new house isn't possible. We don't have money, but we can pay rent with work points. The thatched hut was old and broken, but it was still livable. It belonged to the collective, and the rent would go to the collective. Xia Weimin and Zhao Dongfang looked at each other and nodded.
All right.
Talk to the accountant and settle it. At the end of the year, the rent will be deducted from your work points. Everyone understood that Dafu wasn't just staying for free. When the work points are counted at the end of the year, he would pay rent. That way, no one would have any complaints. Most importantly, it would prevent anyone from feeling unfair. Dafu was overjoyed. Thank you, Uncle. They finally have a place to call their own. They no longer need to worry about sudden scoldings or insults, nor about asking to eat less. They are finally free. His eyes are a little moist. Step by step, he walks forward, feeling a mix of sadness and relief. Now, they can begin their new life. The crowd gradually disperses. Xie Jiao, after walking a short distance, looks back at the three figures heading in another direction. She smiles slightly. From them, she seems to see the power of hope. Once, the Tian family lived in fear at Tian's house. When standing, they were always slightly hunched. Now those figures look relaxed and happy. She glances at the sun overhead, raises her hand to block the bright sunlight, and feels its warmth through the gaps between her fingers. Where there is light, there is hope. As long as you keep working hard and keep hoping, the life you want will come someday. Xie Jiao faces the morning sun and happily returns home. Her aunt has already cooked breakfast. The family sits together, chatting about funny stories from their lives, eating simple porridge and vegetables. Life is sweet. After eating, Xie Jiao glances at her sleeping little nephew and niece. Before work begins, she leisurely walks along the country path, listening to the various sounds around her. She turns her steps toward Qiu Nyangzi's house. Since Xie Jiao scolded her, Qiu Nyangzi has been a bit distracted and went home. When Chen Dashan, who just got up, saw the stove still cold and the food untouched, he grumbled a few words. Qiu Nyangzi didn't dare reply and quickly went into the kitchen. She specially made 2 pancakes for the head of the family and her mother-in-law. She eats plain porridge with small dishes, watching the fragrant pancakes in their hands, and can't help but swallow. Chen Dashan drinks his porridge loudly, then bites into a pancake, eating with his mouth full of oil. At this moment, Xie Jiao enters. She leans against the doorframe, with a half-smile, and says, Are you eating? The 3 people eating suddenly look up when they hear her voice. Seeing Xie Jiao at the door, Chen Dashan almost thinks he's hallucinating and tentatively calls out, Xie Jiao? Her reputation has long spread through the village, and Chen Dashan naturally knows it. Although Jean Dolly's family has nothing to do with Xie Jiao, everyone secretly feels that the situation is quite mysterious because they know so much about it. People guess that Xie Jiao might be involved, not because she caused their problems but because her methods seem a bit strange. Otherwise, how could she know so much? She even knew about Jean Dolly's affair with the widow and the widow's affair with others, yet Jean Dolly happily believed he was the father. Unless you're involved, how could you know all this so clearly? Isn't that quite mysterious? Although Chin Dashin is a bit of a mama's boy, he cares a lot about his reputation. He's afraid that some small secret of his might be exposed, which would be very embarrassing. Uncle Dashin, are you eating? Aunt Xiao, did you ask Uncle Dashin? How did he answer? Is he satisfied or not? Chun Dashin looks confused, and so does Chin Danyu standing nearby. What kind of trouble has their family gotten into this time? Xiao Jiao, what's wrong? Uncle Dashin is at home and hasn't gone anywhere. Aunt Xiao never expected Xie Jiao to come to their house, and she definitely didn't want to tell her family about it, or she would get into trouble. She hesitates, not knowing what to say. Xie Jiao isn't used to being pampered. When she tries to stir trouble, she seems happy. Now that trouble has come to her, she's afraid. How can such a thing happen? Is it fair that only officials can do as they please, but common people can't?
No, no, no.
She is a good person, and she must fulfill these people's wishes. Uncle, it's like this. Xie Jiao explains what happened in the morning, then asks, Uncle, are you satisfied or not with your wife? Chin Dashin is furious. He knows what kind of wife he has. Usually, those who come to his house just want to argue, not do anything serious. His mother and wife argue sometimes, and he doesn't interfere much as a man. But this time is different. His wife is always ready to cause trouble and tear down the house. He can't afford to offend her. What should he do if he does? Of course, he has to spoil her. Whatever she says, he will do. But he must not let her tear down the house. Realizing this, Chen Dashin suddenly slaps Aunt Qiu sitting beside him. There's not a mark on her face. Xie Jiao smiled coolly and said, It turns out that the saying about a one-night marriage lasting 100 days is not true. Both of you are so in love. No wonder the rumors in the village about Uncle Dashin are false. They say Uncle Dashin likes to hit his wife just because he's lost his strength and he needs other ways to vent. Rumors can be so harmful. Maybe someday he'll have a little one. These words are not very hurtful, but are very insulting. Hearing this, Chen Dashin's face turned pale, and his eyes flashed with anger, as if he wanted to swallow everything. He turned around and slapped Xiaonyang's face. This time, 5 clear finger marks appeared on her cheek. Xiaonyang held her swollen face, tears streaming down her cheeks. Chen Dashin, I've been married to you for so many years. Have I ever had a good day? Am I your wife, and you don't help me but help outsiders? Chen Dashin, help you? How can I help? Help you confront Xie Jiao, or help you hit Xie Jiao. Don't you understand what that means? Are you satisfied with your wife? Can I say I am? If I say I am satisfied, then our house might be lost. If I say I am not, my wife will be beaten. Who told her to be so mouthy? Since she's mouthy, she naturally has to accept the beating. What can I do? If I could fight better, wouldn't I be brave enough? Moreover, my most secret weakness has been exposed by this nasty woman. Why would I help her?
Dream on.
Xie Jiao watched the two glaring at each other and felt very happy. She learned this news from a little grass in Chen Dashin's backyard. Chen Dashin is no good. He can only last for a minute each time. If he can't vent here, he naturally needs to vent somewhere else. So, Xiaonyang became his outlet. Every time, he would beat her hard until he was completely satisfied. Over time, the village spread that Chen Dashin liked to hit his wife, but no one knew about his secret illness. Only his wife knew. Now that Xie Jiao has exposed it, he naturally thinks it was his wife who told others. Otherwise, how would outsiders know? Could they be eavesdropping? It seems Uncle Dashin is quite pleased with your wife. Xie Jiao didn't say anything, just nodded seriously. He walked to the corridor, picked a thick piece of firewood from the firewood pile, and before the Chin family could react, there was a loud crash. What a wonderful sound. Along with the rushing water, the big jar in the Chin yard broke a large hole. Oh, I am so kind. Who will be next? Aunt Chin suddenly realized that their big jar had been smashed. She forgot about eating and staggered outside, crying out loudly. Ah, my big jar. How will I live now? Then it won't live, someone said, trying to guilt her. Does she need to be moral? She doesn't have that. She prefers equality, and would create chaos for everyone. She hit the chicken coop with a stick, causing it to collapse. Inside, 3 old hens clucked lazily as they ran out. Grandma Chen saw her treasured chickens come out and stopped crying. She quickly got up and rushed toward the chickens. But she was too slow. Xiejio bent down, grabbed 2 chickens in his hands, and with a loud snap, he sent them to the afterlife in front of the villagers watching. He smirked mischievously. Hee, I was a bit heavy-handed. I believe in treating others kindly. I don't bother others. But if someone harms me, I will punish them severely. Xiejio threw the chickens outside the yard, but he had already entered his space. He turned to look at Aunt Xiao in the yard. Aunt Xiao, is it fun to stir trouble? You know I and Xie Xiangdong are no longer related, but you still keep pestering him. Do you just hate seeing me stay away from that scoundrel? Uncle Dashan, a good wife should be virtuous. Since she isn't, it means she's lacking. Your wife is teaching the other men in the village like this. What? Aunt Xiao, how could you be so mean, teaching those men like that? The crowd voiced their disgust and condemnation. No wonder I said it. My husband never hit me before. Why did he hit me last time? It turns out it was because of that vile woman, Aunt Xiao, getting beaten. She wanted other women to suffer the same. Such a person can't be described as merely bad. Xiejio looked over the wall at a man in the crowd and asked, Champion uncle, are you happy living as a bachelor? Lu Guanjuan was slightly startled in the crowd. Why was he the focus of attention now? Before he could speak, Xiejio's sarcastic remarks followed. Only someone as foolish as you would listen to Aunt Xiao. You have a capable wife, but you drove her away. Do you enjoy the cold meals and loneliness? Is she your mother or your father? Why do you listen to her? Being foolish is a sickness that needs treatment. Uncle Sufin was right to leave you. She's so capable. She couldn't stay with anyone who couldn't keep up. But she definitely couldn't stay with you because you're confused about right and wrong and always looking out for yourself. Xiejio's words made Lu Guanjuan blush with anger. He refused to admit it was his fault. Seeing his expression, Xiejio smirked and exposed his false front. Did Aunt Xiao say that Uncle Sufin doesn't want to live with you properly? Do you know why she said that? It's because Chen Dashan isn't good enough. She can't stand anyone better than her. In Aunt Xiao's mind, women in the village who hadn't been beaten were all better off than her. But is Uncle Sufin really doing well? I don't think so. In Lu's family, Uncle Sufin and Tian Dafu are just the same, hardworking but plain. Is that a good life? Leaving Lu's family, that's the real good choice. Everyone burst into laughter. Lu Guanjuan, you spread rumors all around the village, saying Uncle Sufin ran away with someone. Now, we see the truth. You actually listened to Aunt Xiao? Xiao Jiu is right. You're just a fool. Aunt Xiao and her mother-in-law, Chen Dajiao, weren't well-liked in the village. They liked to gossip and twist normal conversations into something else. A simple greeting could turn into a big argument when it came from them. Most people didn't trust or like them much. Chen Dashan isn't good enough. No wonder Aunt Xiao screams at night, a man mocked. Life in the village was pretty dull, mostly work and chores. There wasn't much entertainment, so gossip became everyone's main pastime. Chen Dashan's hidden illness is now known to everyone. He slapped Xiao Nyangzi across the face and grabbed a nearby bench to smash it down. This time, he was deadly serious. Lu Guanjuan and his mother finally understood what Xiejio had said and realized how terrible Xiao Nyangzi was. Lu Damao suddenly rushed into the yard, grabbed Chen Damao, and started hitting her. You old man bully. It's you and your wife who can't stand others doing well. You complain every day. Just wait, I'll beat you to death. Her daughter-in-law, a capable woman. Qiao Nyangzi and Chen Damao were crying out in pain, but the villagers present showed no sympathy. Many families had fought because of these two, and some had been beaten by their husbands because of Qiao Nyangzi's issues. No one felt sorry for them, and no one spoke up for them. Everyone couldn't help but spit and say, serves you right. Actually, there are really such people in the countryside, those who can't stand others doing well, and who stir up trouble behind their backs, spreading rumors and causing fights. When Xiao Yao was young, she saw such people. Their fights were fierce. Xia Weiman arrived late. Seeing the chaos of the Chen family, he stood at a distance and shouted, "What are you doing? What are you doing? Not working early in the morning. What are you doing here?" Chen Damao had a tuft of hair forcibly pulled from her head, exposing her scalp. She grimaced in pain and said to Xia Weiman, "Village chief, didn't you see I was beaten? Shouldn't you stand up for us?" "Stand up for you?" Lu Damao spat harshly. "Stand up for you? Who will stand up for us? Your daughter-in-law is always gossiping around the village. If it weren't for her, would my daughter-in-law run away? Chen Dajiao, I tell you, from now on, every time I see you, I'll hit you." Chen Dajiao, nicknamed Chen Dajiao because she has big feet, was difficult to marry off because of her large feet. Eventually, she married an honest man, but he passed away after a few years. She raised Chen Dashan with great care, and they only had one son. She didn't think her son was the problem. She believed it was her daughter-in-law's fault, which caused her to be unable to produce grandchildren for many years. Now that her illusions were shattered, she suddenly looked 10 years older. Plus, she had a tuft of hair pulled out, making her look even more comical. Lady Lu is a fierce woman. Otherwise, she wouldn't have let Zhang Sufin be the main worker. When she heard Chen Daniu dare to argue back, she slapped him twice with a loud, "Idiot, keep talking, and I'll beat you to death." Chen Daniu was also punched several times by the angry Lu champion, each punch hitting his stomach, making him feel sharp pain. Xieju leaned against the wall, watching the big scene in front of her, smiling happily. This is what happens when you provoke her. The fight ended with everyone hurting each other. All of them had injuries, but the work bell had already rung. They didn't have time to rest and had to go to work. Autumn Lady was badly beaten this time. She felt sore all over, drooped her head, and followed behind Shindaniu, her eyes dark and gloomy. She didn't expect Xiejio's revenge to come so quickly, but she knew she wasn't her match. She didn't dare to challenge her. But why did Lu Champion and his mother keep bothering her? What does Zhang Sufin's running away have to do with her? If she feels bad, they shouldn't expect to feel good either. Today, Xiejio was assigned to pull weeds. Today, the gossip in the field was taken over by Autumn Lady and Lu Champion's family. Everyone was talking about the good show from this morning, which could be called a dog fight. After all, neither Chendaniu nor Lu Lady are model villagers. They are more like bad-tempered women-in-law. Lu Lady is better at teasing her daughter-in-law, but Zhang Sufin seems honest and capable. Still, she is also brave. She can stand up and let go. If you don't treat me well and want to hit me, I will run away. Leaving you is just fine. Nowadays, marriages in the village don't require marriage certificates, so there's no real reason not to divorce. If I run away, I won't be with you anymore. Autumn Lady can't fight back herself, and she doesn't have the courage to leave. She just wishes everyone else would have a hard time like her. Now, her bitter fruit has arrived. Xiejio finished her morning work early and left. A little spirit told her that Zhao Motzi and Xia Aimin planned to meet in the back mountain. Haha, so Zhao Motzi's revenge has come. Xiejio took a big machete from her space and carried a basket on her back, heading up the mountain. Zhao Motzi had already arrived at the agreed spot. Xia Aimin arrived late with Xia Xiongdong. Since he was beaten last time, he hasn't left the village or gone to work.
He feels ashamed.
As a grown man, he was beaten by a young girl, his own daughter, and she has cut ties with him. He has lost face and dignity. He cares a lot about his reputation and fears others will gossip. So he stays at home, not going out. When hungry, he eats a little. When thirsty, he drinks water. If Zhao Motzi hadn't invited him today and told him about a way to get rich, he wouldn't have gone out. He wants to get rich so that, once he has money, he can show those who look down on him that he is capable. Zhao Motzi, what do you want to talk to me about? He knows a little about Zhao Motzi, mainly from the incident where Xiejio was almost sold. Does this person really have such connections? But honestly, Xia Aimin doesn't have the courage to commit crimes. Still, his curiosity about making money makes him come. Zhao Motzi, hearing the voice, puts out his cigarette and looks up. When he sees Xia Aimin and Xia Xiongdong, He grins fiercely. Xiejio had already arrived earlier by a small path and is now lying on a big tree above them, listening to their conversation. I heard you and Xiejio have cut ties. Zhao Matsi is careful. Even after confirming it several times, he still wants to hear say it himself to be sure. Pauses, suspicious, and glances at Zhao Matsi. Are you planning to sell her too? That was his first thought, especially since Zhao Matsi had tried to sell Xiejio before. Could he still be so eager? Xiejio is pretty, but he didn't expect her to be so popular. If Xiejio knew what he was thinking, she would definitely curse him. Life is unpredictable. Big intestines can hide small intestines. Life is like a play. Today you meet, tomorrow you hang on the wall. Do you know your fate is already sealed today? Zhao Matsi chuckles softly. Selling her is impossible. After all, Xiejio can fight, and he's not a. He won't bother with things he can't handle. That's why he's been able to stay safe all these years. You made me lose $50, so I naturally want to get it back. What? Xiaomin was shocked. I don't have that kind of money. At that moment, Xiaomin's muddled mind seemed to open a little, and he became a bit smarter. You called me here not because there's a way to make money, but for revenge. Zhao Matsi no longer beat around the bush. He smirked, with a hint of cruelty in his eyes. It's rare for you to be clever once. In the next second, Zhao Matsi held a hunting rifle. Hand over the money. Xie Xiongdong was stunned to see the rifle in Zhao Matsi's hand. He quickly covered his mouth, afraid he might scream. Is this just family debt being paid? The gun's barrel was suddenly pointed at Xie Xiongdong. Xiejio watched the confrontation below, a slight smile on his face. This is interesting. Then let her add some fuel to the fire. Little Spirit, look for where the wild animals are and lure one over. As soon as Little Spirit slightly moved the leaves above, the small animals acted like cats smelling catnip, rushing over one after another.
All right, boss.
About 100 meters ahead, there's a wild boar weighing around 400 or 500 pounds. Xiejio's eyes lit up. A wild boar weighing 400 or 500 pounds. Today, the villagers can enjoy some fresh meat. She still plans to cause trouble later. If she wants the horse to run, she needs to feed it grass. Little Spirit, go. Pikachu, make the wild boar come even more fiercely. Got it, boss. Wild boar, use your skills. The confrontation below was already tense and ready to explode. Xiaomin looked at Zhao Matsi's rifle, his lips trembling. His words came out hesitantly. Matsi, let's talk nicely. You know I don't have money otherwise. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to use Xiejio to settle the debt over just $5. Then Xiaomin changed his tone. But I know Brother Matsi is capable. If you can sell Xiejio once, you can definitely sell her a second time. That scoundrel, selling her is one thing, but he hasn't even grown wings yet. He's about to cut ties with her, and he wants to see how she'll keep her mouth shut if she's sold deep into the mountains. Zhao Matsi's lips curled into a cold smile. He aimed the rifle directly at Xie Xiongdong with a meaningful smile. You don't know how powerful Xiejio is, or do you think I'm stupid? Having been tricked once, does he have to be tricked a second time? Is he that easy to fool? Xie Xiongdong looked at the dark gun barrel and turned pale with fear. He stammered, Dad, save me. I don't want to die. It's all because of Xiejio. If she had just been obedient and sold herself, none of this would happen.
Boo-hoo.
I really don't want to die, Zhao Matsi chuckled. Then it depends on how your father chooses. Anyway, today Zhao Matsi only cares about money. If he loses anything, someone must pay for it. Otherwise, he won't stop. Suddenly, a loud roar came from the distance, followed by the ground trembling. Xie Xiongdong screamed in fear. Dad. Wild boar. The wild boar is coming. He tried to run away. Zhao Matsi's gun pointed at his forehead. Did I tell you to leave? Didn't expect Zhao Matsi to care only about money and not his life. He anxiously looked toward where the wild boar was coming from and pleaded sincerely. Matsi, run for your life first. Wild boars are not like other animals. They are really fierce. If one of them gets angry, someone could really get hurt or even die. Xiejio, sitting on the tree, looked at the three people below with a cold glint in her eyes. Why run? Did she agree? In the previous life, the original owner's death was directly caused by these people. So, debts must be paid, and crimes must be punished. It's only right. No one should think they can stay out of it. Xie Xiongdong saw Zhao Mozi's expression soften slightly. Hearing the wild boar's roar behind him, he quickly moved to the hunting rifle from Zhao Mozi. Zhao Mozi didn't expect Xie Xiongdong to do this. The rifle accidentally fired, hitting Xie Xiongdong's leg. The intense pain made Xie Xiongdong scream. Xie Aimin shivered in fear. Seeing the blood flowing from Xie Xiongdong's leg, he was panicked and lost his composure. Xiongdong, are you okay? Zhao Mozi was also startled. He brought the rifle mainly to force Xie Aimin to pay money, not to hurt them. He knew well that killing someone means risking his own life. The wild boar roared again and ran behind the group. The black wild boar, with long tusks, looked like a charging warrior. The bloody smell from its nose made it even more excited. Suddenly, it launched an attack and charged toward the group. Xie Xiongdong saw the wild boar getting closer and instinctively pushed Xie Aimin away. The wild boar's long tusks pierced through Xie Aimin's stomach. Down the mountain, villagers working suddenly heard gunfire. They stopped their work and looked toward the mountain. Chun Hongxia slapped her thigh and shouted, "The head of the family, Xiaojiu, has gone up the mountain. Please, let nothing happen." Hearing the call, Xie Weimin quickly gathered the militia members. "Hurry, follow me up the mountain." The villagers and young men heard the village chief shout. They grabbed their tools and hurriedly ran after Xie Xiongbai. Shin Ziyun heard that Xiaojiu was in danger and ran up the mountain with everyone. Next to them, Zhang Jiwei watched Shin Ziyun leave, deep in thought. Xie Aimin looked back in disbelief at Xie Xiongdong and then at his pierced stomach, a mocking smile on his face. Haha, is this karma? He had been willing to sell his daughter for 5 yuan, which made her lose hope and cut ties with him. He thought that without his daughter, he still had his son and someone to rely on. In the end, his beloved son had led him straight to death. Unwilling, Xie Aimin closed his eyes and collapsed. Xiaojiu leapt down from the other side of the tree, pretending to have just bumped into them. Seeing the strange atmosphere between the two, he waved his machete and asked, "What are you doing?" It was as if he just noticed Xie Aimin lying on the ground. Did the wild boar charge him? Xiaojiu's fierce look seemed etched in Zhao Mozi's mind. Seeing Xiaojiu, he instinctively said, "This isn't my fault." Xie Xiongdong pushed your dad into the wild boar. The wild boar seemed to respond to this. Brother Pig can testify. It was this who pushed my tusks onto him. Xiaojiu's sharp eyes shot towards Xie Xiongdong. He sternly asked, "Xie Xiongdong, are you still human? That's your father, the one who raised you since you were a child. How can you let him take the hit for you?" Xiaojiu quietly touched the little spirit on his head. The little spirit, following his instructions, whispered into Brother Pig's ear. "Brother Pig, go ahead." The wild boar, following the command, suddenly charged wildly at Xie Xiongdong and Zhao Mozi, making loud roaring sounds. Zhao Mozi held his hunting rifle, his eyes burning with desire. If he killed this boar, the meat would be his. This boar could be sold for a good price. But could the confused wild boar, enchanted by the aura of the little spirit, let Zhao Mozi succeed? Of course not. It performed a flashy move, kicking out its hoof to push Xie Xiongdong away, then charged forward and knocked Zhao Mozi into the air. Zhao Mozi's rifle fired again, the bullet shooting out with a whoosh, curving directly towards Xie Xiongdong. Xiejio shouted in surprise, "Zhao Mozi, why are you shooting at me when you're not aiming at the boar? Are you hiding some secret? Are you trying to silence me?" Zhao Mozi was pierced in the thigh by the boar's tusk, blood flowing profusely. He was in pain and cursing loudly. Suddenly, hearing Xiejio's words, he angrily retorted, "Get lost. Which I saw me trying to silence you." Xiejio tilted his head and chuckled. Of course, both eyes saw it. The shot hit Xie Xiongdong's stomach directly. He shivered in pain, crying out, "Sister, save me. Please, save me. I'm your younger brother." At that moment, Xie Xiongdong was truly scared. He wanted to live, he didn't want to die. The only one who could save him was Xiejio. He finally let go of his prejudice and sincerely called Xiejio sister. But there's no regret pill in the world. He did regret, but could he forget the harm he caused before? Of course not. The damage was done, and it even involved a life. Why should Xiejio forgive him? Why should she save him? Did they ever think about what the original owner would face if sold? They never considered her. Why should she care about their lives or deaths? Xiejio looked at Xie Xiongdong with a half-smile. Moral coercion doesn't work on me. Knowing he was about to die, knowing that Xiejio was his biological sister? What did Xie Xiongdong do when Xie beat the original owner? He stirred up trouble, caused conflicts, and made the original owner get beaten repeatedly, leaving her badly hurt. Now, he calls her sister?
Ha.
If he had been more brave all along, she might have looked up to him. Now, forget it. The farther, the better. Not killing them directly is already the best way to show family love. Xiejio tiptoed and swung his big knife straight at the wild boar. The wild boar, following orders, acted like a naughty child, running around Zhao Matzi and Xie Xiongdong, kicking Zhao Matzi once, then turning around and kicking Xie Xiongdong. He wanted to be fair to everyone. She wanted to escape, but couldn't. Darkness, crawling, twisting. Zhao Matzi and Xie Xiongdong suffered greatly. Screams and cries of pain kept coming. Xie Xiongbai led villagers and militia up the mountain, fighting against the wind, hearing faint calls for help carried by the breeze. Everyone was anxious. Xie Xiongbai kept praying, hoping Xiaojiu would be safe. The little spirit heard the trees talking and quickly informed Xiejio, "Boss, your third brother and your uncle are coming with people." Xiejio looked down the mountain, then charged forward, swinging his big knife skillfully. The wild boar cooperated by being cut down easily. The wild boar's soul floated above, looking at its body with confusion. Why was it dead? Wah! It was tricked. But then, its soul was pulled down to the underworld. Xiejio quietly performed a blessing for the wild boar, saying, "Thank you, brother pig. Amen." When Xie Xiongdong arrived with people, he saw Xiejio covered in blood, even his fair face streaked with fresh blood. As he looked up, everyone held their breath, feeling like a fierce warrior from the underworld had come, making their hearts tremble. Xiejio's coldness faded, and he smiled gently. "Uncle, third brother, carry the wild boar back. Today we'll have pig's head and pork dishes. Oh, and find someone to go to the police station. Zhao Matzi brought a hunting rifle into our village. The police should ask him clearly. Otherwise, who will be the next victim is uncertain." Zhao Matzi was in so much pain he almost collapsed, but he stubbornly refused to fall down. He was afraid that if he did, he wouldn't know where he'd wake up. When he heard Xiejio speak, he suddenly understood. Sure enough, Xiejio's words were sharp and deadly, like a knife. Stop, I didn't do anything. Xie owes me money. I came to get my money. I only used the hunting rifle to scare them. Xie death has nothing to do with me. It was Xie Xiongdong who pushed him out, and that's how he got trampled by a wild boar. The villagers hurriedly ran up as fast as they could. Before catching their breath, they saw the big scene unfold and looked at Xie who was lying dead on the ground. They didn't know whether to feel sorry for him or to laugh at him. But since he was the deceased, everyone felt sad, and even if they were upset, they didn't say anything harsh. Xie Xiongbai gave a signal to who slowly stepped back and then ran down the mountain. Shen Ziyun's eyes subtly flicked over Xiejio. Seeing she was fine, she finally relaxed a little. Xiejio was very sharp. She could feel his gaze on her. Dark, deep eyes meeting her worried ones. She tilted her head in confusion. Seeing that Shen Ziyun's expression only showed worry and nothing else, she shook her head. If she couldn't understand now, she would someday. The villagers who followed up the mountain saw the big wild boar. They all widened their eyes in surprise. Wow, Xiejio was amazing. A little girl could kill a wild boar? Everyone worked together to lift the wild boar. Zhao Matsi and Xie Xiongdong looked pale from blood loss. Xie Jiao could only chop a big tree nearby with her machete to make a stretcher. She carefully placed the two injured people on it, crossing them like stacked blocks, and carried them down on a homemade stretcher. At the bottom of the mountain, Chen Hongxia and Zhang Lili anxiously waited, constantly looking up the mountain. When they finally saw someone coming down, they hurried forward. Seeing Xie Jiao in the crowd, Chen Hongxia and Zhang Lili finally relaxed. Just as they were about to ask questions, they saw the dead Xie Aimin and the two injured on the stretcher, and they were so scared they forgot what to say. "Catch this. This." She grabbed Xie Weimin. "Head of the family, what's going on? Why was someone dead all of a sudden?" Xie Weimin patted Chen Hongxia's arm to comfort her and briefly explained the situation on the mountain. "If it weren't for Xiao Jiao, these two would also be dead." "Xiao Jiao, big uncle, you understand me, and you also understand the importance of being cautious. Hee, I am a good person, and I am a good person." Ding ling ling, ding ling ling. De Hu and the police officers arrived riding their bikes. Seeing the wild boar and injured people in everyone's hands, the police officers' brows furrowed deeply. "What happened here?" Xie Jiao stepped forward and recounted what he saw on the mountain, pointing mainly at Zhao Matsi. "This person tried to sell me some time ago. Luckily, I was quick and noticed it. Comrades from the police, please investigate if there are others he sold, so we can rescue them." In this era, unlike later times, there are no surveillance cameras everywhere. It was the 1970s, and finding kidnapped people was very difficult. The fate of those sold was terrible. The original owner from the past is the best proof. Those days were worse than death. Xie Jiao wanted to help those who had been sold. The police officers' expressions grew more serious when they heard Zhao Matsi was involved in trafficking. "All right, we understand. We won't let any bad people go." Xie Xiongdong and others cooperated with the police to first take the injured Zhao Matsi and Xie Xiongdong to the town hospital, then the police would take them into custody. One police officer hesitated as he was about to leave, then said to Xie Weimin, "We've investigated the two people taken from your village last time, Tian Xiaofu and that young worker. The young worker has been sent back to the Youth Bureau and will be reassigned to a more difficult place for ideological reform. Tian Xiaofu, because of his involvement in illicit affairs and other issues, is awaiting final judgment to be sent to a farm for reform." The villagers who hadn't gone far overheard this and sighed. Old Lady Tian had pinned all her hopes on Xiaofu, even forcing the Tian family out overnight. Now, Xiaofu is going to be reformed on a farm, and no one knows when he will return. If she wants to rely on him in old age, he must survive and leave the farm alive. But survival seems impossible. Xie Jiao said that this person must die, either by death or injury. How else can they repay the life lost by the original owner? A person's life ends like a light going out. The body of Xie Aimin, who was trampled to death by wild boars, still lay nearby. Xie Xiongdong was badly injured and had gone to the hospital, so he couldn't handle the arrangements. In the end, Xie Weimin paid for a coffin and hurriedly arranged for the body to be taken up the mountain and buried. Xie Jiao had already cut ties with him and couldn't organize the funeral. In the countryside, funerals are simple. Just place the body in a coffin, carry it up the mountain, and bury it. Later, they could invite villagers to share a meal to remember him. Xie Jiao had just hunted a wild boar on the mountain. Usually, everyone would share the pork for a feast, so the helpers didn't mind. Having meat to eat was enough. What was there to complain about? The village butcher heard that Xie Jiao had caught a wild boar. He took his tools and went to the grain-drying yard, where the boar had already been brought down from the mountain. Chen Hongxia and a few village women waited there. Once Uncle Qian finished dividing the meat, they could start cooking the feast. The grain-drying yard was lively and bustling. The children felt like it was New Year's, happily playing games and spinning around. Xie Jiao washed up and then came to the yard. She hadn't felt such lively atmosphere in a long time. You could say that after decades of the end times, she was either fighting zombies or being attacked by them. Later, she became a zombie herself, eventually turning into the Zombie King, fighting daily on the edge of life and death. She was close to losing consciousness when she finally chose to end it all. Over the years, she had been busy every day. She hadn't felt such peace in a long time. Gooden held a piece of candy in his hand. Seeing Sieju sitting on a small stool, gazing at the sky, he couldn't help but run over. "Auntie, here's some candy for you." Hearing the voice, Sieju looked down at the candy in Gooden's hand. She saw the familiar wrapper, reached out, and patted his head. "Eat it. Auntie has some too." This candy was given to him by Sieju. She didn't expect him to be reluctant to eat it. Although his eyes showed he wanted to, his first thought was to give it to her, which warmed her heart.
But
Gooden tilted his head, thought for a moment, and said, "Mom said that when you're unhappy, eating something sweet can make you feel better. I think Auntie doesn't look happy, so eating something sweet will help." Sieju was slightly stunned. Without hesitation, Gooden tore open the wrapper and put the candy into her mouth. His bright little eyes sparkled. "Annie, is it sweet? Do you feel a little happier now?" A smile suddenly appeared on Sieju's face, her lips curving with joy. It's very sweet. The candy from Gooden is even sweeter. It warms my heart." "Thank you, Gooden." Sieju took a piece of candy from her space, unwrapped it, and put it in his mouth. "Let's all enjoy something sweet together. We should all stay happy." Gooden giggled and fell into Sieju's arms, rubbing his little head against her as he said softly, "It's so nice to have you, Auntie." Chun Hongxia glanced at Sieju and Gooden while taking a short break from her work. She smiled, and Aunt Luo, noticing her expression, teased, "Xiaojiu really is our village's lucky child. Your family's good fortune is just beginning. Xiaojiu is truly capable. After all her hardships, she finally has some peace." Xia Aimin's death didn't cause much of a stir in the village. Everyone was more focused on the upcoming feast. When Xia Xiangdong and the others returned, the feast was nearly ready. As soon as he arrived, he went to find Xia Weimin. "Dad, I'm back." Xia Weimin turned to look at his son, noticing his hesitant expression and pausing for a moment. He knew his son's temper well. Something must be troubling him. Thinking of Xia Xiangdong covered in blood, he couldn't help but ask, "How is Xiangdong?" Xia Xiangbei pressed his lips together and shook his head. "Not good. Even if he recovers, he might be left with a limp that would make every step difficult."
But
he leaned close and whispered in Xia Weimin's ear, "Last time, when Zhao Matzi tried to sell Xiaojiu, Xiangdong knew about it." Xia Weimin froze and turned sharply. "How do you know that?" "Zhao Matzi said it before he lost consciousness." This was no small matter. Sieju sat nearby. She hadn't meant to eavesdrop, but with her sharp senses, she couldn't help hearing every word. She hadn't expected this at all. In her previous life, the original Sieju only knew that Xia Aimin had traded her to Zhao Matzi. She never imagined that Xia Xiangdong had been involved too. Xia Weimin sighed deeply. What a terrible thing to do. Now Zhao Matzi and Xia Xiangdong are both placed in the hospital. Zhao Matzi wants to clear his name or get a light sentence, and he will definitely reveal Xia Xiangdong's involvement. This situation of mutual accusations should be quite interesting. Thinking of Fu, who is still waiting for his trial in prison, Xiangdong raised his eyebrows. Let her add more fuel to the fire. Surely, these people will all face punishment. Reforming through labor is too easy for them. Only death can cleanse their evil deeds.
Feeling happy about it,
Dame Tian doesn't know about Fu's situation. When she hears about the pig slaughter feast, she grabs a basin and comes over, her eyes full of clever plans. After a series of events, the villagers' attitude toward Dame Tian has become more unfriendly. Dame Huang is washing cabbage nearby. Seeing Dame Tian with the basin, she scowled and said, "Hey, Dame Tian, what are you still doing here? Your little Fu is about to be sent to the farm. If I were you, I wouldn't dare to go out in public. Only those who have committed crimes are sent to the farm. In the countryside, if someone in your family is like that, others will look down on you." Brave and fierce Dame Tian spat and said, "Get lost. My little Fu is fine. He won't be sent to the farm. You old gossip, watch me tear your mouth apart." She put the basin down and, with claws out, tried to pounce on Huang. After being shouted at by Xie Weimin, she dared not move. Old Tian, this is true. When the police came today, they explained everything to me, someone said. That one sentence crushed all of Dame Tian's hopes. Her hand was still raised in the air, but couldn't bring it down.
Her son, her fu.
Dame Tian couldn't breathe and fainted immediately. This caused another big commotion. The lively threshing ground became even more bustling, with everyone talking about Dame Tian's family. After she was carried back and placed on the bed, everyone hurried to leave, not wanting to get involved with her. And of course, they still couldn't bear to miss the pig slaughter feast. Late at night, the lively threshing ground had quieted down. The villagers returned home, still reminiscing about the delicious pig feast from earlier. Although it contained many vegetables like cabbage, potatoes, and vermicelli, a pig weighing around 400 to 500 pounds after removing the internal organs still had about 300 to 350 pounds of meat left. This meat, along with the vegetables, was enough for the villagers to eat well. Everyone went home feeling happy and satisfied. Tian Dafu's family walked quietly in the night toward their thatched house at the foot of the mountain. No one mentioned Aunt Tian, who had fainted earlier. They finally had a safe place to live, and they treasured it very much. As long as they worked hard, life would get better. Aunt Tian, who had fainted, slowly woke up. She looked around the dark room. After a moment of clarity, she remembered this was her home. Feeling the cold, dark room, her heart sank little by little. Little Fu, why does my little Fu have to be sent to the farm? What should I do now? Can I still wait for my son to come back from the farm? When he returns, will he be able to find a wife? She shakily got out of bed and, by the moonlight, slowly walked to the kitchen. She looked at the cold stove and an empty basin on the table, as if mocking her mercilessly. This basin was the one she brought to the grain-drying yard to prepare for slaughtering the pig. She thought she had fainted, so at least someone would bring her some food. But there was nothing. Her face looked as lifeless as a frostbitten eggplant. Aunt Tian stood there for a long time, then slowly turned and walked inside. It was as if all her energy had been drained at that moment. She felt more regret than anger. After everyone in her uncle's house had fallen asleep, Xiejio suddenly jumped out of bed with a start. Gently opening the back window, she tiptoed out and jumped down. Guided by the little spirit, she headed straight for the prison where Fu was held. Haha, she needed to add fuel to the fire. Xie Aimin was dead, but Zhao Motzi, Xie Xiongdong, and Fu were still alive. How could this be? Blood must be repaid with blood. The original owner's life would be paid back with theirs. The police station in town had a row of rooms specifically for holding prisoners. The little spirit's leaf on her head fluttered as she looked in a certain direction. Boss, the person is over there. Okay, let's go. Xiejio's mental energy suddenly spread out, guiding her to move toward the short man. In the dark prison cell, a disgusting smell filled the air. The short man drooped his head, sitting deep inside the cell. His hair was tangled like a chicken coop, and his clothes looked wrinkled and salty. Xiejio gently tossed a small stone onto the ground. The short man, who had been there for many days, instantly woke up from his sleep, startled like a frightened bird. He looked at the outside with frightened eyes. Under the faint moonlight, he saw someone standing by the door. He couldn't tell if it was a man or a woman, or what their expression was. He shivered and asked, "Who?" Xiejio wore a black mask. Under the weak moonlight, she slowly looked up, only her dark eyes visible outside the mask. Her voice was hoarse, like the creaking of an old machine. "You don't need to know who I am. Do you want to go back sooner? Do you want to work fewer years? Tell me everything you know. As long as it helps the police, you can get a lighter sentence." These words sounded like magic, echoing in the short man's ears. Of course, he wanted to go back sooner. He had never been outside. The work on the farm was the hardest and most tiring. He definitely didn't want to stay. Tell what he knew. What did he know? What could he possibly tell the police that would be useful? The short man was anxious and restless. He wanted to grasp something, but after being here so long, he was like a frightened bird, his mind slow. Suddenly, A bright light seemed to cut through the darkness in front of him. Yes, he understood now. He knew. He stared excitedly with wide eyes and shouted outside, "I will confess. I have something important to say." At the moment Xiejio was giving him hints, she used her special power to instantly leave the spot. The police officer on duty heard the short man's shouting and frowned, walking over impatiently. He shouted, "What are you shouting about in the middle of the night? Be honest here." The short man instinctively shrank back. Basically, he was tough in his own territory, but seeing the police made him naturally afraid. They say common people don't fight with officials. In their eyes, officials are an unreachable existence. No, it's not true. The little man looked nervous, as if his throat was blocking a heart about to jump out. His words seemed forced from his throat. "I have important information to share." The police officer looked at him suspiciously. Really? This kid had been brought in for a while. Why didn't he talk earlier? Why now? What made him change his mind? Or was he just joking? Yes, it's true, absolutely true. He wanted to go home. He didn't want to stay here.
He was.
All right, tell the truth, or else. The police officer's eyes flashed with a stern look. The little man bowed and said, I will tell the truth honestly." Soon, the little man explained everything about Zhao Matsi, how he planned to trick and how he intended to sell Xiejio. They had already agreed on a buyer. If everything went well, they would take Xiejio away. After the deal, Zhao Matsi would give him 10 yuan. The two police officers listening to the interrogation found something suspicious. Wasn't this human trafficking? If he had connections, how did he manage to negotiate with a buyer? If he had connections, did he have other victims? This news made the police station take it very seriously. The incident involving Zhao Matsi in Honghe village was recorded. After hearing the confession, the police immediately sent officers to the hospital and the guards to inform them. If proven, all these details could lead to serious charges. Xiejio didn't want heavy charges. She wanted them to face the consequences. In the 1970s, the town hospital was small, with only a simple building. Both inpatient and outpatient services were in this one building. Xiejio easily found the house where Zhao Matsi and Xie Xiongdong lived. Their house was guarded by a police officer. Xiejio looked through the blurry window and saw the two sleeping on the bed. A cold smile appeared on her lips. These two were not good people. But she wouldn't dirty her own hands. A burst of mental energy directly affected Zhao Matsi's mind. He opened his eyes dazedly, moved his head, and saw Xie Xiongdong nearby. A strange smile curled on his lips. He seemed unaware of the pain, climbed out of bed, picked up a wooden chopstick from the bedside table, and turned to walk to Xie Xiongdong's hospital bed, staring at him for a moment. In the next instant, a dark light flashed in his eyes, and the chopstick in his hand stabbed straight into Xie Xiongdong's heart. A scream tore through the night sky. Ah! The police officer who had just been resting at the door suddenly opened his eyes. Seeing Zhao Matsi's actions, he shouted loudly, "Zhao Matsi, what are you doing?" Hearing the scream, the police officer coming from downstairs was startled. Then he heard a colleague shout and quickly ran upstairs. Seeing Zhao Matsi holding a blood-dripping chopstick and Xie Xiongdong on the bed making choking sounds, he immediately realized something was wrong and shouted outside, "Doctor! Doctor!" The on-duty doctor had just sat down to rest when he heard the scream and stood up in fright. Before he could settle down, he heard the shout again. He grabbed the stethoscope from the table and hurriedly rushed out. Coming, he called as he ran. Zhao Matsi had already been restrained by 2 police officers. He was making a creepy laugh, looking at Xie Xiongdong, whose face was pale and mouth foaming with blood, and sneered, "You clearly provoked me first. Why are you safe and sound? Ha, you're dead. You are the one who deserves to die the most." This sentence fully explained his motive and instantly turned Xie Xiongdong from a victim into an attacker. Hearing this, Xiejio only raised an eyebrow. From the original owner's memory, she could tell that Xie Xiongdong was a mean person, and every beating the original owner received was his doing. If this incident had any part caused by Xie Xiongdong, she had no doubt about it. The police forcefully held Zhao Matsi down, afraid he might suddenly attack again, but also advised him, What's the matter? What crime did he commit? You should tell us. Why did you do it yourself? What kind of behavior is this? Murder. You're going to get shot. Zhao Matsi, as if hearing the police's words, only glared fiercely at Xie Xiangdong, as if trying to burn a hole through him. Until the doctor announced that Xie Xiangdong had been stabbed in the heart and died on the spot. At that moment, Zhao Matsi's eyes blacked out and he collapsed. Because Xie Zhou's mental power in his mind was withdrawn, he naturally fainted. He was already badly injured, and now his injuries worsened. Two police officers exchanged glances. The night shift officer from Luming adjusted his uniform and then asked Officer Zhang, who had just arrived, "Old Zhang, why are you here? There are still several hours before the shift change." Luming specifically checked his watch. The hour hand pointed at 12. Zhang Qingsong shook his head and pointed to Zhao Matsi nearby. Tian Xiaofu from Honghe village said Zhao Matsi might be involved in human trafficking. What? Luming was truly surprised. There's actually this kind of thing involved? What do they hate the most? They hate human trafficking the most. Now, with poor transportation, once someone is kidnapped, it's almost impossible to find them. These people are so crazy to do such things. Zhao Matsi on the bed suddenly woke up and overheard the conversation between the two police officers. Xie Jiu. Haha, I should thank her. His eyes darkened. He didn't expect Fu Aizi to betray him. A cold light flashed in his eyes. If he feels bad, then no one will feel good. He rasped, I also have something to report. The two officers turned around at the sound behind them and looked at him simultaneously. Lu Ming's gaze carried a warning. Zhao Matsi, you know your situation is serious. If you talk nonsense, it will be a heavier crime. Zhao Matsi coughed softly. Every word is true. After a moment, Zhao Matsi told everything about Fu Aizi. He was involved in human trafficking, but Fu Aizi always helped him. The people's soul, did he not take a share? Now, he's turning against him. How can he let him go? If he's going to, then everyone should go together. Xie Jiu, in the space, listened to their conversation, holding a fruit and nibbling on it. Watching Zhao Matsi's expression, he smiled faintly. This kind of dog-eat-dog fight is more interesting. In one move, 3 people were eliminated. Lu Ming and Zhang Qingsong listened to Zhao Matsi's story and realized there must be many more involved, affecting multiple victims. This matter drew their serious attention. Considering Zhao Matsi's situation, Lu Ming specifically asked the doctor if he could take him away. The doctor had just finished a surgery and hadn't had a rest when he suddenly heard these words, and he was a bit stunned. Are you going to take him away? Yes, he is involved in a serious case. We need to bring him back for questioning. The doctor paused for a moment. How serious is it? Lu Ming immediately understood what the doctor meant. The doctor's duty is to heal and save lives. Now, Zhao Matsi was injured, so the doctor couldn't say he should leave, but if the outcome is the worst. Lu Ming made a gesture, and the doctor waved his hand. Then take him away. Our town isn't very big, but medical resources are really scarce. Today, when they treated him, they didn't have anesthesia and just endured it. Now, since he's a very serious criminal, there's no need to use such important resources on him. All that's left is recovery, and there's nothing else. The antibiotics should be saved for those who need them. Lu Ming turned and left the doctor's office. Then he and Zhang Qingsong found a piece of wood to block the door and took Zhao Matsi back that night. When they returned to the police station, the duty officer saw them bringing the person in and was a bit confused. After they explained, everyone paid close attention. Zhao Matsi was also put in a single cell. Fudai was still dreaming about getting out soon when, under the faint moonlight, he was surprised to see Zhao Matsi being carried into the room next door. Is the police so fast? It's only been a short while, and Zhao Matsi was brought back? It looks like he was badly hurt. Did he resist arrest? He didn't know yet that he and Zhao Matsi couldn't escape the fate of being shot. Good brothers, good friends, should face difficulties together and share the same fate. When Lu Ming and Zhang Qingsong were about to go back, Fudai called out to Zhang Qingsong, Officer Zhang, when can I get out? Zhang Qingsong snorted coldly. You better think about what you haven't explained yet. Want to get out? Huh. Fudai shivered instinctively, a guilty look flashing in his eyes.
Could it be?
They found out. He suddenly remembered Zhao Motzi being carried into the next room. Could it be him? Fong, the little man, was unwilling and pressed his lips together. He just wanted to go outside, but why was it so hard? He paced nervously in the room, fists clenched tightly, unconsciously tapping his thighs. His eyes flickered with worry and unease. Ever since Fong was taken to the police station, he kept thinking about escaping. He believed that if he told them about Zhao Motzi, he could get a lighter sentence and be released soon. He should have realized that revealing Zhao Motzi's situation might lead to this outcome. After all, he had really taken the money back then. When he saw the money, he had smiled happily. Now he could only cry. He was so anxious, just trying to think of a way out. Suddenly, he fainted without warning. Xie, watching him in the dark, smiled to himself. Go ahead. Just wait patiently for your punishment. Under the starry sky, the night was quiet and deep. Xie was walking along the small path back to the village, humming a tune, feeling very happy. His steps paused slightly. Little spirit, have we forgotten someone? The little spirit shook the leaves on its head, confused. Who? The enemies of the original owner had mostly been dealt with, some dead, some injured, some useless. Was there anyone left who got away? Xie looked toward Jushi village, a cold light flashing in his dark eyes. Of course, that widow. Yeah, and she's so shameless. Should we go see her now? A dark, windy night was perfect for doing things. Actually, it was a good night for mischief. Let's go now. The stars above are shining bright. When we see injustice, we should speak out. When it's time to act, we act. Xie turned and headed straight for Jushi village. At the east end of the village lived the famous widow of their village, Yen Ernyang. She had fled to Jushi village during a disaster, married a local, and settled there. But her husband was short-lived. Just a month after they married, he suddenly died. Yen Ernyang became a widow. Widows often face gossip, but she didn't care. She worked in the fields every day and always wore the latest clothes. She ate mostly coarse grains, while she ate fine grains at every meal. She was always willing to meet the men in the village who had bad intentions. Gradually, rumors started to spread that when she came to Jushi village to marry her man, it was because she liked that he was honest and had no other family members. That was why she chose him. People said that her visit to Jushi village was purposeful. Otherwise, how could she live such a luxurious life? Even though some men who had casual relationships with her would give her money or gifts, it was not enough to support her luxurious lifestyle. Everyone suspected she had other sources of income, but no one had proof. Over time, these rumors slowly faded away. Xie listened to the tiny spirit, who got information from the tree spirit and looked thoughtful. Maybe this Lady Yen is really not simple. Not only is she not simple, but her background might also be complicated. Perhaps she went to Jushi village with a purpose. And choosing her man might be because he was alone, with no complicated family ties. Even if she wanted to do something, he might not notice. Thinking of this, Xie frowned. Could it be that she's living a small, peaceful life? Xie was not truly from this era, so he knew that during this time, small troublemakers were rampant, trying to harm the development of their country. If that was true, Xie would definitely not let her go. Soon, under the cover of night, Xie arrived at Jushi village. Looking at the low, mud brick houses, he sighed silently. Jushi village was poorer than Honghe village, so the houses here were even worse. Farmers in this era relied on the weather for their crops, and life was very hard. Xie walked along the small path. Occasionally, a stray dog in the village saw him and immediately closed its mouth. Oh, dear, I can't mess with them. I'd better keep quiet, or I might get into trouble. Although they are dogs, they are very good at sensing danger. They don't want to get beaten. Just look at the woman's eyes. She scared the dogs to death. The tiny spirit chuckled, and the leaves on its head rustled. Boss, all these dogs are afraid of you, ha. Xie said slowly, aren't you afraid? The little elf who was just smiling happily suddenly seemed to be silenced, unable to speak at all. Why isn't it afraid? Of course it is. Although it is the only elf in the world, the moment it followed the big boss seemed like its owner, exerting a deadly pressure on it. She has the power over its life and death. Don't you think it's scary? The little elf instantly turned into a green ring, hanging on Xiaoju's little finger. Big Boss is great. Big Boss is wonderful. Big Boss is so adorable. I am your precious little treasure, ready to support you. Xiaoju glanced at the obedient little elf and slightly curled his lips. Do your intelligence work well, or I'll roast you and eat you? Got it, got it. I understand. The little elf kept joking around, making Xiaoju smile softly. Big Boss, the house ahead belongs to Yan Ernyang, but the little elf hesitated shyly. But she is a man, and they are doing something inappropriate. Man? Which man? Xiaoju asked casually. Yan Ernyang is pregnant after all. Is the father the child's real father? Or just some fool? Since the original fool they found, Jean Dolly, is already dead, they had to find another fool to hide their relationship, right? And who is this man? Is he from Jushi village, or? The leaves on the little elf's head swayed. Her child's father. Oh wow, playing so big. Is this man from the village? No. I just talked to the tree in front of the widow's house. His name is Zhang Tenzong, and he's a son-in-law of the Chu family. Chu Yukai is the village secretary of Jushi village. The Chu family only has one child, Chu Hong. Naturally, they don't want their child to marry into another family and suffer, so they look for a son-in-law. After investigating from various angles, they chose Zhang Tenzong. Because his family is poor, he has 2 older brothers and 2 younger siblings, and no money to marry a wife. When they heard Chu family was looking for a son-in-law, Zhang Tenzong volunteered to go to the Chu family. Hearing this, Xiaoju's brow furrowed slightly. Many men in this era still held strong patriarchal views. For them, becoming a son-in-law was shameful and a great insult. Why would he agree? Was it just because their family was poor and couldn't find a wife? At that time, he was still young and didn't need to rush. His 2 older brothers hadn't settled down yet, but he married first? Xiaoju always felt there was something unusual about this. Thinking back to the family in his previous life who was sold off, this family was also quite strange, especially with the things he found in their house. Perhaps they were connected somehow. Xiaoju suddenly remembered a question. It had been a long time since Song Tianzong and Second Lady Yan got involved, or else they wouldn't have had a child. Since so much time had passed, how could Chu Hong, who was always by his side, not notice anything? That seemed unlikely. Everyone said women are very sharp. If her man had the scent of someone else, she should have noticed. The little spirit sighed and said, Boss, she would need to be able to detect it. Every time Zhang Tianzong went out, he prepared tea for the Chu family, and it even had sleeping pills in it. Even if they were harmed, they wouldn't realize it. Moreover, they were just sneaking around, having an affair, then returning to sleep with their wife. If she found out, she wouldn't be able to tell. Xiaoju thought, all right, I admit defeat. To have an affair, he even used sleeping pills. But this was a flaw. Nowadays, even in the town hospital, getting sleeping pills wasn't easy. This person actually had medicine? It proved his identity was unusual. Xiaoju carefully went around to the back of Second Lady Yan's house to listen. Luckily, she sprinkled some medicine inside to make sure they wouldn't be able to handle things for a few hours. Little spirit, do you want to watch the show? From the spirit of the tree, they also knew that Chu Hong was the only child of the Chu family, but she wasn't spoiled. She still worked in the fields every day, doing all kinds of hard and tiring work, though she was a bit fiery. Fiery is good. Knowing her man was cheating, she could give Zhang Tianzong a deep lesson and also warn Chu Yukai. Such an honest son-in-law wasn't a good person. A small fairy's eyes showed a curious expression. Oh, it's true. Who you follow really influences who you become. It used to have no interest in gossip, but now it's always at the forefront of catching news. All right, let's go. Xiaoju followed the direction given by the tree spirit and headed toward Chu Yotsai's house. At this moment, Chu Yotsai's family, who had taken sleeping potion, was snoring loudly. Xiaoju approached their yard, tiptoed, and suddenly jumped over the fence. She took out a lit incense stick from her space and waved it in front of their window. She listened carefully, and the snoring inside had quieted a bit, sounding more normal. After finishing here, Siejio silently jumped out again. Before leaving, she cleaned up her footprints in the yard. Rural yards are usually dirt, and footprints made with force are very obvious. She didn't want to attract attention. When Siejio and the small fairy returned to Yen Ernyang's place, the two were still busy. Siejio's lips curled into a cold smile. She took out a match from her space and lit the haystack nearby. That haystack belonged to Yen Ernyang's family. In the past, some men would pile firewood here for winter heating and cooking. Now, it was just convenient for Siejio. Boss, isn't this revenge a bit too easy on her? Siejio shook her head. No, I suspect her identity. I want to see if there's someone behind her, or what her real purpose in Nine Creek Village is. Do you remember the family that sold the original owner last time? They have that thing. Could they be connected? Otherwise, why sell the original owner to their family? The small fairy suddenly understood. Boss, I support you. Seeing the fire grow, Siejio changed her tone and shouted, Fire! Fire! Everyone, help put out the fire! The dark and quiet night was suddenly broken by this cry. Sounds of alarm came from all directions. Siejio quickly climbed the big banyan tree in front of the door, hiding herself among the dense branches. Watching the chaos below, she smiled slightly. Chao Kai suddenly woke up when he heard the noise. He knew something was wrong in the village because it was very noisy outside. He got dressed quickly and went outside. Chu Hong, who was awakened by the noise, touched the spot beside her. It was cold. She couldn't help but frown. After marrying Zhang Tenzong, she didn't feel as loved as others thought. Instead, she was often ignored. But to avoid worrying her parents, she kept her feelings inside. Now, seeing her bed empty, she was lost in thought for a moment. When she heard her father's voice, she quickly got up. When she saw her father walking outside, she finally said, Dad, Tenzong isn't at home. Hearing this, Chao Kai's steps paused naturally. Looking at his daughter's bitter expression, he sighed softly and said, If things are too hard, don't force yourself. Mom and I can't afford to lose you. They had married her off to prevent her from suffering. But in the end, she still suffered under their watch. Zhang Tenzong looked simple, but Chao Kai, who had seen many people, sensed something strange about him. He couldn't tell what was wrong. If his daughter no longer wanted to stay, he would agree. Chu Hong opened her mouth, but finally followed her father outside. Her mother patted her shoulder to comfort her. Soon, the village became lively. People held torches and buckets, trying to put out a fire. But even as the fire nearly went out, there was no sound from her mother-in-law's house. Everyone was worried. Although she wasn't well-liked, she was still one of them. They couldn't just watch her have trouble. Suddenly, they heard sounds from inside the house. It sounded strange. Thanks to Siejio, who used a loudspeaker to amplify the sound, they could hear better. She was really clever. Otherwise, how could she attract others' curiosity? Chao Kai and the village chief looked at each other. They didn't want to get involved, but then someone shouted, Oh no, the house is on fire. Now, they couldn't ignore it. Chu Hong stood among the crowd, her heart pounding. She felt that the moment the door opened, she might see something she didn't want to see. Everyone in the village knows the rumors about Second Sister. Some men from the village sometimes go to see her, and everyone is aware of that. Now, her man is not at home. Where is he? The answer is obvious. She takes a deep, firm breath. She is not the type to hold on or cling to things. Since his heart is no longer with her, she won't force him to stay. She dislikes men who have been with others before. Perhaps her way of thinking is a bit fresh and different from others in this time, but she lives her own life. She doesn't want to suffer or be wronged. They don't have children, so why should she stay stuck in a bad situation? But she won't forgive the person who hurt her easily. At the very least, she will confront him. Inside, the two people working hard suddenly feel something is wrong. The strong smell makes them cough. Surprised, they forget about dressing and rush outside. They see the village chief about to kick the door. The two are completely under the moonlight and the glow of torches. Everyone can see them clearly. Sounds of gasping and whispers fill Chu Hong's ears. But because Chu Yukai is the village secretary, no one dares to say too much. When Chu Hong saw Zhang Tiansong, her heart was surprisingly calm. She didn't cry out or lose control. She simply walked forward quietly and slapped him twice. "How many nights and days have you been here?" She used to doubt him before. The reason she doubted was because one night, after drinking water, she accidentally wet her pants. Such a thing shouldn't happen to an adult. When someone needs to go to the bathroom, they wake up. How could she sleep so deeply and still wet herself? At that time, Zhang Tiansong explained that she was too tired during the day, so she slept too deeply and didn't wake up. She believed him then. But one day, her father experienced the same thing, which made them suspicious. However, no matter how much they watched, they saw no signs of trouble. They truly thought that they were just too tired during the day and slept too well at night, never waking up in the middle of the night. But now she understands. It's not that they can't wake up. There's definitely something strange going on. Look, today she woke up and found Zhang Tiansong was gone. Haha, it's as if heaven has opened its eyes. Heaven itself seems unable to bear her living with such a person, wasting her life away. "No, wife, listen to me, Before Zhang Tenzong could finish, Yan Ernyang snapped out of her shock. Her stomach suddenly hurt badly, and she bent over, clutching her belly. "Tenzong, I have a stomach ache." The baby. At this moment, the crowd completely erupted. Infidelity is one thing, but to have a child with someone else? Isn't this insulting the village secretary's family? Chu Hong and Zhang Tenzong had been married for many days, but had not been able to have children. Now, it all makes sense. Her heart felt shattered. Zhang Tenzong, about to explain, quickly came to his senses and helped Yan Ernyang. "Ernyang, are you okay? There's no need for explanation now. The truth is clear. The child in Yan Ernyang's belly is Zhang Tenzong's." Xieju smiled happily from the tree branch, having first cut off this person's arm. Since he chose the village secretary, he must have some use. If they can't make him the son-in-law of the village secretary, what other actions might they take? Xieju just wants to make them reveal their true intentions. Xieju looked at Zhang Tenzong's legs, narrowing his eyes. The little spirit sensed a change in Xieju's aura and asked, "Boss, what's wrong? Does this person have bow legs?" "What? Bow legs?" The little spirit doubted if it had heard correctly. Bow legs. At this moment, Xieju was very sure. Zhang Tenzong definitely has a problem because he has bow legs. Only someone with a simple life would have legs like that. This person is suspicious. Actually, both Zhang Tenzong and Yan Ernyang are suspicious. Maybe the whole Zhang family is suspicious. Little spirit, give this banyan tree a cup of spiritual spring water. Let it give you a branch to connect to our space and pass us information. This banyan tree has been here for many years, but due to the current era, its vitality has been declining. If it has a cup of spiritual spring water, its lost life force can be restored. Okay. Before the little spirit could speak, the old banyan tree happily agreed. The moment Xieju climbed onto the branch, it already sensed a strong life force from her. The little sprite shook its small head and quickly gave the banyan tree a drop of spiritual spring water. A branch with new buds entered Xieju's space. Feeling the abundant spiritual energy inside, the branch found a patch of ground to take root and sprout. The old banyan tree sobbed, "Wah wah. Such a good place. It also wants to go." Xieju patted the branch and said, "Be good. Pass along the message, and I will give you more spiritual spring water later." Hearing this, the sad old banyan tree immediately stopped crying, happily swaying its body, and the leaves rustled with a soft sound. The farce below ended completely after Chu Hong slapped them twice, and after the moment of their divorce was announced. The village secretary, being a local official, wouldn't allow such a big loss, especially since he was a son-in-law. Naturally, he wouldn't be allowed to come back. His daughter, who wasn't ugly, grew up in this 10-mile radius, so a second marriage wouldn't be difficult. It must be said that, in this era, Chu Yukai was a very open-minded father. Villagers gradually left in small groups. The two people watched their departing figures, a trace of contempt flashing in their eyes. Do they really think we care? If not for. Zhang Tianzong saw the emotions in Yan Ernyang's eyes and tightened his grip on her hand. Ernyang, remember our identity. Unnecessary emotions must not be shown. Otherwise, everything will be lost. Reminded, Yan Ernyang came back to herself, touched her belly, and the two turned and entered the house. Although there was a fire just now, luckily the house was not damaged. The door had been open for a while, and the smell of smoke inside had faded. Zhang Tianzong looked toward the direction of the Chu family, his eyes darkening. How did they wake up? He was sure the amount of medicine he gave was the same as usual. Today, he sensed something unusual. Usually he and Ernyang. But today, how could it be? He glanced at the night sky, suspicion flickering in his eyes. Tonight seemed a bit off, didn't it? He looked around nervously, examining every detail, even inspecting the old banyan tree. After confirming there was no problem, when Yan Ernyang called him again, he turned and went inside. Xie, on the old banyan tree's branch, remained still. She lay quietly on top, and sure enough, the door that had been closed was opened again. Zhang Tianzong cast a cold glance around before leaving with a grim expression. Xie raised her eyebrows at the branch. This person was really alert, but it also made her more certain that his identity was not simple. She patted the old banyan tree and said, "Keep a close watch on them. If anything happens, notify us immediately." She took one last look at the house in front of her. She thought about the news from Mingri Kaoshan village coming out tomorrow. Then they would see if there was any action from them. If there was, it meant they were involved. She wouldn't let any of them go. Xie felt that although she wasn't a good person, she would never allow the country's interests to be harmed by small people. A strong nation is everyone's responsibility. All right, girl, I will keep a close eye on them without blinking, the old banyan tree promised, patting its chest. Okay, goodbye. Xie quickly climbed down the tree, taking advantage of the space. Although the window was made of paper and not very clear, she thought it was better to be cautious. When she returned to Honghe village and lay on her bed, she looked at her watch in the space. It was already 2 a.m. She quickly closed her eyes and fell asleep. Wow, causing trouble was quite tiring. In the early morning, Xie was awakened by her uncle's rooster crowing. Listening to the sounds from the next door and seeing the faint light seeping through the window cracks, she rubbed her forehead and slowly got up, fluffing her messy hair. She put on her clothes, opened the door, and stood in the yard to enjoy the unique morning atmosphere. Gooden saw Xie and happily shouted, "Auntie, you're awake." Xie rubbed her face and instantly became alert. She turned to look at Gooden waving at her and smiled. Yes, I got up. After she finished washing up, her aunt had already brought breakfast to the table, congee with millet, flatbread, pickles, and a plate of scrambled eggs with green onions. The warm millet congee with flatbread and a little pickle, Xie ate happily. The food in this era was all natural, not processed at all, and tasted very good. Unlike later times, where technology and tricks were everywhere. At the table, Xie Weimin said, "Xiangbei, go to the town hospital and check on Xiangdong." Xiangbei paused with his chopsticks but didn't argue. Okay. Although they didn't like Xiangdong, since he was hurt and they were cousins, it was understandable to go see him. Xie kept eating without stopping, thinking to himself that they probably wouldn't need to go because someone would soon come to tell them about Xiangdong's condition. Sure enough, right after breakfast, they heard a voice outside. "Village chief, the police are looking for you." Even though Xie Weimin was eating, he trembled and dropped the toothpick he was using. He quickly got up and went outside. Even as the village chief, he felt a deep respect for the police. "I am the village chief. What do the police want?" Xie stepped out and stood nearby, watching. The officer who arrived was the same one from last night on patrol. Lu Ming explained to Xie Weimin, Xiangdong was stabbed to death last night at the hospital by Zhao Matzi. Since he has no close family left, we need you. As his uncle, to go to the hospital and bring his body back for burial, Xia Aimin had already come down from the mountain and learned that Xia Xiongdong had no family left. His only sister had been estranged because they wanted to sell her. So, they had to find the team leader, who was also Xia Xiongdong's uncle. Xia Weimin was shocked.
What?
He was stabbed to death. Why would that happen? If there was no deep hatred, why would someone need to kill him? May I ask why? He inquired. Xia Xiongdong, though lazy and careless, wouldn't normally be killed, right? Lu Ming pursed his lips, looked at Xiejiu behind him, and finally said Zhao Mozi's plan to sell Xiejiu was suggested by Xia Xiongdong. This news shocked Xia Weimin even more. He hadn't expected things to be so complicated, involving so many people. They were all so heartless. All right, I understand. After explaining the situation, the police left. As Xia Weimin turned around, he saw Xiejiu standing nearby. He opened his mouth but only managed a bitter smile. Xiaojiu, did you hear everything? All of that is in the past. Things will get better for you. He never imagined that his brother and nephew could be so ruthless. Xiaojiu was so good, yet they wanted to sell her? Fortunately, they were gone now. Although thinking this way feels a bit immoral, Xia Weimin felt relieved. Without these two troublemakers, Xiaojiu could live a better life. Yes, I understand. When it was time to start work, the villagers began to talk among themselves. They had just arranged the funeral for Xia Aimin, and unexpectedly, Xia Xiongdong had also died, stabbed by Zhao Mozi. He was also involved in the selling of Xiaojiu. At this moment, their dislike for Xia Xiongdong was greater than their sympathy. Originally, he was injured on the mountain, and people felt sorry for him. Now, only disgust remained. The second house on the east alley of Jiqing Lane usually had few visitors, but today it was unusual. In the yard, a man with a scar on his left cheek sat on a lounge chair. Next to him stood a man with a pointed face and a mischievous look. Brother Scar, Su Chong, and Su Zhu have been taken away by the police. The scarred man, who was sunbathing, suddenly opened his eyes, a cold light flashing in them. What happened? Su Chong and Su Zhu were his trusted helpers, and he trusted them deeply. Their line of work was dangerous, like walking on a knife's edge, with their lives hanging by a thread. Hearing that his capable men had been caught, Brother Scar looked very upset. He knew Su Chong and Su Zhu's skills. It was unlikely they would be easily caught by the police unless something serious happened or they encountered tough opponents. But that seemed impossible, right? They had already investigated the area thoroughly in recent days. If there was trouble, they should have known about it. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy for them to be caught. The third young man shivered in fear and quickly told Brother Scar what he had learned. Are you saying that Zhao Mozi told someone to inform Su Chong to go to Honghe village? There might be good stuff there. Yes, that's what his men said. Then Su Chong and Zhu went there, but unexpectedly, they ran into trouble and were captured by the police. This wasn't a secret in Honghe village. Many people saw what happened, so it was easy to find out. As the leader, Brother Scar was quick to think. He realized the key point. Zhao Mozi told Su Chong to go to Honghe village.
Why?
Does Honghe village have something good? After all, they've been working there for a long time. They should know. What is the connection between Zhao Mozi and Honghe village? Or does Zhao Mozi have a conflict with someone in Honghe village and want to take revenge? Or is his main goal to deal with Su Chong? Is he testing how deep Honghe village's waters are? Does Zhao Mozi have any conflict with anyone in Honghe village? Xiao Sanzi thought for a moment and said, originally, Zhao Mozi planned to work with Fu Aizi to trick and sell a girl from Honghe village, but the girl noticed what they were doing. She was tough and fought back, defeating Zhao Mozi and making him pay money. Now Zhao Mozi has been taken by the police because he killed the girl's father and brother. Xiao Sanzi is worried because Zhao Mozi's contacts are people they gave money to. Now that Zhao Mozi has been caught, he might betray them to get a lighter sentence. Could Su Chong and Su Zhu also betray them? Either way, it's a big threat to them now. They need to find a new place to stay or hide. They definitely aren't safe here. Xiao Sanzi isn't as calm as Brother Ba. After hearing this news today, he started to feel scared. He knows very well what kind of punishment they could face if they get caught doing these things. Life is only once. When it's about to end, the fear and helplessness become clear. He's not regretting what he did before, but he's afraid because his life might be ending soon. Brother Ba, what should we do? If Zhao Motzi or Brother Su betray them, they will be caught. Brother Ba patted the chair and said, "What are you afraid of? A big scar on the head, but after 18 years, he'll be a good man again. But I, Brother Ba, am also a person who remembers grudges. Since someone blocked our business, they will have to pay a price." Brother Ba, Xiao Sanzi didn't expect him to stay so calm at this moment. His worries eased a little. "I'll listen to you. All right, let's go somewhere first." At this moment, Xiajiao in the fields doesn't know that her appearance has caused the main members of the drug trafficking gang to get caught. This has made Brother Ba desperate to do something big before leaving. After finishing his morning work, Xiajiao was about to leave when he heard the little spirit shout, "Boss, the family that sold the original owner last time has been found by the police with evidence. Do you want to take a look?" Originally, Xiajiao was planning to go up the mountain, but he changed his course and used his special ability to jump over the back mountain toward the village behind the mountain. He wanted to see how that family would react. If the item wasn't theirs, they would definitely deny it when the police pointed them out. If the item belonged to them, their attitude would be different when questioned. Xiajiao had learned to read microexpressions, so he could tell if someone was lying. The Zhou family lived a bit far from the villagers in the back mountain. They had already moved close to the mountain, and villagers were afraid of wild animals there. Usually, no one wanted to live in that area. Now that the villagers knew about the Zhou family's trouble, they whispered among themselves, wondering if the family had moved there to stay away from people. Xiajiao hid in his space, watching everything. He saw the police finally find the green box in the chicken coop. When they took it out, everyone's expressions changed. That thing. The villagers all took a few steps back in fear. The leading police officer looked at the Zhou family and asked, "You all should be familiar with this, right?" Old Zhou saw the police radio in the officer's hand and frowned deeply, a hint of fierce light flashing in his eyes. Xiajiao noticed Old Zhou's fingers moving slightly. In his previous life, he had seen this small gesture many times. The old man would habitually move his fingers before acting. His hand seemed injured, so his fingers weren't very flexible, but as soon as he moved them, it meant he was about to act. Xiajiao's eyes tightened, and he quickly warned, "Everyone, be careful. He's about to make a move." Just as he finished speaking, Old Zhou's hand appeared with a black dagger. His two sons saw him move and also started to act. One strapped a bow on his back, and the other held a machete. The police didn't expect such a sudden change. They quickly drew their guns and ordered, "Put down your weapons and come with us for questioning." At this moment, their identities were fully revealed. Old Man Zhou looked around and made hand signals with his two sons, which were secret codes. Xiajiao observed their positions and weapons, quickly realizing these people might be descendants of hunters. What surprised her most was seeing Zhang Tianzong among the crowd, even though he should be in Jiushi village. His appearance here meant he had left early, unlike Xiajiao, who could use her special abilities to arrive quickly. This suggested that these people were connected or involved with each other. Zhang Tianzong stood quietly among the crowd, watching without changing his expression. Only when Old Man Zhou made hand signals did his face flicker with a slight change. It seemed Old Man Zhou was not only communicating with his sons, but also trying to send a message to his allies. She wasn't sure how many of these people were their allies or if the signals were just for Zhang Tianzong. After making two signals, Old Man Zhou suddenly charged toward the side, heading to the back mountain. His two sons followed similarly, but they were shot in the thighs with guns, causing them to scream loudly in pain. Xiajiao threw some powder from her space, making these people lose their ability to fight. The police took the Zhou family away, leaving only villagers whispering among themselves. Turns out the Zhou family isn't good people. Yeah, isn't that green thing the same as that one? Their expressions were subtle, but the older villagers who had lived through those times clearly knew what that thing was. "Those are hiding in our village. They're trying to kill us all." Exactly. Old Joe is usually quiet, but he's involved in this. Enough, enough. Say no more. Let's get to work. Xiejio wasn't in a hurry to leave. She kept a close watch on Zhang Tianzong, who left without looking back, frowning slightly. What was the point of his visit? But it's good he went back. She knew he would discuss the next steps with second sister Yen. Soon, the old banyan tree would hear their conversation.
Xiejio was calm.
She wouldn't let any of these people escape her sight. Looking at the time, it was almost noon. She turned around and went up the back mountain of the mountain village to see if there were any rich resources here. In these days, the mountains are full of resources. She held a machete in her hand, carried a basket on her back, and wore a mask on her face. Using her special abilities, she moved quickly through the back mountain. Soon, she found a ginseng, 3 wild chickens, 2 wild rabbits, and a wild boar. She threw them into her space. She replanted the ginseng in the soil. This ginseng was about 50 years old, and if it grew longer, it could sell for a good price. Xiejio was happy and went down the mountain. She took a small path back to Honghe village, pretending she had just come down from the mountain. In her basket, she carried a wild chicken and 2 wild rabbits. Xie Xiangbei took Da Hu and Huang Mantao to bring Xie Xiangdong back from the hospital. When he saw Xie Xiangdong, who was covered in wounds and wrapped in a white cloth, he didn't know whether to feel sorry or sad. Fortunately, his father had already prepared a coffin when he learned about the situation in the morning. Now, all they had to do was put the body inside, bury it on the mountain, and save on funeral costs. After everything was done, Xie Xiangbei brought Da Hu and Huang Mantao to the house for a meal. This was what Xiejio had told him to do before he left in the morning. Since they had already taken care of the matter, they should at least stay and have a meal. This also meant that the original owner's little sad story with Xie Aimin's family was finally over. Xiejio carried his basket, holding a curved knife, humming a little tune as he returned home. Before going back, he stopped at his aunt's house. He saw his sister-in-law, Zhang Lily, picking vegetables in the yard. He greeted her, "Sister-in-law, here are the wild chicken and wild rabbits. We'll make 2 dishes for lunch. I asked third brother to bring some helpers to join us. Thanks for your hard work, sister-in-law." Zhang Lily wanted to say it wasn't hard at all. When she turned around and saw the wild chicken and 2 wild rabbits, her eyes widened. Wow, this little sister-in-law is really capable. She goes up the mountain and never comes back empty-handed. Xiaojiu, you're so amazing. It's just cooking a meal.
What's so hard about that?
Hurry up and wash up. Lunch will be ready soon. At this moment, Xie Xiangbei, with Da Hu and Huang Mantao, came into the yard from the corridor. Seeing the wild chicken and rabbits, he called Da Hu and asked him to help clean up. Huang Mantao also went over to help. Coming home from work, Chen Hongxia smelled the aroma of meat from the house. She looked at the old man beside her, feeling proud beyond words. Ah, little Nine is such a kind girl. When we were young, we only gave her some food and looked after her a little. She always wants to repay us. You know, your late younger brother and nephew, we treated them well. All the grain went into their stomachs. Did they ever thank us? Xie Weiman took a puff of his dry tobacco, tapping the pipe.
Why talk about them?
They're already gone. Don't mention them anymore. Does he feel sad? Of course he does. During the 3-year famine, every family was hungry. His parents even forced them to give grain to his irresponsible younger brother, making his own children cry from hunger. Little Nine almost starved to death. If his wife hadn't saved a little food to give her, she wouldn't have survived. How could he not hate? He hated his parents' favoritism and also hated Xie Aimin's laziness. Why do you think Xie Aimin doesn't like Little Nine? His wife is so beautiful, clearly from a wealthy family. It's a good match, but he keeps beating her. Look at what happened in the end. Chen Hongxia didn't believe her sister-in-law died of illness. She was sure Xie Aimin had beaten her to death. She was covered in bruises and purple marks, and her head was bloody. How could she have died from sickness? Back then, during the famine, every family had little food. When someone died in the village, they were buried quickly. Xie Weiman took another puff. Don't say such things anymore. Little Nine has grown strong now. The future will be better. He remembered a beautiful woman visiting his parents' house once. She didn't look like someone from their simple village. Later, his younger brother married her. He thought she might be connected to that woman. Though he had his suspicions, he wouldn't say anything. You're right. Little Nine's life will only get better. Wow, it smells so good. Chen Hongxia sniffed and mumbled. Little Nine is just too generous with the meat. It needs to be enjoyed, slowly, little by little. Although Xie Weimin agreed with Chen Hongxia's words, he also knew that Xie Jiu was calling people to eat lunch today. He explained, when you invite people to eat at home, you need at least 2 good dishes. Otherwise, those gossipers will have something to say again. Some villagers look down on you if you're poor, but they also dislike you if you're rich. They criticize you for eating well and for being stingy when inviting others. In this era, the walls around each house are not high, so everyone can see what others are eating. Since Xie Jiu invited helpers to eat, within half an hour, the whole village would know what dishes were served. If the food was poor, it would only give those gossipers more reasons to talk. They dare to gossip. If they keep talking, I won't hesitate to tell them off. Chen Hongxia was a fiery person, and she looked very fierce when she scowled. Villagers passing by Xie Weimin's house sniffed loudly, taking in the smell. With this aroma, they could eat 3 big bowls of rice. But now, everyone was eating coarse grains, including Xie Weimin's family. Uncle Squad Leader, are you having me today? Someone asked eagerly. Xie Weimin looked at the person and said, yes. Xiao Jiu is thanking those who helped. It's not wrong to treat everyone to some meat. There are many young men in the village, but not everyone is willing to work hard for others. Usually, such tasks are handled by people from the same clan, but many villagers in Honghe village are refugees from other places. Unlike some villages with a single surname and a family shrine, their village is different. They help with funerals and celebrations voluntarily, without being forced. If someone is willing to help, they should be well treated. In a way, it's like saying, you see, earlier you didn't want to help to earn work points, so naturally, you won't get any meat. Although this was said indirectly, everyone was smart enough to understand. The person awkwardly smiled and quickly ran home. A few teasing words floated from the crowd. Xie Weimin and Chen Hongxia turned around and went to their eastern hilltop, taking a turn to reach their house. A table was already set with a delicious meal. When Zhang Lili saw Xie Weimin and Chen Hongxia returning, she hurriedly called others to sit and eat together. In Xie Weimin's family, they believed in equality. There was no rule that daughters-in-law couldn't sit at the table. Today, since there were 2 extra people, they set up 2 tables, one for the men and one for the women. Xie Jiu also brought them a bottle of wine. It was homemade in her space, and it was just as good as the wine outside. Big uncle, this is my own brewed wine. Today, let you try it. It's just as good as store-bought. As she spoke, Xie Jiu untied the red cloth covering the wooden cork on the jar. A strong, fragrant aroma wafted out. Xie Weimin's words of "don't trouble yourself" got stuck in his throat. The rich smell made him forget his words, and he watched Xie Jiu's actions with bright eyes. Chen Hongxia saw Xie Weimin's reaction and couldn't help but give him a light tap. Look at you. Da Hu and Huang Mantao also felt their stomachs rumble at the strong smell of the wine. Men love wine, but they usually only taste a little. These days, buying wine requires a ticket, and it's still hard to get. Xie Jiu poured a bowl of wine for each man at the table.
You can only have this much.
No more. It has medicine in it, and too much might make you feel unwell. Hearing this, everyone looked at the bowls of wine in front of them, their eyes shining even brighter. Xie Weimin couldn't help but lift his bowl and take a sip. He smacked his lips and said, "Good wine." Hearing that, everyone else also picked up their bowls and took a sip. The wine was rich and smooth, with a sweet aftertaste. Truly good wine. A warm feeling spread through their bodies, making everyone feel cozy and warm. Xie Weimin, being older, felt the benefits of the wine most strongly. His smile grew wider. They ate 1 bowl of wine and 1 piece of meat after another. Everyone was very satisfied with the meal. In the end, even the soup was used to dip bread. Zhang Lili watched the clean bowls, smiling helplessly. Life is really hard these days. Everyone subconsciously feels that no bit of food should be wasted. Even a drop of soup is precious. Xieju looked at Zhang Lily's expression and teased, "Big sister-in-law, you should thank them. Washing dishes is easier now." Huang Mantao and whose faces turned red. The food was so delicious that they accidentally ate a bit too much. Embarrassed, they scratched their heads, wanting to say something, but then Xieju made a joking remark. Eating well is a blessing. If you don't eat actively, your mind might have a problem. I call you to eat just to make sure you're full. Don't bother with fancy stuff. Huang Mantao was straightforward too. All right, if there's anything, call me. I'll definitely help. Xieju's gaze swept over Huang Mantao from head to toe. The onlookers shivered at the sight. What was he doing? Participating in a beauty contest?
No, no, no.
He is married. Only after Xieju's eyes left him did he feel like he had come back to life. It was as if he was being stared at by a wild beast, which was unsettling. All right, I'll call you if I need anything in the future. De Hu, who wasn't married yet and wasn't as straightforward as Huang Mantao, blushed all over when Xieju looked at him. He stammered, "And me, I'll definitely help too. Okay, I'll remember that." Chen Dashin came home after work, looking at the cold stove and empty kitchen. His wife wasn't home yet, and he started knocking and banging around. Seeing his son's fierce expression, Chen Daniu couldn't help but say, "Back then, I told you not to marry this unlucky girl, but you didn't listen. Now look at the mess. They didn't even leave a child behind. And now, they've become the joke of the village." In the past few days, many people secretly mocked them, including their family's chickens. Although they saw the chickens being thrown out of the yard, no matter how hard they looked, they couldn't find them. They wondered which unkind person had taken them. "Xieju, you're the unkind one. Your whole family is unkind." These past few days, Chen Daniu felt like all his bad luck had piled up at once. It made him furious. "Mom, hurry up and cook. I'm hungry, and I have to work this afternoon." Hearing her son was hungry, Chen Daniu reluctantly went into the kitchen. She only had one son, unlike other families with several. What if her son and she drifted apart? Who would take care of her when she's old? In the past few days, not only her family's reputation was ruined, but the Tian family's as well. They refused to keep the capable Tian Dafu and drove him away. Now, Tian Xiaofu was in trouble, and the Tian family had no one to rely on anymore. They wanted to use family ties to get Tian Dafu's family to move back, so she could care for them in old age, but they didn't want anything to do with her now. This incident made many villagers realize that those who seemed dependable now might not be in the future. Some biased families dared not push things too far, fearing they would follow in the Tian family's footsteps. Aunt Chen couldn't help but sigh, then started busying herself. She cooked some grain porridge, made a bowl of egg drop soup, and stir-fried a few pickles. That was lunch all set. After eating and drinking well, Xieju was sitting in the corridor, basking in the sun. The weather was very comfortable now. The sun was warm but not hot, just cozy. This is the north, where it gets cooler earlier than in the south. In the south, people might still be sweating, but here, only when working hard. At night, it can feel quite cold. The little spirit was also drowsy. Suddenly, a loud voice like a loud shout in the mind of Xieju, and the little spirit burst out. Both of them immediately woke up. Xieju frowned and rubbed his forehead. "What's wrong?" The little spirit awkwardly smiled. It was copying the boss's way of doing things, tricking the big trees and small trees in the village, not missing a single blade of grass. Any useful news or information it found, it would report to him first. It would praise them in front of the boss, hoping for rewards later. Being just a small tree or grass in the wild couldn't compare to being a little tree or grass inside the boss's space. Thanks to the little spirit's encouragement and persuasion, the trees and grasses all seemed to be energized, like they had been given a shot of chicken blood. To reward them, they worked hard. So, the first-hand news was delivered directly to Xieju. After hearing the little spirit's explanation, Xieju raised an almost unnoticeable eyebrow. Could this be another juicy gossip? What gossip?
Tell me.
He wanted to see if it was worth rewarding. The little spirit quickly shook its leaf-covered head, frozen in place. It looked at Xiejio, and then at the sky. Oh, humans' world is so complicated. I don't understand it. Boss, do you remember that chattering girl, Xiaonyangzi? What's up? Did she get beaten again? It's not even evening yet? Can Aunt Chen not hold back? Wants to show off in the daytime? No, she's rolling in the cornfield with Lu Guanjuan. The two are fiery and passionate, a perfect match. Everyone loves a good scoop. Celebrating together is better than celebrating alone. Little sprite, if you keep doing that, you'll definitely summon everyone. The little sprite looked up at the sky silently. It is a sprite, not a wild animal from the fields. Okay, boss. The leaves on the sprite's head fluttered, and the trees and grass around began to sway gently. Wow. The villagers who were sleeping at home suddenly felt uncomfortable and decided to go outside for some fresh air. Just as Chindashan was falling asleep, he suddenly heard a voice say, "Get up. Your wife is cheating." He was so startled, he jumped up. Looking around and seeing no one, he stubbornly called out, "Lazy wife." All he got in response was the sound of cicadas in the afternoon. Chindashan felt like a mischievous spirit was inside him, craving noise. He got up from bed again, wanting to see what was happening outside. As he stepped out of the door, he heard a teasing voice at the entrance. "Dashan, go check on your wife." She was seen in the cornfield with Lu Champion. His mind felt like fireworks exploding. His wife was cheating on him? With Lu Champion, the guy he just fought with? How desperate for a man was she? If she had a different man, Chindashan wouldn't be so angry. No, he was angry indeed. It was just that because it was Lu Champion, his anger grew even more. Chun Dainyu, who was a light sleeper, heard the commotion outside. He turned over and got up, his old face full of wrinkles, eyes shining with fierce light. "What did you say?"
Say it again.
"I'll beat you to death." How could such a shameful thing happen in his family? The messenger was a reckless person, not afraid. With a faint glance, he said, "If you have time to beat me, you should go see your daughter-in-law in the cornfield." Everyone saw her white, round bottom. Chin Dainyu let out a loud cry, grabbed a broom from the yard, and went outside. Just then, he saw Lu Dainyu rushing over, and their eyes met. They say enemies meet with extra anger. They glared at each other like fighting, then ran towards the cornfield. Lu Champion and Xianyang were trapped in the cornfield, surrounded by villagers watching and pointing at them. But no one dared to get close. Aunt Chen grabbed a broom and rushed in, hitting and scolding Xianyang all at once. "You shameless woman! What did my son do to you? Why are you stealing someone in broad daylight? I'll beat you to death." Nearby villagers watched the scene and couldn't help but laugh. "Your son isn't good enough. What did he do wrong to you?" Although these things aren't essential, they are part of marriage life. How can they be missing? Ha ha. This comment caused a burst of laughter among the crowd. When Chindashan came over, he heard this remark and nearly tripped. Thinking of his own hidden troubles, his face darkened like coal. Xianyang, though unable to fight Aunt Chen, was never afraid of her when facing Aunt Chen. Even if she was cornered in the cornfield, she was still brave. She wanted to get revenge, even risking herself, because she had a plan. She completely let go, grabbing Aunt Chen's hair and pulling her to the ground, then punching and kicking her. "Don't you know what your son did wrong to me? For years, you've been calling me a hen that can't lay eggs. Do you even realize who isn't laying eggs? Can your tiny man even do anything? You're not capable yourself, but still take it out on me. I've had enough. And you, old woman, always nagging. Chindashan listens to you, so go ahead with him." Xianyang was relentless, hitting Aunt Chen hard, making her scream. Seeing his mother being beaten, Chindashan rushed over immediately, trying to pull Xianyang off his mother. But suddenly, a hand reached out and stopped him. "Xianyang has a point. If you can't do it yourself and keep hitting her, maybe it's good to let her vent." Then, a punch landed on Chindashan's face. "You coward." The villagers watched the show with wide eyes, eager to see more. Xiejio stood among the crowd, watching the scene with a slight smile. This show was really exciting. Xianyang and Aunt Chen spent all day arguing about family matters and stirring trouble. Now that they face this, I wonder what they are feeling? As long as the trouble doesn't hit them directly, they never feel pain. They should learn to feel it, to understand what women in the village go through when they are provoked and beaten. Chen Daxian was punched and couldn't accept it. He immediately fought with Lu Guanjuan. When Aunt Lu came over, she saw her son being hit. She grabbed a stick and struck Chen Daxian's leg. A loud cry of pain followed. Chen Daxian trembled from the pain. Aunt Lu spat and said, "The Chen family, I see you're pretending again. You old fool, you can't do good yourself, and you let your daughter-in-law do bad things. My Guanjuan is such a good person, but he's been tarnished by that troublemaker." Boo-hoo. Everyone listened and felt a bit uncomfortable. In the villagers' eyes, neither family was very good. Qionyangzi was disliked in the village, and Lu Guanjuan was also disliked. A man who spends all day criticizing his ex-wife. What kind of good person is he? He was the one who chased her away, yet he still claims she ran off with someone else. His bad reputation is well-deserved. "What's going on?" Xia Weimin hurried over, panting in his shoes. He had just finished drinking and was about to rest, but then heard about the trouble in the village. He was never calm. When the team leader arrived, the two families stopped fighting. They stood there with messy hair, looking like frightened chickens. "What happened?" Chen Daxian's eyes rolled, and he spoke first. "These two are having an affair." "Team leader, arrest them. Having an affair nowadays could get you into serious trouble. If Aunt Lu gets into trouble, she plans to find another partner who can support her." Aunt Lu was not naive either. She sneered and said, "Old lady, you can eat your fill, but you can't say anything you want. I told you this morning before work that I want a divorce. I and Chen Daxian didn't get a marriage certificate. Not living together means divorce. Did I go back home at noon? No, right? So I am unmarried and Guanjuan is unmarried too. We are just dating. Being a bit close isn't illegal, is it?" Xieju looked seriously at Aunt Lu. She was quick-witted and clever. Having an affair could be illegal, but dating isn't. Unmarried man and woman, at worst, sound bad, but it's not illegal. This shows that before they started their relationship, Aunt Lu had already thought everything through. Was she just looking for a new partner? Her expression seemed to suggest there might be something else hidden beneath. Haha, when women get angry, men really have no say. Lu Guanjuan suddenly understood that cheating is very different from dating. Yes, Chen Daxian is lucky. I'm not like him. Qionyang is a good woman. She manages the house well and still has to endure beatings every day. I will definitely treat you well. Lu Guanjuan made his stance clear and also criticized Chen Daxian. Both of these people are so complicated in their thoughts. From now on, Red River Village won't lack gossip. Xia Weimin looked at the others with a frown. He didn't want the village to have someone involved in cheating, but he couldn't ignore it either. "Daxian, what do you say?" According to him, both of these troublemakers should be punished severely. But he couldn't do that. If Qionyang was taken away, and it was known she was involved in cheating, his own secret illness would be exposed everywhere. How could he find a wife then? How could he continue to be a good person? He didn't want to let them go, but then he thought of something. He lowered his head, his eyes filled with intense hatred, and a twisted smile appeared on his face. In a small village, isn't there always a chance for revenge? They insulted him, so they should be prepared for retaliation. Qionyang is right. We already divorced this morning. They are free to date. I have no say. Chen Dainiu angrily hit Chen Daxian. You. Seeing his son's gloomy face, Chen Dainiu closed his mouth. This matter was just swept under the rug, but how everyone thought about it was beyond their control. Lu Guanjuan was happy to have a wife, but also a bit conflicted. She could see how formidable Qionyang was. She was bold and smart. Perhaps her son was going to be controlled by her. Originally, the villagers' noisy voices woke up the educated youths who wanted to go see what was happening. But as soon as they came out of their houses, they saw Fong Qingqing being brought over by two comrades from the commune. She had already been reassigned to a rural area in the northwest. Today, they came to pick up her luggage. After collecting it, the two comrades would send her directly to the train heading to the northwest. Zhang Fengying saw Fong Qingqing, pursed her lips, and stepped back, muttering angrily, "Bad luck." If it weren't for Fong Qingqing, the reputation of their youth commune wouldn't have been damaged because of her. Originally, the relationship between the young workers and the villagers wasn't very good. Most kept to themselves, only greeting each other politely when necessary. Since the incident with Fong Qingqing, villagers looked at them with some disgust, as if they were terrible people. Fong Qingqing's eyes were dark and cold, and her gaze at Zhang Fengying seemed to want to harm her. If this woman hadn't refused to cook with her, Zhang Jiqing wouldn't have arranged for them to work together. She wouldn't have gone to the village chief's house to complain, and none of the subsequent events would have happened. At this moment, Fong Qingqing blamed all her misfortune and the grievances she had suffered recently on Zhang Fengying. Now that she was about to go to the northwest, she wouldn't have a good time, and neither would anyone else. She took out a small knife hidden in her sleeve and, when everyone was not paying attention, lunged at Zhang Fengying. The change happened so quickly that Zhang Fengying was stunned and froze in place, watching the knife get closer and closer, as if glued to the ground, unable to move. It was Chun Hongmei's sharp scream that startled the nearby young worker. Shunxian kicked the small knife out of Fong Qingqing's hand, and the sharp blade cut along on Zhang Fengying's arm. Two comrades from the commune were caught off guard by what happened. They shivered in fear and quickly held Fong Qingqing down from both sides. Since such a serious incident occurred, they naturally had to inform the team leader. Xia Weimin had just finished dealing with the Tianho Chen family's matter when he saw Zhang Jiwei rushing over, panting heavily. "Zhang Jiqing, what's going on?" Zhang Jiwei's face was pale, clearly frightened by what had just happened. He gasped and said, "Team leader, Fong Jiqing has killed someone." Xia Weimin was so scared, he nearly staggered. The small amount of wine he drank at noon was gone in an instant. If it weren't for Xie Jiao, who was behind him, helping him steady himself, he might have fallen. The villagers who were about to leave couldn't move anymore after hearing this. They didn't expect that Fong Jiqing would be sent to even harsher places, and she still refused to change her ways. Fortunately, she is about to leave. If there were such a troublemaker in the village, how could everyone live peacefully? Xia Weimin patted his thigh and ran with Zhang Jiwei toward the youth station. Xie Jiao turned his steps and followed. She just couldn't understand it. Once they went to the countryside, they couldn't live peacefully. They had to cause trouble? In the end, what did she get? "I really don't understand what these people are thinking." At the youth station, Fong Qingqing, who was held down, shouted, "It's all your fault, you wicked person. Otherwise, how could I end up like this? It's just asking you to do a bit more work."
What's so strange about that?
"You were born to work. What's wrong with me doing less?" Fong Fengying's arm was dripping with blood, her face turning pale, but she was not someone to be easily bullied. After being cut so badly, she was full of anger. Hearing Fong Qingqing's complaints, she slapped her twice. "Am I your father or your mother? Do I have to do the work for you? If you can't work, why did you go to the countryside? Miss is sick, but she doesn't have the same luck. Then you just have to suffer. Don't be shameless and try to take shortcuts without working. Did I tell you to do that? Did I tell you to take money and let traffickers into the village? Your mouth isn't for spreading rumors. You're always complaining. Aren't you just a worthless person?" At that moment, Zhang Fengying slapped Fong Qingqing 2 more times. The sound of the slaps was very satisfying to hear. Although Chun Hongmei is a kind old lady, Fong Qingqing's actions had seriously damaged the reputation of their youth station. Even good people can get annoyed. Her face turned red with anger as she scolded, "Fong Jiqing, it's your laziness, your greed, that has ruined the reputation of our youth station. What right do you have to blame Zhang Jiqing? Wasn't it Zhang Jiqing who helped you cook when it was your turn? You're just an ungrateful wolf. Even dogs wag their tails when treated well. What can you do? You only know how to ruin us. If you're not happy with your life, do you want everyone else to be unhappy too? Bah, what kind of person are you?" Chun Hongmei has always been diligent and hardworking at the youth station. She doesn't want to cause trouble. She just wants to settle down here. So she never gets involved in the conflicts at the youth station. She wants to work hard to survive. She can't rely on her family, so she can only rely on herself. She worked hard to earn points and build good relationships with the villagers, hoping that one day she would be accepted. If she couldn't return to the city, she thought she could find someone kind and caring here. Unexpectedly, all of this was ruined by Fong Qingqing. The reputation of their youth team was damaged. Who would want to marry someone from their youth group now? Fong Qingqing, who was scolded by Chun Hongmei, looked like a cat with its tail stepped on. Her eyes turned blood red. Even Chun Hongmei, whom she usually looked down on, could now scold her a few words. When Xie Aimin and Xie Jiu arrived, they saw the scene in front of them. Xie Jiu quickly stepped forward and knocked her out with a single-hand strike. She rubbed her ears. Gosh, that scream was really annoying. Big brother, since she made a mistake, she should be handed over to the police for strict punishment. Fong Jiqing can draw a knife once, so she might do it again. This time, no one was hurt, but what about next time? Xie Jiu's warning was not exaggerated. A bad person's mind is different from a normal person's. She always blames others for her misfortunes. She would take risks again and again. Such people must be completely suppressed. This was a rule she developed in the apocalypse. If she wanted to stay safe, she couldn't let any hidden danger go. It was because of her sense of responsibility and mission that she was pushed into a horde of zombies while saving others, and she became one of them. Being kind-hearted depends on who the target is. For evil and bad people, the safest way is to eliminate them. Captain, Xiaojiu is right. We can't keep such a troublemaker. Yes, we can't keep her. The villagers were not fools. Keeping such a troublemaker was like a ticking time bomb, no matter where she went. Although Fong Qingqing was going to the remote northwest, people who commit bad deeds must face the consequences. If their negligence caused others' lives to be at risk, they would be truly guilty. People like her would behave the same way in Honghe village or any other village. Xie Aimin clearly understood the meaning behind these people's words. He didn't want to take this matter lightly. He looked up at two comrades from the commune. Comrades, as you can see, we can't keep such troublemakers. Otherwise, the next disaster could be caused by someone we don't know. When that happens, we might be held responsible for not acting. Xie Aimin tried to persuade these two to agree to report the incident to the police, since they were the ones who brought her back. He was worried they might be afraid of trouble and refuse. Before he could finish, one of the commune comrades said, "Reporting to the police is certain. We won't cover up such bad people. They should be grateful that Fong Qingqing exposed her true nature now. Otherwise, if something like this happened again in the Northwest, people would definitely blame them for bringing her over." Although they all worked in the youth office, everyone understood what that meant. Sorry to trouble you." Xie Aimin bowed slightly. "Please let us know when there's any news." Fong Qingqing fainted and was taken away by the two comrades from the commune, along with her belongings. The villagers saw that this troublemaker was finally taken away, and they all felt relieved. After all, their village had fights, but they didn't see blood. Such a person was too frightening, so it was better to take her away early. Zhang Fengming's arm was still bleeding. Chun Hongmei quickly found a clean cloth to help bandage it, but Xie Jiu hurriedly stopped her. "Chun Jiqing, wait a moment. Zhang Jiqing's wound needs disinfecting. Let me do it. Since they saw the injury, they should help. Girls shouldn't have scars, and since they were young, injuries could easily get infected if not treated properly." Zhang Fengming looked pale, her lips trembling slightly, clearly showing signs of blood loss. "Zhang Jiqing, do you have some brown sugar? Let Chun Jiqing make you a bowl." While speaking, she didn't stop her hands. She took disinfected red medicine water and hemostatic powder from her pocket, which was actually from her space. She disinfected the wound, checked how deep it was, and seeing it wasn't too deep, she sprinkled hemostatic powder on it. Then she wrapped it with gauze and finished with a pretty butterfly knot. After Xie Jiu finished the last knot, she didn't hear the voices of the two people. She blinked in confusion and saw Zhang Fengming looking embarrassed, which made her suddenly hit her forehead. "Big uncle, ask Godan to come to my room and dig some red sugar. She has lost a lot of blood and needs to recover." Shin Ziyun, who was outside, heard this and thought for a moment before saying, "Miss Xie, I have some red sugar here. I can help Zhang Jiqing dig a little. This red sugar was from the last time he and Xie helped the village secretary's family save a girl. The village secretary's son brought it as thanks. As a man, he usually didn't drink red sugar water, so it had been locked in the cabinet and untouched. Anyway, whoever digs it can do so. Zhang Fengming wasn't ungrateful. When she heard they wanted to help her recover her blood and were willing to give her such precious red sugar, she quickly said, "Thank you, Xin Jiqing and Miss Xia. I'll pay you to buy some." Zhang Fengming's family was well off. She had money and tickets, but usually everyone ate together, so she only occasionally cooked small meals. She didn't have many supplies around her, especially since red sugar required tickets. Tickets were rare, and she didn't have any. In the end, Zhang Fengming spent 50 cents to buy 2 ounces of red sugar from Shen Ziyun. Since she didn't have a ticket, she paid 50 cents. Chen Hongmei quickly prepared a bowl of red sugar water for Zhang Fengming. After drinking the red sugar water, Zhang Fengming finally felt like she was alive again. Her cold hands seemed to warm up. At that moment, the fear of walking on the edge of life and death was completely released from her heart. She couldn't help but shed a few tears of fear. Woo-woo. Thank you, Miss Xia. Thank you, Jiqing Chen. While crying, Zhang Fengming also remembered that Xie had bandaged her and asked how much her medicine would cost. Seeing the little girl's red, teary eyes, Xie said she would fight zombies, but she really didn't know how to comfort people. "No need. You should rest well." Xie quickly got up and headed outside, as if chased by a dog. It should be said that, whether in the apocalypse or before it, she wasn't good at comforting others. Their lives were filled with tasks. There was rarely time to relax, so she didn't know how to get along with young girls. Shen Ziyun watched as Xie hurriedly left, then turned to see Chen Hongmei come out of the female youth's hut. Confused, she asked, "What was that about?" Chen Hongmei's tense expression relaxed completely, and she chuckled softly. Zhang the youth was crying and laughing. "Maybe he scared Miss Xia." Shen Ziyun raised an eyebrow and looked at Xie's departing figure. Would she be scared? Xie had gone a bit farther before stopping. The little spirit, not understanding, asked, "Boss, why did you run away?" Xie replied, "Spirit, you don't understand. Comforting girls isn't my strong suit." She was crying and laughing. What should I do? He didn't want to accidentally hit her with a sudden move. A gentle, soft girl like her shouldn't be treated so roughly. The little spirit sighed silently. Night fell, as if a heavy curtain quietly covered the world. Everything was silent. Only deep, endless darkness remained. The air was cold and damp. Occasionally, a night breeze swept through, bringing a cool feeling and faint whispers, rustling through the dry branches and leaves. The little spirit warned, "Boss, wake up. Someone has sneaked into the village." Xie suddenly opened his eyes. Just as he was about to get up, he heard sharp shouts from the village. "Help! Someone is kidnapping children." "Ah, my daughter. Don't take my child. Let go." Voices came from all directions. Xie quickly got up, put on his shoes and clothes, opened the door, and grabbed a long stick. He saw Xie Weimin looking at him. Behind Xie Weimin, Xie Xiangbei was also there. They exchanged a quick glance and hurried toward the source of the noise. Meanwhile, at the youth's camp farther from the villagers' center, the whole village was in chaos. They heard the commotion too. Shen Ziyun quickly stood up. Seeing this, Su Chuanlin said, "Shen youth, I'll go with you." Shen Ziyun didn't hesitate. He knew Su Chuanlin was from the same city as him, both skilled in martial arts, and hoped to help the villagers. When they opened the door to check the situation, they saw Zhang Fengming also opening her door. She advised, "Zhang youth, go inside quickly, lock the door, and don't come out easily." It was very dark at night, and no one knew exactly what was happening. Zhang Fengming also understood that these two people were worried about their safety. She said, "You must be careful." Then she and Chen Hongmei quickly retreated and locked the door. Shen Ziyun and Su Chuanlin headed toward the sound. 3 tall men each held 2 children and a woman. When they saw the villagers getting closer, The men tightened their grip on their knives. What bad luck! How did they get discovered? Don't come any closer. If you do, I will hurt them. The children and women in the men's hands were knocked out and couldn't fight back. Their family members watched them and cried uncontrollably. Ugh, my child. Please let my child go. Mao Dao, wake up. Look, your mom is here. Xiejio quietly slipped away from the crowd and made eye contact with Shin Ziyun, who had just arrived. They exchanged simple hand signals. While the enemy was not paying attention, Shin Ziyun attacked the man on the edge. He kicked the knife out of the man's hand. The man wanted to fight back, but Shin Ziyun wouldn't let him. He quickly stepped forward and punched the man in the face. Behind him, Su Chuanlin also saw a good chance and attacked from behind. The man was surrounded from both sides. He was holding a child and couldn't move easily. He angrily threw the child aside. The militia members had been watching closely. When they saw the child being thrown, one of them rolled and caught him. Mao Dao's mother saw that Mao Dao was safe and sound. She hugged him and started crying. Tainyo, my Tainyo. Seeing Mao Dao was rescued, Tainyo's mother became even more worried. She watched the villains step back little by little. The villagers were also very anxious. If the villains ran into the back mountain, it would be hard to find them later. Seeing his companions surrounded, the man holding Tainyo also got nervous. He kept retreating. Xiejio seized the opportunity and hit him in the back with a stick. The man was caught off guard and was struck. He grimaced in pain and cursed, "You scoundrel! I will make you pay." Xiejio rolled his eyes. It's true, villains really do talk too much. He tiptoed quickly, bent his knees, and directly pressed his knee against the person's chest. The man cried out in pain and fell down, dropping the iron cow he was holding. As a member of the militia team, although his strength was not as great as Xiejio's, he was definitely good at logistic support. Seeing a child drop his weapon, he immediately moved to catch it. Xiejio looked at the vicious man screaming in pain, showing no mercy. With a loud snap, both of the man's arms were broken. Ah! As he screamed, Xiejio slapped him hard, knocking him out. Who quickly tied the man up with a rope. Another man was holding a woman. Seeing his companions easily dealt with, he felt careless and looked toward the back mountain with determination in his eyes. He grabbed the woman and turned to run toward the back mountain. How could Xiejio let him escape? He threw his stick like a hidden weapon, hitting the man. The man's leg, which was thrashing wildly, was broken by the stick. He staggered and fell to the ground, biting into a mouthful of mud. When he tried to get up and run again, he realized his leg was broken. Seeing Xiejio approaching step by step, he could only scream in helplessness. Aya! Xiejio went straight for a fierce fight. Why are you awake in the middle of the night, sneaking around? Aren't you asking for a beating? While speaking, he beat the man mercilessly, turning his once decent face into a pig's head. Ah! Spare me, hero, spare me, the man begged, tongue lolling. Wrong answer, say it again. He was met with another fierce punch. The man was bitter inside.
He refused to speak.
Did he refuse to say? No, he was too scared to speak. Beautiful little fairy, please spare me. Just let me go like a. Xiejio's quick punch ended the man's rambling. The entire cornfield was lit by torches. Seeing Xiejio's fierce appearance, everyone couldn't help but twitch their mouths. Shin Ziyun and Su Chuanlin worked together to take down one of the villains. As the cold wind blew, the tense crowd finally realized their clothes were soaked with sweat. Now I couldn't help but shiver. Ah! Did you see my little girl? Suddenly, a woman's voice came from afar. Xia Weimin heard the voice shout, "What happened to Yaden? Yaden is missing, Yaden is missing." Yaden's mother was so scared, she was completely panicked. When Xiejio heard this, she stood still and carefully looked around. Suddenly, she saw the slight movement of corn leaves. Although not obvious, it was clear this wasn't caused by the breeze, but rather by someone walking through. Xiejio shouted, "Over there." She picked up a stick from the ground and quickly ran toward that direction. Shin Ziyun saw Xiejio chase after him and hurriedly followed. "Oh no, my Yaden!" Chen Hongxia. knowing the pain of losing a child, pulled someone aside and said, Xiao Jiu is already chasing after him. Now, your job is to stay calm and not lose your mind. If the child isn't back yet and the adults faint first, what will we do then? Yaden's mother was crying loudly, but she tried to calm herself down after hearing Chun Hongxia's words. The villagers had all gathered here voluntarily. They didn't expect such a thing to happen. The criminals had already been with ropes by the militia members. When Jiejiu and Shun Xian reached the back mountain, they saw the man desperately trying to escape up the mountain. Jiejiu took out a dagger from her space and shot it directly, piercing the man's thigh. The man staggered and fell to the ground. He looked back cautiously, clutching Yaden's throat with one hand and supporting himself with the other on the ground. Under the moonlight, the fierce look in his eyes was obvious. His eyes were bloodshot, flickering with unwillingness. I'll pay you. Let me go. Jiejiu sneered disdainfully, then took out a package of sleeping powder from her space and blew it into the wind, causing the man to faint. Looking at the unconscious man, Jiejiu kicked him lightly and used her mental power to scan him. Wow, this guy was really rich. He had 1,000 yuan in cash and various tickets on him. Haha. All of this now belonged to her. When Jiejiu and Shun Xian returned with their people, the villagers cheered upon seeing them safe and sound, along with the child they carried. At that moment, Huang Mantao and the police arrived. Only then did Jiejiu learn that something similar had happened the night before in the neighboring mountain village. However, they were not as lucky. 3 children and 2 young women from their village had been kidnapped. The villagers felt grateful, thinking that if it weren't for Jiejiu and the 2 young intellectuals, the children and women in their village might have been in serious danger. But Jiejiu had a different idea. Why did the criminals attack their 2 villages at night? Jiejiu thought about this and said, Comrades from the police, have you considered why they attacked our 2 villages at night? If their choice was random, then on that fork in the road, the teams they reached should have been different. Mountain Village and Honghe Village are not on the same fork, so these people must have had a reason for choosing their targets, or they chose blindly. Jiejiu believed that blind choice was unlikely, because Mountain Village is on the first team after the fork, while Honghe Village is on the 3rd team from another fork. In such a dark night, if they were doing something like this, they must have planned everything in advance, including their escape routes and which team to target. Did they choose the closer or the farther one? If Jiejiu were behind this plan, he wouldn't have chosen that way. They would have picked the easiest place to attack and escape. That means the 3 villages closest to the fork, Honghe Village was probably not among them. Since they abandoned the best options and chose to attack here, there must be a reason. Also, are all the people involved in this plan here? Where are their helpers? Since these people came out to kidnap, they must have support. Are there helpers at the fork or in the mountains? According to the police's route, they should have passed through the fork. Since they didn't encounter anyone, there must be someone in the mountains. The police were surprised and shook their heads.
We don't know yet.
We didn't catch the people who attacked Mountain Village last night. When we arrived, they had already left with the kidnapped people. The villagers present gasped when they heard this. They understood clearly that once someone was taken away, it would be hard to find them again. Jiejiu gently pressed her foot into the soft dirt and asked, Did you notice which way they left? The police officer noticed her action and seemed to have a sudden idea. He imitated her and pressed his foot into the ground as well. Yes, because it had rained a few days ago and the sun hadn't been very strong these past days, the soil in the fields was still soft. Since it was a cornfield, the soil underneath was mostly covered by corn leaves, making it dry more slowly than in other places. Maybe they could find footprints showing where the people left. Lu Ming looked at Jiejiu with curiosity. Was she trying to remind him of something? Not yet, Lu Ming thought, and without stopping, he said, Let's take these people back first. Seeing that Lu Ming understood her gesture, Jiejiu didn't say anything more. All right. Thank you for running this errand. Xia Weimin finally recovered from the shock of the night. It had been a very frightening evening. It's no trouble. Serving the people is what we should do, Lu Ming replied. Lu Ming and his team borrowed a trailer from Honghe Village and took the captured troublemakers away. Mao Dan, Tainyo, Chunhua, and Yidan's parents came with their children to thank them. Thank you, Xiaojiu, Shinjiqing, and Su Jiqing for saving our children. Xiejiu waved her hand. You're welcome. We're all from the same village. Hurry home with your children. It's cold here, don't let them catch a cold. She then turned to Shinziyun and Su Chuanlin and said, You two should head back too. You have work tomorrow. Miss Xie? Shinziyun noticed her plan and wanted to say something, but Xiejiu interrupted. Go back now. Shinziyun nodded and led Su Chuanlin toward the youth workstation. Su Chuanlin looked back in the direction they came from, moved closer to Shinziyun, and asked softly, Does she suspect something? Shinziyun's expression darkened. He looked at the sky and then at the direction of the back mountain. He pursed his lips and nodded slightly. The two of them silently made their way back to the youth workstation. Tonight's events told them that even in the countryside, safety was not guaranteed. Zhang Jiwei and Su Jianjun stayed behind at the Knowledge Youth Station because they lacked skills. There are also 2 young women there. If only they stay and a villain comes, they wouldn't be able to fight back. Seeing Shun Ziyun and Su Chuanlin return, everyone came out of the house and asked worriedly, What happened? Shun Ziyun briefly explained what happened tonight and finally warned, In the future, when you go out, whether to the town or the back mountain, it's best to go with someone. Everyone agreed that his advice made sense. After Xiejiu returned home with the main group, she quietly listened to the sounds from the neighbor's house until she was sure everyone was asleep. Then, Xiejiu rolled over, got out of bed, opened the back window, and jumped down easily. She chose a direction and ran toward the back mountain. Tonight's villain who escaped toward the back mountain gave Xiejiu an idea. Everyone knows the back mountain is dangerous, and she believed the villain also knew that. For such wicked and ruthless people, human life is nothing to them. Knowing the back mountain is dangerous, why would he run there? The only possible reason is that someone was waiting for him there. Xiejiu also wanted to find out who was behind this plan. In the dark night, the mountain was silent, with only the distant sounds of insects and birds breaking the quiet. Xiejiu quickly moved along a small path through the forest, guided by the big trees, grass, and unknown flowers on both sides. A little fairy happily communicated with them. Boss, they said that a group of people came to the deep mountain these days, and last night someone brought back a few more people. Xiejiu kept moving quickly, her eyebrows raised. Her guess was correct. These people came prepared. Where are they? The little fairy looked at the dark mountains and pointed in a direction based on the guidance of a big tree. There is a small cave there. When the hunters used to come to the mountain, if they couldn't get down in time, they would rest there. Now it's abandoned and just right for this group of people to occupy. Good. We won't let them get away. Xiejiu guessed that these people had been attacking the village at night for the past few days, probably to catch more people and then move somewhere else to strike again. Otherwise, why would they risk going out at night? What makes them so eager to leave? Oh, it seems like these people are evacuating. The little fairy's voice echoed loudly in Xiejiu's mind, shrieking at a high pitch. Xiejiu rubbed her forehead. The little fairy is good in every way, except for loving to scream. Gosh, it really scares people. All right, I get it. Xiejiu used her special power and quickly moved to the front of the cave. She crouched in the grass, watching the cave entrance, just in time to hear someone shouting, Hurry up. We need to leave tonight, or we won't make it. Third brother, you're not loyal? Our people haven't returned yet, and you want to leave? Isn't that unfair? Hearing this, Xiejiu thought, Oh, these are 2 groups fighting. Are they having a disagreement? I have horns on my head and a tail behind me. Little friends, please keep reading and follow along. Give a 5-star review for Yao Yao. Please, everyone, be kind and don't give low ratings. There are thousands of books in the store. Surely one will suit you. If this one isn't to your taste, just remove it from your shelf. See you in the next book. Don't give low ratings, don't give low ratings, don't give low ratings. Say it 3 times. Love all my friends. The person called Third Brother didn't lift his head, just kept working with his hands, and responded without stopping, If you don't want to leave, that's fine. When the police catch us, it's not our problem. It's your people who don't respect the schedule. We agreed to leave at 10 o'clock. Look at the time now. Have they returned? If they don't come back on time, there are two possibilities. 1, they don't respect the schedule. 2, they've been caught because they were discovered. When they first agreed to work with this group, third brother deliberately hid the fact that Red River Village had serious problems. So, others didn't know, but third brother knew very well that these people probably wouldn't come back. Where would the people who don't return go? Of course, they would be taken away by the police. Once taken to the police station, facing the criminals who come into the village at night to arrest people, could the police keep them for questioning until tomorrow? Of course not. Now is the best time to leave. Little Black, who was anxiously waiting nearby, heard third brother's words and showed a hint of suspicion in his eyes, with a grim expression on his face. If looked at carefully, one could see the hidden anger in his eyes. Do you know something? Little Third's eyes flickered, and he shouted bravely but nervously. What do I know? What could I possibly know? I kindly asked you to leave quickly, and now you're doubting me. In Little Black's eyes, this kind of behavior made it clear. Little Third must know something, and is hiding it on purpose. That's why their people haven't come back. It's true, the time has passed the limit they set. With their skills, they shouldn't need so long. They probably got caught. Thinking of this, a fire of anger burned in Little Black's chest. You little brat, how dare you cause trouble? He punched Little Third hard in the face. Little Third wasn't someone to take insults quietly, and soon they were fighting fiercely. Their noise attracted the attention of others in the cave. Scarface came out of the cave, looked at the fighting pair with a cold expression, and a sneer appeared on his face. If you want to die, I'll help you. This was a statement, not a question. The two fighting men quickly separated, both bruised and scraped, and crawled up from the ground. Sorry, Scarface, I was wrong. Little Black tidied his messy clothes and looked at Scarface, warning him, Scarface, you'd better not play tricks on us. You know how temperamental our boss is. If the boss found out that these people caused them to lose some brothers, they definitely wouldn't be spared. Scarface's face didn't change expression. He just pulled the corner of his mouth into a cold smile. You say. Suddenly, a gun appeared in his hand, aimed directly at Little Black. If you die, does our boss know? Scarface naturally also feared the boss behind Little Black. He was just a leader here, not the real core. His boss was behind him. If the boss found out he tricked Little Black and the others, and something went wrong, would the boss blame him? He wanted to keep everything under control. Little Black never expected Scarface to have a gun. At that moment, a gentle breeze blew, and tiny particles of powder floated around their noses. Then, figures fell down one after another. The little fairy happily jumps into space. Great boss, you're amazing. I support you wholeheartedly. Siegio rubs her forehead, walks forward, and looks at the people lying on the ground. She quickly counts. There are about 10 of them. Wow, if she had arrived a little later, these people might have escaped. Siegio searches the cave. There's nothing valuable, but she finds a lot of money and tickets on Scar. She happily waves her hand. The money goes into her space. She also plans to change Scar's memory, so he won't talk about the money. Haha, she is so clever. Seeing the extra money and tickets in her space, she nods with satisfaction. Tonight's work was worth it. The little fairy naturally finds many vines and ties these people together. Although the sleeping potion is enough to make them unconscious for a while, what if something goes wrong? Siegio remembers from the end-of-world days that some people are not affected by sleeping drugs. So, tying them up is a safe choice. In the cave, several children and young women lie scattered. They are probably kidnapped from the bottom of the mountain village, and there might be others from different villages or places. There are more than 5 victims here. Great boss, what should we do now? Of course, report to the police. Do I look like someone who does good deeds without leaving a name? Siegio knows this isn't her final destination. She will go to a broader world. Before leaving, she wants to make Red River Village a better place. She takes out a specially modified jungle motorcycle from her space. This motorcycle is faster than her previous ones because she customized it herself. With a stylish turn, she grips the handlebar, leaps onto the bike, and with a push of her foot and a twist of the handle, the motorcycle speeds out like an arrow, rushing through the mountains. In just 10 minutes, she reaches the edge of the town. She puts away the motorcycle and quickly runs toward the police station. After Lu Ming and his team return, they start questioning the captives, but these people are stubborn and refuse to talk. He irritably steps outside for some fresh air with a cigarette. Just then, he sees Xie Jiu running over. Recognizing the girl, he feels a bit surprised. "You are." Xie Jiu pretended to take a deep breath and then straightened his back. "Hello, police officer. I am Xie Jiu, from Honghe Village. I found the people who were waiting for support in the mountains." Lu Ming looked surprised. He was about to say something, but then he heard Xie Jiu continue. "They were trying to escape, but I used a sleeping drug to knock them out. Do you want to go now and catch them?" At this moment, Lu Ming was no longer just surprised. He looked at the thin and small Xie Jiu with suspicion in his eyes. Xie Jiu knew he wouldn't believe him, so he simply said, "Sorry for the trouble." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Ming was already caught by Xie Jiu and couldn't move. "Sorry, I just wanted to prove my ability," Xie Jiu said, stepping back voluntarily. "Oh, and there are many victims inside the cave." Lu Ming finally recovered and rubbed his sore shoulder blades. "Please take us there." "Okay, no problem. It's better if you bring more people since they are many." This was a subtle warning. Xie Jiu wasn't sure if these people were all under Brother Scar's command. If a conflict broke out and they brought too few people, it could be very dangerous. Lu Ming was not the type to act arrogantly. Since Xie Jiu had already given a discreet warning, it meant these things could happen. The young girl looked small, but her skills were really good. If he fought her, he might not be able to escape unscathed. Lu Ming quickly told his colleagues to follow Xie Jiu and head to the back mountain of Honghe Village. Xie Jiu led them along a small path connecting the town to the mountains. The police followed behind Xie Jiu. Guided by the little spirit, they rushed forward. Everyone behind Xie Jiu, except Lu Ming, went from initially looking down on him to now feeling admiration. They were starting to fall behind Xie Jiu's pace, but they couldn't ask him to slow down now, or they would be too embarrassed. They tried their best to keep up. Just when everyone was about to give up, Xie Jiu softly said, "We've arrived." Everyone quickly stopped to catch their breath. Under the moonlight, Xie Jiu's forehead was dry, with no sweat, and his breathing was steady. This made everyone even more envious. A curious young policeman asked, "Miss Xie, how did you learn to fight so well?" Xie Jiu knew these people were probably suspicious of her. She slowly turned to them and shrugged casually. "If you start getting hit when you can remember, and you have to take care of your family's food every day, traveling through the mountains to survive, and trying to become stronger, I think you could be like me too." This really reflected the original owner's life. No matter which villager you asked, they would say the same. But under such high pressure, the original owner was eventually harmed by those people. Now, she has become the zombie king, Xie Nuhilujio. The young policeman realized he had said the wrong thing and quickly apologized to Xie Jiu, feeling embarrassed. Xie Jiu looked down and shook her head, her voice humming. "It's okay. I'm used to it." She didn't like feeling sad, so she quickly changed the subject. "The people are inside the cave." Xie Jiu had already sent a little spirit to check. The cave was safe, and no one had come after she left. Lu Ming understood that Xie Jiu didn't want to talk about these things. He quickly took over the conversation and carefully led everyone toward the cave. It wasn't until they saw the tangled-up people inside the cave that Lu Ming finally relaxed. Luckily, they had already called for help, and soon someone would arrive in a truck to pick them up. Without that, with so many people, they couldn't have taken everyone away on their own. The morning fog floated like light silk through the forest. The sunlight pierced through the clouds and mist, shining on the land, making everything look beautiful and enchanting, like a fairyland. The villagers of Honghe Village had just woken up when they heard the roar of a vehicle approaching from the village entrance. Curious, they looked at the big machine. Everyone wondered who it was going to visit. They didn't even wash up and hurried to follow the truck. Some also went to inform Xie Weimin. Xie Weimin, just waking up, heard the vehicle and quickly put on his shoes, rushing down to the foot of the mountain. In his hurry, he even buttoned his clothes wrong. The villagers followed the truck to the foot of the mountain, watching as police officers carried people down one by one, with Xiejio among them. Everyone's mouths were wide open in shock. What was going on? Little Jio, what's happening? With this shout, everyone's eyes involuntarily turned towards Xiejio, who was holding a thin, emaciated child. They all asked questions with confusion. Xiejio, who is this? Xiejio, how did you come down from the mountain? Xiejio, why are you with the police? Wei Min hurried over, having heard Xiejio's name from afar and looked increasingly worried. Just earlier, Gooden told him that Xiejio might not be at home. Now everything was clear. She had sneaked up the mountain again in the middle of the night. Lu Ming helped the person into the car and said to the crowd, "Comrade Xiejio helped us catch the criminals on the mountain." Before he finished, someone shouted in surprise, "Hey, isn't that Air Gosher from Mountain Village?" Everyone started talking at once. How come Air Gosher is on our mountain? What's going on? Could it be related to last night? Lu Ming cleared his throat and loudly said, "The case is still under investigation. Details about the case are confidential. Please don't spread rumors." Everyone quickly shut their mouths. Wei Min asked, "Comrade from the police, what is this?" "We found accomplices of those last night on the mountain. We're taking them back now. Do whatever you need to do. Xiejio, come with me to give a statement. After we're done, I'll arrange for her to be sent back." All right. Xiejio nodded to Wei Min. "Uncle, I'm fine. You can go back," and then climbed into the cab of the truck. Everyone watched the truck drive away and sighed. Xiejio is really amazing. She helped the police catch the criminals. Yes. Thanks to Xiejio, those two young people, and the militia last night. Wei Min looked at the departing truck and quietly warned, "We must keep this secret. Don't tell anyone." What if those people have accomplices? Wouldn't Xiejio be in danger? Everyone realized that if Xiejio was in danger, who would protect their village in the future? They weren't fools. Without Xiejio and the two young people last night, those children might have been taken away. Maybe they couldn't keep everything under control either. Those people all have knives. Xiejio followed Lu Ming and the others back to the police station, where Lu Ming personally took her statement. She recounted what happened last night, emphasizing that the person fleeing to the back mountain seemed suspicious, which is why she was hesitant to go up there. As for the sleeping drug, that explains things better. The original owner's mother knew how to prepare medicine. If she didn't know these things, she might not have survived as long. Who could live for a few years in such harsh conditions, starving, cold, and beaten every day? In the end, the original owner's mother lost the will to live, and when Xie Aimin attacked again, she was killed. All right, I've noted everything you said. Thank you so much this time, Comrade Jio. Xiejio smiled brightly at Lu Ming. If only you could give me a medal or some bonus, that would be even better. Hee, she's quite clever. That medal would be very valuable for Honghe Village, especially for the end-of-year production team evaluation. These things don't matter much to Xiejio, but for the production team, it's a great honor. If they could earn the title of advanced production team, they could get a lot of supplies from the commune. She knew her eldest uncle had been working hard for this. So, she decided to contribute a little to the team, adding a brick, laying a tile. This is where the original owner once lived. With her ability, she wants to make it better. Lu Ming didn't hesitate. When he heard the young girl's request, he readily agreed. All right, I'll apply for it for you. I'll make sure to deliver it when the time comes. You've really helped us a lot this time. Thanks, Officer Liu. I'll head back now. I'll have someone take you home. Xiejio waved her hand. No need. You're busy enough. These people keep you occupied. I won't waste police resources. Lu Ming thought of Xiejio's skills and wasn't worried. All right, take care on your way. When Xiejio left the police station, she saw someone sitting across the street, eyes coldly watching the station's entrance. Definitely not a good person. She immediately guessed they were there to gather information. Today, the police use trucks to bring back so many people. The news probably won't be kept very secret, so it's understandable that someone might find out. I just don't know which side this person is on. Xiejio thought about the scene of two groups fighting on the mountain. He smiled slightly and used his mental power to plant a sad mushroom on this person's head. A small, Dark mushroom quickly took root and sprouted on the man's head, waving in the wind. The little spirit was stunned. What kind of strange trick is this? Boss, what is this? Planting a mushroom on someone's head? Based on the boss's usual behavior, he probably isn't that idle. It's just a mental imprint, like a surveillance device in later generations. It can help us find his location immediately. He's staying across from the police station, maybe connected to the group from this morning. These people aren't good folks. We can rob the rich to help ourselves. These people are involved in dark activities. They are rich, often called big fat sheep. Of course, the big fat sheep should be slaughtered. Why a mushroom? The little spirit asked out of curiosity. Since it's smart and clever, it wanted to understand. Hee hee. Sieju smiled slyly, showing a hint of dark humor. Do you know what kind of look Lin Dayu has when she's sad and gloomy? Eventually, this person will slowly lean toward that kind of mood. Have you seen a tall man, about 1.8 meters, with watery eyes and heavy breathing when he looks at someone? The little spirit, my native language, is speechless. The man across from Siejo saw him and shivered. But when he saw that the other was a young girl, he continued to squat there, watching the police station. Siejo glanced at him with a meaningful smile. Ugh, I'm so hungry. Little spirit, let's go to the state-run restaurant. Sorry, our zombie king isn't familiar with the town at all. The original owner has never been to town before.
All right.
Boss, why was the original owner so unlucky? Never even been to the town, let alone the county seat.
Sigh.
Siejo, what can I do? Dead mother, gambling father, lazy younger brother, and a broken original life. The little spirit curled around Siejo's pinky finger, looking at the whole town with wide-open mouth. Boss, why is this place so run down? When the little elf woke up, it was already the end of the world. Although the end of the world was chaotic, with fighting and killing every day, it wasn't as broken as this. Siejo looked around and didn't feel anything unusual. In fact, she liked the clean, pollution-free air here. Now it's the 1970s, and things are about like this. By the 1980s, our country will develop very quickly. Boss, let's witness our country's growth together. She also felt proud to be here, witnessing the development of her motherland. Led by the little elf, Siejo arrived at a state-run restaurant. She looked at the menu on the blackboard and said to the waiter, "Hello, I'd like a bowl of shredded pork noodles and 2 meat buns." She had special abilities, so she digested food quickly and ate a lot. Otherwise, she always felt uncomfortable all over. The waiter looked at her in surprise. "Can you finish that? We don't allow waste here." Food was precious these days, and no one wasted it. Siejo smiled. "I have a big appetite, but I won't waste food." The waiter looked at her suspiciously and muttered something, but still took her order. After paying with her ticket and money, Siejo found a seat and waited. Soon, the waiter called her number. She quickly got up and went to the back. She took the shredded pork noodles and meat buns from the waiter. The delicious aroma made her nose tingle, and her stomach growled even more. She had been busy all night last night. How could she not be hungry? Siejo picked up a strand of noodles and put it in her mouth. The noodles were chewy, the broth rich, and a little pepper was added. She drank a sip of the soup, feeling warm inside. Then she bit into a meat bun. The soft dough and flavorful meat filling made it very tasty. She finished one bun quickly. Although she ate fast, she was not rude. Instead, she looked confident and lively. People around her couldn't help but glance at her. Seeing her enjoy her meal so much, they seemed to think they could eat more too. But rice cost 2 liang of grain tickets and 5 cents. No one would eat a lot. Someone like Siejo, who ate this much, didn't eat much at all. She didn't care about others' opinions. Being comfortable was the most important thing. After finishing a bowl of noodles and 2 buns, her stomach finally stopped growling. Siejo stood up and headed outside. When her figure left the state-run restaurant, the people sitting nearby finally spoke up. "This girl looks small, but I didn't expect her to eat so much." Being able to eat is a blessing, but in these times of shortage of clothes and food, eating a lot might not be a good thing. Yeah, who can afford to raise her, with such a big appetite? Who would dare to marry her? Xiejio had already left. If these people knew what they were discussing, they would probably just smile quietly. Whether she could be supported or not, she didn't need anyone else to take care of her. When the support collapses, people run away. Even the chairman said that women can hold up half the sky. To live a good life, you still have to rely on yourself. After eating and drinking enough, Xiejio also wanted to go to the black market to see what it was like, just like in those post-apocalyptic novels. Her space was almost piled high with supplies. Trading some of them would be good, just to exchange for some money. That way, she would have a source of income. Little Fairy, lead the way. She called out, but there was no response. She called again. Little Fairy. Oh, boss, we really did it. Your storage space has turned into a planting space. Xiejio paused, surprised. Could she be saving all of humanity? Otherwise, why such a big surprise? Boss, are you happy? Xiejio quickly immersed her consciousness into her space and took a look. Sure enough, there was a new piece of black land. Of course I am happy. I'll make good use of this black land. Whether for growing grains or planting fruits and vegetables, it's all very good. All right, boss, don't worry. Little Fairy will take good care of it for you. Xiejio followed the little fairy's guidance and took a winding path into an alley. She slowly expanded her mental power outward. A few dozen meters ahead, two people were smoking and chatting. Xiejio figured these two were probably the ones gathering information for the black market. They could collect entrance fees and also alert others inside if there was danger. In the black market, whether buying or selling, you need a ticket to get in. On her way here, Xiejio had already gone to the public restroom to give herself a makeover. She carried a basket on her back, filled with wild chicken, wild rabbit, some flour, and rice. Two people smoking saw Xiejio approaching and reached out to block her way, glancing at her carefully. Are you buying or selling? Xiejio put down her basket, revealing what was inside. Maozi's eyes lit up when he saw the contents in her basket and asked suspiciously, Is this yours? The moment he spoke, Maozi instinctively felt a cold gaze like a sharp dagger piercing his neck. He swallowed hard, unaware that he had just walked close to danger. Xiejio looked at him with a blank expression and said, Not mine. How could it be yours? Take me to your boss. I want to discuss a deal. Xiejio never thought about selling things on the black market. If she wanted to make money, it would be better to deal directly with the black market boss. Our boss. Maozi was interrupted by Chun Gang, who pulled him back. Chun Gang was a tough guy himself and understood that the person in front of him was also dangerous. He was more alert to danger than others. The girl looked small, but she probably had strong strength. Follow me. Chun Gang used a polite tone when inviting Xiejio. Xiejio looked at Chun Gang and raised an eyebrow. He was quite sharp. Usually, Maozi listened to Chun Gang, and now that Chun Gang spoke, he stayed silent. Chun Gang had saved his life before and often gave him advice, so Maozi knew how capable Chun Gang was. If even Chun Gang thought someone was dangerous, then facing that person meant risking death. Chun Gang led Xiejio through a door until they reached the third house, where he knocked on the door. Soon, the door opened, revealing a face with a large scar. Seeing Chun Gang, the person paused slightly and asked, Why are you here? Chun Gang nodded at the scarred face and said simply, She is good stuff and wants to trade with the boss. The scarred man looked at Xiejio and frowned when he saw she was a young girl. Xiejio saw a brick on the ground, with eyes and a bright smile. Before the scarred man could speak, she tiptoed and carefully crushed the brick with her toes. Can I come in now? Maozi wanted to scold, but the words were stuck in her throat. She looked at Xiejio, then at Chun Gang. Under the latter's slight nod, she quickly stepped aside. Please go ahead. Wow, someone who can easily crush a brick with a single kick, no one to mess with. Chun Gang was the last to leave, closing the courtyard gate behind him. Inside the yard, about 10 people were either standing or sitting, all watching Xiejio, who was small but looked fierce. Maozi had already gone inside to report to their boss. After hearing Maozi's report, Zhang Jingbei's eyes flashed with a sharp light. He stood up, wanting to meet this young girl. In this era, a young girl daring to enter the black market alone and calling out to trade with him showed courage. He wanted to see her for himself. Siegio stood in the yard, carrying a basket on her back. Even though she wore old clothes, Zhang Jingbei paused slightly as he stepped out of the house. He saw a fierce determination in her that didn't match her age. While Zhang Jingbei was observing Siegio, she was also studying him. His stance, his presence. Siegio made an initial judgment. He probably had military experience. Her hand, hanging loosely, twitched slightly, and her eyes sparkled with a daring light. At that moment, she changed her mind. Suddenly she moved. She took off her basket and threw it into Chen Gang's arms, then lunged forward, aiming straight at Zhang Jingbei. Everyone in the yard was surprised. Was this girl so fierce? Did she really want to fight the boss? Just as they were about to act, Zhang Jingbei raised his hand to stop them, stepping forward himself. From the first moment he saw Siegio, he knew she was skilled. Her movements were not ordinary. Siegio wanted to test him, and he wanted to test her too. He knew the situation in the town well. When did a formidable girl appear out of nowhere? He needed to find out. Knowing himself and his opponent meant victory in every battle. Siegio threw a punch, aiming sharply at Zhang Jingbei. Her fist cut through the air with a whooshing sound, each punch more fierce than the last, targeting his vital points. Zhang Jingbei was increasingly alarmed. He had no chance to fight back, only able to defend passively, always wary that this girl might strike a deadly. Chen Gang watched the fight between the two people, feeling a bit relieved. Luckily, he hadn't fought with the girl just now or else. It's a good thing, a very good thing. The yard echoed with the sound of fighting, like the noise of punching bags. Two figures moved quickly across the open space, like a silent dance. Siegio used an elbow strike, delivering a heavy punch directly to Zhang Jingbei's neck. At that moment, the man relaxed a little, eyes showing admiration, and he smiled openly. You win. Zhang Jingbei's followers couldn't help but swallow nervously. Wow, that punch, could it really knock someone out? No one dared to talk back. Their boss couldn't beat him, so they definitely couldn't. Siegio withdrew his hand, gently pressing on his trembling elbow. Zhang Jingbei's arm, which had been hanging limply, suddenly moved again. His gaze towards Siegio became more complicated. Where did this person come from? Is he here to cause trouble or what? Ma Si said this person was here to cooperate? Zhang Jingbei regained his usual cold attitude and pointed inside. Go inside to talk. Siegio shrugged casually. Sure. As he stepped forward, he glanced at Chen Gang, who was holding her basket. Watch my stuff. When I come out, help check on your leg. Chen Gang's eyes widened in surprise, and his hands trembled uncontrollably, as if he couldn't believe what he had just heard. His leg. Usually, it was no different from anyone else's, but on rainy or cloudy days, the pain could be so intense it felt like it would kill him. Now, what did he hear? Is there still hope for his leg? But as long as there was a tiny chance, he didn't want to give up. He trembled all over, looked at Zhang Jingbei, and after biting his lip, said, Chen Gang, will take good care of the girl's things. Zhang Jingbei's mouth twitched slightly. He looked at Chen Gang, then at the clever look in the girl's eyes. What a simple-minded person. One word was enough to win someone over. Zhang Jingbei looked at Siegio and remembered what he said about helping Chen Gang with his leg. He asked seriously, how confident are you that Chen Gang's leg can be fixed? Chen Gang's injury was partly his fault. It happened early in the black market's formation, during a deal where the other side wanted to cheat. He was unwilling to give up the goods and fought directly with others. Chen Gang was injured while saving them. His leg was pierced by a bullet, damaging his nerves. Although he could walk normally on good days, bad weather made the pain unbearable. Siegio raised an eyebrow and said, probably about 80%. You can't be too confident when talking about things or doing business. Even if Siegio could cure it, she wouldn't give a definite answer. Okay, just tell me what you need, and I'll find it for you. Siegio waved her hand. Just pay the money. As for the rest, you can't handle it. Chen Gang's injury required the healing pills she made in her past life, which restore mental strength. If her mental power hadn't been strong in her previous life, she wouldn't have been able to make those pills. Even in the modern world, fully curing such injuries isn't easy. Nerves can be big or small, and repairing them is not an easy task. Zhang Jingbei looked at Xiejio deeply, knowing she probably had secrets. Everyone has secrets, and he wasn't the type to pry. All right. Zhang Jingbei brought some pastries to Xiejio and then asked about cooperation. How do you want to work together? Xiejio's fair fingers tapped on the table. I supply the goods, you do the work. You give me my initial capital, and we split the profit 60-40. Similarly, your goods, your initial capital, and the profits are still split 60-40. After all, Zhang Jingbei took on the risk and had to pay his subordinates. Zhang Jingbei almost laughed out loud. This girl's plan was quite clever. She seemed to get 60%, but she also took on the risk and had to give 10-20% to her men. He was doing both the work and the manpower, yet only getting 40%. She did nothing and still wanted 40%? Little girl, aren't you being too greedy? Xiejio tilted her head. The zombie king said she was even more overbearing. Do you want to try? She suddenly pressed a cold gun against Zhang Jingbei's temple, and her icy voice whispered in his ear. Actually, I have something even more over the top. Want to try, for example, swallowing his goods and then finding an obedient partner? The cold touch made Zhang Jingbei freeze. A bad feeling rose in his heart.
Could it be?
He couldn't help swallowing hard. This was truly a tough situation. How could he refuse? Natural things are impossible. Fighting is useless. They have tough weapons, haha. They came prepared. If he refused, judging by this little girl's ruthless attitude, his outcome was easy to imagine. I agree. Please put the items away. Even he doesn't have this thing. I really don't know where this small girl got it. Hee, Uncle Zhang, you're smart. Zhang Jingbei couldn't help but smile. Agreeing makes him Uncle Zhang. Refusing might get him into trouble? He changes his attitude faster than a chameleon. How much goods do you have? That's the most important now. Since the deal is made, of course, they want to make money. I won't let Uncle Zhang down. Meet me tonight at 10 in the small woods outside the city. Bring my money. Aren't you worried I might cheat you? Zhang Jingbei was joking. He didn't really have the guts. Xiejio paused, then chuckled. Uncle Zhang, you're not stupid. You know how to choose. All right, Uncle Zhang, I remember. I'm not the kind of person who breaks promises or acts unfairly. Xiejio waved his hand. Seeing Chen Gang standing straight in the yard, holding her basket, he couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Put it down. Chen Gang heard the voice, showed a simple smile, and quickly set down the basket. Ma Zi, perceptive, took the items inside directly, and also handed Xiejio 2 rolls of large bandages and various receipts. Xiejio looked at him unexpectedly, took the money and tickets handed over, and put them in his pocket, actually in his space. Then he signaled Chen Gang to sit down. The young men in the yard saw Xiejio treating Chen Gang, and naturally came over. Even Zhang Jingbei was curious about how Xiejio was treating him. Xiejio checked his pulse, then gently pinched the nerve in his injured leg, and understood what was wrong. The bullet had grazed the nerve when passing through the flesh, causing nerve damage. As long as he used his mental power to soothe the injured nerve and combined it with acupuncture, he would recover quickly. However, in this era, traditional Chinese medicine was taboo. If not careful, he could be reported. Xiejio chose a pill from his space, made from a recipe he refined in his past life to repair nerves, and gave it to Chen Gang. It's better to be careful these days. If you're reported, it can cause a lot of trouble. Chen Gang looked at the white, plump pill in his hand, smelling a herbal scent, and immediately knew it was valuable. He felt a bit nervous and unsure of what to do. This pill looked expensive, and even if he sold it, he couldn't afford it. This. Zhang Jingbei noticed his hesitation and explained, Don't worry, you can eat it. I can pay for it. You took the injury to save everyone, so I should cover the cost of the medicine. Xiejio glanced at Zhang Jingbei. He thought this person was pretty good, at least he treated his subordinates well. He believed in repaying kindness. Even as the boss, he didn't think his subordinates owed him for saving him. Zhang Jingbei gave Ma Zi a look. Ma Zi understood and stepped inside to get 3 bundles of Great Unity for Xiejio. 3 bundles of Great Unity were worth 300 yuan. Xiejio took the bundles and put them away, feeling more impressed with Zhang Jingbei. He could tell the value of the pills just from their herbal smell. People like him were rare. Satisfied, Xiejio carried his basket and left the small courtyard under everyone's watchful eyes. As he stepped out of the alley, he used his mental sense to check around. No one was nearby. He quickly slipped into his space and changed back into his usual clothes. He hurried toward the state-run restaurant. It was almost noon, and he needed to get back quickly, or his uncle and aunt would worry. At the restaurant, Xiejio packed a serving of braised pork, braised fish, stir-fried tofu, and 20 large meat buns. After paying and getting the tickets, he put the food in his basket and used his supernatural power to fly back quickly from the back mountain. The little spirit on his head transformed into a small, swaying kite, sparking with flashes of lightning. "Boss, take it easy. I'm going to be sick," it said. Xiejio looked toward the back mountain of Honghe village and slowed down. "Aren't you a spirit? How can you get sick? What are you throwing up? Sour water? Fairy water? Or green bubbly water? Wow."
Boss, you're bullying me.
"No, you're bullying the spirit." Woo-woo. Xiejio rubbed his forehead. "Shut up or else." He held his green hairpin, making a shaking motion as if he was about to toss the spirit out. The little fairy, frightened, used all her strength and desperately clung to Xiejio's finger. She didn't want to fly away. Once she flew, she would turn into a tiny, harmless fairy. Wah-wah. She couldn't go beyond 3 steps from the boss. The little fairy looked at Xiejio with tears in her eyes. Sniff, sniff. "Boss, I won't mess up my words again." "Hello, boss. Wonderful boss. Chirping boss. I will support the boss and always be the boss's little Pikachu." Yay, heart gesture. Xiejio nodded happily, then gently rolled the little fairy onto her finger and cheerfully headed down the mountain. She shook the basket on her back and hummed a little tune. Happy, happy, oh oh. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled light on the ground. The forest on the mountain looked like a green ocean, rippling with waves. Suddenly, a light breeze brought a faint cry of pain. Xiejio paused her steps and looked around cautiously. Although this wasn't deep in the mountains, not many people from Honghe village entered the forest. In the past, many would go into the mountains. Since the old hunter from the village never came back, and when everyone found his broken body, no one dared to go into the mountains anymore. Xiejio followed the sound and found a thin figure leaning against a big tree. The person had white hair and a weathered face. She blinked and searched her memory of the original story, but she didn't recognize this person. So, this person is probably in the cow shed. Nowadays, not only are people being sent to the countryside, but some intellectuals are also being persecuted and exiled. These people are the future talents of the country. As long as they survive this dark time, they will be the hope of the nation. Xiejio deliberately made some noise as she approached, glancing at his leg. "Are you hurt?" The old man, sitting half on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes, showing a guarded expression. When he saw Xiejio, he paused slightly, and a complex emotion flickered in his eyes. Xiejio raised an eyebrow, not quite understanding the complicated look in his eyes. She squatted down to check his injury. She reached out and gently pinched his ankle, which was dislocated. Before the old man could react, Xiejio quickly pulled and pushed, and his ankle was back in place. The stabbing pain in the ankle was gone. The old man opened his mouth as if to say something, but finally pressed his lips together and stayed silent. "Try walking and see if you can." Xiejio helped himself up against a big tree. He felt his strength returning, his eyes brightening slightly, and he spoke in a hoarse voice. "Thank you. I'm fine now. You should go ahead. It's not good if others see us." His identity, if discovered, would cause her trouble. His fragile body, combined with the loose, unsuitable clothing, made him look like he might collapse at any moment. For those who could be very useful to the country in the future, Xiejio still showed respect. She moved the basket to a different position, placing it in front of her chest, then gently pulled up the weak old man and carried him on her back. She quickly ran down the mountain, carried by the wind. When Xie Xuanong wanted to stop her, her figure disappeared into the air. In front of the cowshed, a figure anxiously looked toward the mountain. When she saw Xie appear in her line of sight, Shen Hongying was still a bit stunned. Usually few people came here. Seeing a young girl suddenly, she was a little confused. When she saw Xie Xuanong on Xie's back, she was surprised and opened her mouth wide, then hurriedly moved forward. "Old Xie, what's wrong with you?" Xie carefully put down the old man and explained, "He hurt his foot." "I've reset it. Be careful, it's not serious." Shen Hongying relaxed and said, "Thank you, young girl. It's nothing, just a small favor," Xie replied, rummaging in her basket and tossing a rabbit at their feet. "Today's catch was good. This is for you." Shen Hongying looked at the rabbit and felt a mix of emotions. In these times, supplies were scarce. Some families didn't get any meat all year round. It didn't seem fair. This girl clearly gave it to them, but their status. Shen Hongying hesitated and called out to Xie's back, "Hey, young girl." Xie Xuanong watched her figure walk away, and his eyes turned red.
Take it.
"It's a gift from the child. Just accept it." Shen Hongying's words were stopped by Xie Xuanong before she could finish. "Don't cause her trouble." Shen Hongying wiped away her tears, picked up the rabbit from the ground, and smiled. "Today we are lucky. I'll cook a braised rabbit for lunch. Since coming here, they haven't eaten any meat. This rabbit, along with potatoes, can make a big stew." Xie Xuanong walked toward the pig pen, shoveled the pig manure aside, and then swept the pig pen clean with a broom. Only when the pigs live in a clean, good environment will they stay healthy. When he finished, Chen Guodao came over with some pig feed. The two looked at each other and smiled. These two strong men, who once only knew their own field of knowledge and did nothing else, had learned everything here. If they didn't learn, how could they survive? Only by working hard and encouraging each other could they get through each difficult day after day. They were not alone. 2 others had come with them, but they were very sad and disappointed because their children had reported them. They lost the will to live. After half a year here, one of them died on a cold night. Their bodies were buried on the mountain by the 2 men. Xie Xuanong patted Chen Guotao's shoulder. "Let's go. Today we get a special meal. We will eat well." Their house was at the foot of a mountain in a remote area. The villagers were kind and wouldn't trouble them, but they also kept their distance. No one knew what they ate.
How?
"Did you find something good?" Chen Guotao asked in surprise. They only started working after coming here, and they knew each other pretty well now. Xie Xuanong looked toward the mountain and smiled self-deprecatingly. "Yes, today luck was on our side. I found a rabbit. Aren't we lucky?" He didn't want to reveal the identity of Xie, so he was cautious. Chen Guodao felt the sadness in Xie Xuanong and patted his shoulder. The two headed toward their cowshed. Their house was just a wall away from the cowshed. The smell wasn't very good, but they kept it clean. As soon as they entered, they smelled the aroma of meat. Their mouths watered, and they saw a big bowl of potatoes and braised rabbit. They didn't speak and started eating quietly. After finishing the bowl of potatoes and rabbit, they were full and too tired to move. Chen Guotao couldn't help but sigh. "I haven't eaten this well in a long time." Once, had they ever felt so grateful just for a full meal? They used to be happy only when they finished a research project or understood a dataset. Now, just eating enough has become a luxury. After leaving the cattle shed, Xie headed toward the Xie family house. As he reached the eastern hilltop, he heard his Aunt Chen Hongxia's voice from the yard. "Old man, I feel uneasy. Why hasn't Xiaojie come back yet? That girl is really brave. She stayed up late and went up the mountain to find those accomplices. What if something bad happens to her? Who are those people? Outlaws, all of them. What if they take revenge on Xiaojie? Dad, I'll go to town and wait for Xiaojie." That was Xie Xiangbei's voice. He and Xie were very close. Now that something had happened in the village, he was especially worried about his cousin's safety. "Dad, Xiangbei and I will go together," Xie Xiangnan said. "No, I think Xiangbei and I should go. Second sister-in-law just had a baby, so you should stay home and take care of things," Xie Xiangqian disagreed. As the eldest brother, He naturally wanted to help the family. When Zhang Fengming arrived, she saw Xiejio standing with his back to her in the corridor. Her eyes brightened, and she greeted, "Miss Xie." Xiejio turned around when he heard the voice. The people in the yard also heard it. "Miss Xie." Of course, referring to their Xie family girl. Xie Xiangbei called out, "Xiaojiu," then ran outside. Seeing Xiejio's figure, a happy smile appeared on his face. "Xiaojiu, you're back." Xiejio looked at Zhang Fengming, then at Xie Xiangbei and the other Xie family members behind him. He smiled and said, "Yes, I'm back." "Zhang Jiqing, do you need to see me about something?" he responded to their questions. Chen Hongxia, noticing Zhang Fengming, subtly glanced at what she was holding and smiled. "Zhang Jiqing has arrived. Auntie, Captain," Zhang Fengming greeted cheerfully. "Auntie, I came to find Xiejio. I was injured yesterday and she helped bandage me. I'm here to thank her." "Xiaojiu, take Zhang Jiqing back. You are both young girls and should have topics to talk about. My sister-in-law, and I will go home to cook." Chen Hongxia knew that Zhang Fengming was here to thank Jiu. She was still holding something in her hand, so she naturally wouldn't invite her into her house. Jiu took off the backpack on her back and handed it to Chen Hongxia. "Annie, this is the packed food I bought from the state-run restaurant in town." Chen Hongxia took the backpack and looked inside. She saw several packed boxes and glanced at Zhang Fengming nearby. She invited her to stay and have a simple meal.
No.
"I don't need to. I can eat when I get home." Zhang Fengming felt her arrival was a bit awkward. She thought she should have eaten first before coming. In the countryside, it's considered impolite to eat at someone else's place without proper invitation. Every household is short of food. If they invite you to eat, you should accept or decline politely. Chen Hongxia saw that Zhang Fengming was a bit uncomfortable and smiled as she explained, "Auntie sincerely wants you to stay and eat." This young woman Jiqing had a good reputation in the village, hard-working, willing to endure hardships, and not pretentious. Although she only earned about 7 or 8 work points a day for a city girl like her, that was already very good. Chen Hongxia liked this cheerful girl quite a lot. "Thank you, Auntie," Zhang Fengming replied with a blushing face. Jiu took Zhang Fengming to her room. Godan came in carrying a bowl of brown sugar water and said, "Zhang Jiqing, please have some water." Zhang Fengming looked at the brown sugar water Godan brought. In the countryside, offering such hospitality was a sign of respect. She smiled and took it. "Thank you." She took a piece of candy from her pocket and handed it over. Godan looked at Jiu, and after she nodded, he reached out his small hand to accept the candy. "Thank you, Zhang Jiqing. You're welcome." Godan happily ran out with the candy. Zhang Fengming placed her things on the table. "Thank you for yesterday. If it weren't for Jiu, her injury wouldn't have healed so quickly. Maybe she wouldn't be able to move now." Jiu glanced at what Zhang Fengming had brought: egg cakes, glutinous rice strips, and 2 taels of brown sugar. It was a very generous gift. "It was just a small favor. You can take these back," Jiu said. Zhang Fengming shook her head and explained, "My family isn't poor. I know roughly how much your medicine costs. I really appreciate your kindness. Without your medicine, my wounds wouldn't heal so quickly." The long wound healed after Xiejio applied medicine. Such medicine is rare and valuable, as you can imagine. She is not ungrateful. If she refused again, it would seem pretentious. Xiejio nodded. "All right, I accept." Just after they finished talking, Godan came to call them for dinner. "Little Annie, Zhang Jiqing, Grandma asked me to tell you to come eat." "Okay." Xiejio stood up, pinched Godan's little face. In the village, children around his age usually had dirty faces or runny noses, but Godan always kept himself very clean. "Little Auntie," Godan puffed his cheeks, blushing. "Godan's face got bigger because of you." Xiejio pinched Godan's other cheek and joked with a smile. "Really? Or is it because Godan ate so much and gained weight?" "Not at all." Godan shyly ran off, leaving only Xiejio's cheerful laughter behind. Zhang Fengming looked at him enviously. She didn't know when she could leave here, or where her future would lead. A little sadness appeared on her face. Xiejio smiled and comforted her. "If you figure out what you want, as long as it's the right path and not the wrong way, keep working hard. One day, The road under your feet will bloom with flowers. Zhang Fengming smiled knowingly and nodded. Okay, I will try my best. The meal was joyful. Zhang Fengming, having figured things out, looked like a bright little sun, her face shining with happiness. Chen Hongxia watched Zhang Fengming leave and chatted with Xie Jiao about family matters. Zhang Jiqing is really a good person, very cheerful. Xie Jiao smiled. Of course he's cheerful. Didn't he see her indifferent third brother glance at her during the meal? Maybe they didn't notice, but love often begins with curiosity. It seems she should prepare to build her own house soon. Staying here all the time isn't good, especially since her third brother isn't young anymore and should settle down. Taking this opportunity, Xie Jiao mentioned the matter to her aunt. You're moving out? Chen Hongxia was surprised for a moment, then thought of something. Is it because someone said something about you? The two wives' personalities are well known to her, and she shouldn't say misleading things in Xie Jiao's ear. Recently, although Xie Jiao has been eating with them, everyone knows the real situation at home. Xie Jiao is the one who has suffered the most. Meat is much more expensive than grains. No, Xie Jiao said with a smile. Aunt, third brother will get married someday. Isn't it better to plan ahead? Chen Hongxia, being very clever, heard Xie Jiao's words and, thinking of Zhang Fengming who just left, asked cautiously, What do you mean? Aunt, when the time is right, it will happen naturally. As for how Xie Xiangbei will act, she, as his younger cousin, won't interfere. She will only wish him well. The dark night sky stretched endlessly, silent except for a few twinkling stars. Red River Village had fallen into quietness, with only distant, sporadic dog barks. Suddenly, Xie Jiao opened her eyes. She didn't look like she had just woken up. She got up, put on the black clothes on her bedside table, tied her hair into a high ponytail, opened the back window, and with a tiptoe, she jumped down. During the day, she had already told her aunt about building a house, so her aunt probably knew about it tonight. Tomorrow, she planned to tell her uncle that she wanted to build a house at the foot of the back mountain. Actually, there was already an existing house there, left by the old landlord, Chai. Since the landlord Chai died, the house had been abandoned. No one dared to live there because someone had died inside, and they feared it was haunted. But Xie Jiao wasn't afraid. What's scary about ghosts? Is there anything scarier than a human heart? Compared to ghosts, human hearts are much more terrifying. If she could buy that house, it would save her the trouble of building one, and she could move in quickly. Xie Jiao thought that living there would be most convenient for her plans. She walked along a small path up the mountain, trying to avoid the village patrols. Although she had ways to avoid them, what if a villager saw her sneaking out at night? It would be troublesome to explain, so better to go over the mountain. When Shunzian came out of the cowshed, he saw a figure suddenly dart up from the small path beside him. He looked at that familiar silhouette and twitched his mouth. Behind, Xie Xuanong looked at Shunzian's expression and glanced over. What's wrong? Shunzian's eyes flickered. It's nothing. Grandpa Xiao, head back now. You and Grandma Shin, take care of yourselves. Go ahead and be careful. Shunzian turned and walked into the night. The distance from here to the youth station wasn't far, but few people came this way. Xie Xuanong looked toward the back mountain, a hint of worry in his eyes. Little Shun hadn't spoken earlier, but that didn't mean he hadn't seen anything. Of course he saw it. He knew the child didn't want him to worry, so he pretended not to notice. He shook his head, closed the drafty door, coughed, and slipped into the cold bed. The blanket was too thin, and since they were close to the mountain, the temperature was even lower here. Shun Hongying patted her husband's hand. Sleep now. Xie Xuanong didn't know about the conversation here. Using his special abilities, she had already reached the outskirts of the town. She headed in the opposite direction from the town, straight to the countryside. When Zhang Jingbei and Mazi arrived with people, Xie Jiao had already been there for a while. The items had been sorted and placed on the ground. She leaned against a big tree nearby, her dark eyes sweeping over everyone. They're here. Zhang Jingbei looked at the items on the ground, a flash of surprise in his eyes, then quickly returned to normal. He greeted with a smile. Sorry to keep you waiting, miss. Xie Jiao straightened up. I just arrived too. Let's check the items. They chose this place because they only had a cooperative relationship. Many people in the underworld cheat each other, so they had to stay cautious. Although Siejio wasn't afraid, she still wanted to see the other person's attitude. Did they really dare to cheat? Or were they just pretending to be honest? Ma Zi, following Zhang Jingbei's signal, led people to count the goods. Once the numbers matched, he whispered a few words to Zhang Jingbei. Zhang Jingbei looked a little surprised, then glanced at Siejio again and nodded at Ma Zi. Ma Zi handed a small box to Siejio. She opened it in front of her, revealing rolls of large bonds, receipts, and a few good-looking bracelets. Miss, here is the payment and the receipts. These bracelets are a small gift from the boss for you. I hope you like them. Siejio raised her eyebrows. These bracelets had excellent quality. They might not be worth much now, but in the future, they would be extremely valuable. In her previous life, she had seen a similar bracelet sold for a sky-high price at an auction. Haha, she was going to be rich. Even though she was thrilled inside, her expression stayed calm. She reached out to check the money and tickets inside, then glanced at Motzi. The amount doesn't seem right, does it? Motzi bent slightly and smiled. This is from the batch we sold this afternoon. It's your share, miss. All right, I'll take it. Siejio tossed the small box into the basket on her back, though in truth, it went into her storage space. If you can find any fruit seeds, get me some. I'll pay you at market price. Sure. Zhang Jingbei agreed readily. He didn't know why she wanted fruit seeds, but doing her a favor wouldn't hurt.
Besides, they were partners now.
If she managed to grow fruit, it would benefit him too. Siejio turned to leave, but tossed them a small bottle. Medicine for injuries. It's a gift. Her voice drifted to them with the evening breeze. Zhang Jingbei knew how capable she was. After Chen Gang took the medicine she gave him, his nerve injury had truly healed, and the pain was gone. He happily tucked the medicine into his pocket. It was a must-have remedy for any injury. Watching Siejio disappear into the distance, Zhang Jingbei called for his men to move the goods back quickly. With these supplies, he could finally expand his business. The night sky was pitch black and endless. A bright moon hung high in the deep blue sky, clear and radiant. Siejio paused for a moment, then followed the direction her spiritual sense pointed, toward the town. The little spirit on her shoulder shook its tiny green leaf, puzzled. Boss, why aren't we going back to our warm bed? What are we doing out here? It was late at night. Wasn't a cozy bed much better than the cold outdoors? A sly smile curved Siejio's lips. I need to check on that mushroom. Mushroom? What mushroom? The little spirit still didn't understand. Of course, the melancholy mushroom I planted. It had been a whole day. The person affected by it should be showing results by now. She wanted to see what a male version of Lin Dayu would look like. The house at the deepest part of Cat Alley still has its lights on. Chun Yang stands in front of the man, looking somewhat like a sickly beauty. His body is shaky, and his eyes are filled with accusation. He wants to say something harsh, but what comes out is, ugh. Big brother, how can you talk like that? It really hurts my feelings, sob. Tears run down his cheeks, falling with a soft plop. His eyes seem to see the whole world losing its color. Sun Hao, known as the boss, looks at his trusted subordinate suddenly acting like this, and feels a bit confused. He shouts angrily, "You're talking nonsense. How could I make you sad?" He's annoyed. He only asked him to wait outside the police station for a day. Now he's back, but he's changed into someone else? Could he have been contaminated by something dirty? But at the police station entrance, there shouldn't be any evil influence. Would that stuff dare to go there and be reckless? On the roof, Siejio watches the scene below, smiling like a cat that caught a fish. A bit of powder drifts down from his hand. Chun Yang cries even louder, suddenly tearing his clothes open and looking at Sun Hao with red eyes. You said I didn't scare you? Are you trying to make me show you my heart? His sad eyes hide a hint of pain. Sun Hao shivers with disgust and can't help but tremble. Hey, are you crazy, Siejio? You just don't understand. The mushroom has its own ideas.